Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome back. We are currently on item number 14, TE 34.14. Before I proceed, I think I would like to ask for, why don't we just deal with a few matters? I don't have an updated agenda.
Crunchy one.
That's okay. So we're just going to proceed. We're not going to do any quick releases right now because I don't have an annotated agenda. Okay.
We're just at number 3.
Yeah. So we're on item number T 34.14, 495 517 Wellington Street West and 510 534 Front Street West zoning amendment application. This is a final report. I will call upon the speakers that are registered here. Anyone else here who is interested in speaking to this matter, please let us know. The clerk will populate your name onto our speakers list, and I will call you when the time comes. For now, I'd like to call Cynthia Trower, Draper Street Residents Association. Cynthia, are you here? Welcome, Cynthia. Cynthia, the clock is on your left-hand side. You'll have 5 minutes when you're ready. Yes, if the light is on, then your microphone is on.
Okay, great. So I'm here on behalf of our Draper Street Residents Association. I've lived on Draper Street myself for 35 years, but I'm actually presenting a little presentation that our the president of our Draper Street Residents Association prepared for you regarding the Portland Commons development. So I just see how that goes there. So we just want to start by saying that there are some positives. And that is that it will retain the Heritage Building behind us. So we're a little one-block street between Front and Wellington and between Portland and Spadina. We're a Heritage Conservation District. So this is just a graphic of our street, and on the east side of us, which is where this Portland Commons development is going to be, there's a heritage building that they are retaining, so we are happy to see that and to see that there's some commercial coming into the area. But I'll be speaking about some of the concerns we have around the possible negative impacts on our street regarding the interface between the eastern part of the Portland's Common development and the backyards of a number of the houses on Draper Street. So I just want to start by highlighting some of the comments. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but these are comments from the design review panel that provided feedback to the developers of this development. And they noted in particular that one of the members noted that there's a harsh wall proposed along the Draper Street facade, so that would be the backyards of the west side of Draper Street buildings and the east side of that development. And that wall is proposed to go right up against the property line, and it'll be 4 stories, I believe, and two stories, sort of in height, right behind the backyards. So, in case I end up running out of time, I'm gonna just say what our proposals are, and I'll put that slide up. But there's a number of considerations, and that is that the developers have basically said that they're mirroring the Well development, which is that huge development east of Draper Street, in terms of the interface with our street. And that we just want to make the point that that is not exactly true. So I'm going to put up this one slide here that looks at the 2 developments. So our street is that sort of tiny, those tiny little buildings in the middle of these 2 developments. The dark one is the Well. The lighter one is the Portland Commons development, and it's that where that arrow is pointing. It's highlighted. That's where this wall is going to be to protect, I guess, from the parking garage, and that goes right up against the back of the Draper Street buildings. And then in front of the dark block, which is those buildings just east of us, there's a pedestrian walkway. So it's not really equivalent what's being proposed on the Portland Commons development in terms of the interface with our street. And so I'm just going to, so there's that point, and that relates to one of our recommendations. And the other is that there's a number of mature mature trees at the back of the Draper Street houses that the development's proposal seems to say that they won't be affected, but in fact, they will likely be destroyed by this development. So I'm putting up my recommendation so I don't get cut off for time. And so that is that we're asking for to set back the wall to respect the canopy of the existing mature trees that immediately adjacent to the property, reduce the height of each section of the wall, and we've got the recommendations there, and I think that's gone to our...
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah. And I do see that you have, if you just leave it on the screen, there may be some questions for you, so we can just finish reading it. Are there any members with questions of the speaker? Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Cynthia, for being here. Maybe just to first, because I know you ran out of time, did you have other recommendations on behalf of the Draper Street Residents Association?
Well, it was the last one, which I spoke to when I was talking about the difference between the well development and Portland Commons interface, and that is that we would want the pedestrian walkway between that development and Draper Street, and to connect with a green space that they're proposing so that it's not a dead end, basically, and it doesn't butt up right against the properties.
Which would
So
be
that's
my
the-
property.
I'm sorry, Councillor Cressy is
next.
asking
Yes.
questions. Just hang on tight.
Any other good, let's,
Over to you, Joe.
You're running the clock on her.
And then,
Cynthia's
Cynthia,
time.
one other question is,
yeah.
so you're here on behalf of the Draper Street Residents Association.
Yes.
Is there a willingness to continue to work with the applicant between now and council?
Yes.
To look at those adjustments and changes
Yes.
before a final approval?
Yeah, we would like to work with them, and we were sort of surprised that they didn't come back to us before this final proposal went in. So we definitely are interested in talking to them about this.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Cynthia.
Okay, and thank you very much, Cynthia. Anyone else with questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. I would like to call Brendan Cannons, and Brendan, I see that you're there. I'm just going to restart the clock. You've got 5 minutes, and you can proceed.
Great. I really just want to add that we're just looking for transparency from the developer, and we're privileged to have Mr. Cressy on our side for this matter, but ultimately, we're getting dwarfed by developments, and we see the traffic situation just becoming an obscene thing. And for those who walk down Draper Street day after day and say, oh, this is my favorite street, this is my favorite street in Toronto, I love this street. We just are hoping to not lose the great thing about this street. And as far as if someone's going to be building a wall 5 feet from my backyard, it would have been great if someone had to just knocked on my door and said, hey, we're building a 60-foot wall in your backyard. But of course, no one asked me in particular. So that, once again, transparency. If your neighbors are planning on building something, just let me know personally. Aside from, me, I play in a band, I travel the world, I come home, I get these notices, so I have to gather my steam and get here and present our story to you. And unfortunately, our great leader of Draper Street, Cameron Khan, is busy traveling the world, battling diseases. But we have a very special community, and we're just asking, ultimately, transparency from the developer and maybe some thoughtfulness to what is proposed as our neighbor into this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Draper is one of my favorite streets. Is there anyone else? Actually, before you go, Brendan, are there any questions for the speaker? Councillor Cressy, go ahead.
So, and Brendan, thank you for being here. So Draper Street has a residents association. You're a member of that residents?
I am.
Okay, so I asked a question of Cynthia, and just, you're comfortable if between now and council, work is undertaken with the residents association to look at these changes and revisions as outlined by Cynthia?
Yeah, it would be great if it was a symbiotic relationship.
Great.
That's all we're looking for.
And it's late in the day, so I'll be short, but what band do you play in?
Playing a little band called Broken Social Scene.
Okay, thanks, man.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, I'd just like to bring this into Community Council. Are there any members with questions of staff? Seeing none, members to speak. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, and I'll begin, if the clerks are ready, sorry, guys.
We're on item number 14.
So, yes, I'll begin, and I have an amendment to move, if it can be placed on the screen. And this amendment, if we have it ready. Okay. This amendment instructs city staff to work with the local neighborhood. We've had submissions from the Draper Street Residents Association as well as the Wellington Place Neighborhood Association to work for city staff to work with local stakeholders who've submitted detailed comments around revisions, as well as my office and the applicant, and to bring this directly to council. I'll tell you the reason, whereas in the past we might defer this a month to have the opportunity to do that, as this is the last council meeting, we've communicated with the developer and with the Draper Street Residents Association, and all committed to rolling up our sleeves and getting to work to get over to see appropriate revisions over the next couple weeks. This application in front of us is to bring in a new mid-rise building, which is entirely commercial, which we're happy to see. It proposes the full retention of heritage properties, which we're happy to see, but it is immediately adjacent to Draper Street, which is the first heritage conservation district in the entire city of Toronto. If you've never been, I encourage you to go down. It's between Front and Wellington and Portland and Spadina. It is a gem in our city, and it exists in a mixed-use neighborhood. And the Draper Street Residents Association have been incredibly proactive and sophisticated, and with the cultural component they have in there, occasionally quite awesome, about working collaboratively with stakeholders and partners. They embrace that there is a level of intensification, but we need it to make sure it's sensitive to that street. And so I've spoken with the applicant. They're prepared as well to roll up their sleeves over the next couple weeks to look at those revisions. And so I'm prepared to move this forward towards council with that amendment, and we all get to work. And with that, I'd ask for staff support. Or sorry, your support.
Thank
Your
you very
support.
much. Thank you very much, Councillor. You already have staff support.
Your support.
Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion before us? Any opposed? That carries. Item as amended. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. We are moving on to TE 34.15, alterations to a heritage property, amendment of a designation bylaw, and authority to enter in a heritage easement agreement, 517 Wellington Street West. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, thank you. Are there any members with questions of staff? I don't see any hands. Members to speak? Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to move the recommendations contained in the letter from the Toronto Preservation Board.
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T 34.16, 782 Spadina Road, official plan amendment and zoning amendment. Final report, Ward 21. Are there members from the public here to speak to this particular item? Seeing none. Any members with questions to staff? Don't see any hands. Members to speak? Yeah, Councillor Fragedakis.
So I'm asked to approve staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor?
My great speech on behalf of Councillor Mihevc.
That was very well done. All those in favor, please. All those in favor. Anybody opposed? That carries. Thank you. T 34.17, 55 and 65 Broadway Avenue, rental housing demolition application. This is a final report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none, are there any city councilors interested in asking questions of staff? Don't see any members. Members to speak, Ward 22. Councillor Mello.
So I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 34.18, 1982-1984 Yonge Street zoning amendment application, final report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Are you, okay, seeing none? Are there any members, city councilors with questions of staff? Don't believe any. Councilor Matlow.
I have a motion to move.
Okay.
So I move the item along with my motion, and I'll just briefly say that to have a 9-story building approved in the Yonge and Eglinton secondary plan area is remarkable. And this is a precedent that I would like to see, we would like to see along the Yonge Street Midtown area. Commercial at grade, residential above. There's also going to be, and we've worked very well with the developer on assuring that there would be some reflection of the heritage at this location. Lester B. Pearson once lived in this location. So we're working on a sensitive way to be able to reflect that story and share it with the community and the entire city and our country for years to come. And then lastly, as you will see, I think we found a creative way to address the parking requirements to allow for 2 car sharing spaces, along with off-site parking that has been assured through an affidavit that we are receiving from the property owner, along with, and I kind of threw this in there, and I'm glad that we achieved it, which is an agreement for an affordable housing unit as part of this package. You'll see it's only one, but then again, it's only a small number of units in this small building, so that's why we were able to achieve that. So I'm very happy with this. I'll just conclude by saying that most planning meetings in the community in the Yonge and Eglinton, the Yonge and Davisville area are incredibly contentious because a lot of developers come with just these sort of absurd suggestions, and then they kind of expect that people are going to say yes to it initially. The applicants here, I think, understood the site restrictions, the official plan, our secondary plan, what was appropriate for the site. And I'm really happy to see a new precedent set on this stretch of Yonge and Davisville because there's going to be more to come, and 9 stories mid-rise on that site is completely appropriate. We should say no to the wrong things, but we should say yes to the right things.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none, there's a motion on the screen. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 3419, 175 Elizabeth Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. This is a final report. There are registered speakers. Eric Turcotte. Nice to see you, Eric. I thought I saw you in the room.
We'll have 2 deputation, and Peter will start.
Sure. I actually have 3 registered speakers. Are you breaking it down to 2 speakers only? Okay, so Peter, is Peter Saurus? Saurus. Okay, great. And so then Peter Goldtharp is not speaking.
No, unfortunately, Peter had to leave this afternoon for
You will
personal
represent
matters,
him.
So I'm here.
Okay, super. Are you combining your time, or are you taking 5 minutes in total?
We'll 5 minutes each.
Okay, thank you. So I will start your clock and stop it at 10 minutes then. And we'll ask you the questions combined together. Okay? Please proceed when you're ready.
Is it possible to get the visual or?
Yes, actually we can. If you want to just hang on tight.
Something happened. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you about the Hospital for Sick Children and the current rezoning application before you. My name's Peter Soros.
I'm just going to
Director of
hold your time.
Facilities.
Sorry, Peter. Can I ask those who are in the room but having side conversations just to drop your voice so we can actually hear the speakers who are before us? Please proceed.
Sure. I'm Peter Soros, Director of Facilities Planning at the Hospital for Sick Children. I thought I'd begin by setting some quick context with regards to our rezoning application. Sick Kids is well known to the people of Toronto, of Ontario, and even internationally. Its history and contributions to pediatric medicine are highly respected, but our buildings are, well, old, in many cases dating back to the 1940s. Sick Kids is currently Canada's most research-intensive children's hospital and performs half of Ontario's most difficult pediatric procedures, including 89% of complex heart surgeries and 95% of solid organ transplants and bone marrow transplants. Yet, despite being a world-class children's hospital, Sick Kids is a long way from having world-class facilities to deliver this care. There are multiple challenges related to our aging infrastructure and physical environment, particularly in the areas where we treat our most vulnerable patients. Our critical care areas have multi-bedded wards, inadequate space for families and care providers, inadequate air handling capabilities, which materially increases risk of infection and cannot effectively accommodate modern technologies and equipment. Perhaps even more concerning is our need for capacity. This winter, Sick Kids actually reached its physical capacity several times, not a good situation for a hospital that is a primary pediatric referral center for the province. Over the coming decade, the situation will only get worse, particularly given population growth in the GTA. Needless to say, the need to build new facilities and add capacity has become urgent. Hence, the reason why Sick Kids launched Project Horizon, our campus renewal plan, a plan that has been supported by the provincial government, which has committed substantial capital funds to support its delivery. Given that we're located on a tight urban site, the redevelopment of Sick Kids is actually phased over many years. I know this screen is...
I'm just going to stop your time and hold on to that. And with that, also our apologies that the AV is not working properly, so just hang on tight.
Oh, there it is.
You know what? Part of the reason, I don't know. Why? Because it's trying to do it twice. It's trying to go.
There, so you should be fine. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could use the down arrow.
Yep.
Okay, I
please
think we've got it up on the screen.
Great.
So, the end result and the outcome that will address our most pressing concerns will be a new clinical care building that will house all of our inpatient beds and services, which we're currently calling the Patient Care Center, and that's the building to the left. We'll have about 430 inpatient beds, surgery, and an expanded emerge department. There'll also be extensive renovations to the remaining areas of the hospital. But to get to this end state, we need to create additional space on campus. Therefore, the first enabling project, which is the item of this rezoning, is to demolish our McMaster building on Elizabeth Street and then construct a new building that we're calling the Patient Support Center on this site. The Patient Support Center is important in its own right. It'll house our physician medical offices, our clinical research spaces, Sick Kids Administrative Support, Sick Kids Foundation, family support spaces, and a new learning center and simulation center, which will teach our clinicians the skills they need to be successful as they train the new incoming staff, as well as train families in preparation for their return home with their child. It'll also be used for providing clinical support swing space. Importantly, the Patient Support Center will also be used to decant the oldest buildings on our main campus so that we can later demolish them and build our new Patient Support Center on University Avenue site. It's an ambitious plan that'll take over a decade to complete. Meanwhile, the situation at the hospital is critical, as our critical path to improve patient care runs through the Patient Support Center. Perhaps the one thing I can emphasize today is that every day that we're delayed in constructing this building is a day where children will remain at risk in our old facilities. To this end, I'd like to thank the City Planning Department for providing guidance on this rezoning application. They've been responsive, helpful, and professional, and we're very grateful for their support. I believe we've now developed a responsible and contemporary plan for the new Patient Support Center, and we hope that you will support it by endorsing our rezoning application. In fact, future generations of patients and their families do too. I'll hand it over to Eric Turcotte,
Maybe there are
unless
questions.
there's a specific question.
I think we were just going to hear the both of you and ask the questions together. Please go
Very
ahead.
good. Just to echo Peter's comment, I want to thank city staff as they have been wonderful to work with, very diligent, and really help us to advance this really, really crucial projects. The building is a 22-story building, 44,500 square meters. What we are also that the building will not include parking. The parking will actually be will be provided from the main hospital as well, but we are going to be providing plenty of bicycle parking. So as you could see, we are demolishing the 8-story McMaster building and replacing with a state-of-the-art new facility that, in our opinion, fits really well into the context. It is remarkable. I mean, it will be fixing the street. It will actually create a really good grade condition. This is the illustration of the concept. We have architects now that are working on the detail. They will be a pedestrian-friendly frontage, very transparent, really tall ground floor. We're actually providing some additional setback to actually create a great public realm. And also we are going to be replacing the existing bridge with a new double two-story bridge over connecting from the main hospital to the patient support buildings as well as the research tower on the other side, on Bay Street. The ground floor will be very inviting. We're exploring different uses, including cafe and other uses that support the hospital and the animation of the street. These are all being secured by city staff in the zoning bylaw and the official plan. So we will actually have there's an easement that will be granted to improve that pedestrian realm. We've worked really hard with heritage staff to ensure that we are preserving the City Hall heritage view. So if you are standing on the north side of the pool, of Nathan Phillips Square pool, looking up, they will not, our maximum building envelope ensure that we're not protruding into that protected view plane, something that we work quite hard at. We're a very constrained site, so we want to make sure that, and we have to maximize the square footage to be able to decant the building. We have the helicopter path to the south, so there's a limitation to how much we can go to the south. We have to protect that helicopter path because it's quite crucial. We also, in terms of to the north, we are aware that we are tight in terms of separation distance. There is a building at 700 Bay that is currently under construction, a 24-story building that was approved through the municipal board, and that is what the project did was to build right up to the property line. So we actually are mirroring this condition. It's a smaller separation distance, but we have been working with city staff to ensure that we feel that that it fits, it's consistent with the existing context around Walton Street and has enough and, appropriately respond to the official plan when fitting with the existing and planned context, and providing adequate light and privacy, and limit the shadow and wind. We've been working with the adjacent landowners to try to see if we can actually mitigate some of that proximity. So we are committed to continue to work with them over, especially on the treatment of the facade to improve the privacy. You have received a letter from Kinset that is asking us to, that is asking the project to provide more generous separation distance. That creates some issue with sick kids because they actually put the project horizon at risk because we do need the additional decanting. So that's something that we want to flag. So the other as well in terms of Kinset is also an appellant of OPA 352, the tall building separation distance, which is very inconsistent with what is being requested from SickKid at this point. Again, I want to thank the member of the council. We think this is a fabulous and exciting project, and it's something that's crucial for the city, and we look forward for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions of the speaker? Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
I'm sorry, I missed this as to how it was being funded. Is it?
So this building itself, the Patient Support Center, is being funded through philanthropy. So we are proceeding with this with our own funds. We floated a bond in December to raise the money for this, and our foundation will be paying for this, paying the bond back.
So will there be any drug companies that are putting money into this?
No, this is Sick Kids Foundation that'll be raising the funds for this project.
So there won't be any companies that will be having research done on their products that are funding this in any way?
No.
And some of the issues that you've had, and I'm sorry to have to bring this up, but mother risk and other issues that you've had out of sick kids, what steps have you taken to make sure that building a brand-new, beautiful building, that the practice and the parents that are coming are getting, I guess, the best treatment or fair treatment, and you're not having those types of programs in the past? And I know you're not there.
I'm not the medical side, however.
I know you're not that person,
but I can't.
but you are there.
Yes.
And so I do have to ask that. With some of the research issues that Sick Kids has had in the past, I'm wondering how you're making sure you've gotten past that when you're putting in.
Councillor Fletcher, if I can I'm just going to hold your time for a second. I think the questions that are before us are to speak directly to the report.
I'm going to support it when I hear the answer. I might not support it. It depends on the answer.
Okay, I would appreciate that we're dealing with a planning report.
I understand, Councillor, but this has been something that has been a worry to me for many, many years. So
Okay.
now that you're here,
Sure.
I have my chance.
So we have a series of different checks and balances. So number one, we go through an accreditation process on a regular basis. We just completed that. We also have a research ethics board that actually evaluates all the research protocols, et cetera. And really, I think by having the space to be able to support not only the research, the staff that we have within our organization, but also to create those checks and balances and have them housed within the organization this is a critical element for.
So in order to guarantee a far more professional approach.
I believe we provide a very high-quality level of service to our patients, and we are definitely
Patients, yes.
working incredibly hard to be 100% perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to ask questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much to you both. Is there anyone else here to speak to this particular matter? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? Okay.
I'll speak.
Anyone to speak? Okay. Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
Yes, I'm sure that wasn't really, it was a rather untoward question for the gentleman here, and I know they're facilities people, but I certainly wanted to hear that the approach of Sick Kids is shifted to, I know everyone has had a child at Sick Kids, certainly would simply say that the work that's done there with children and saving the lives of our kids and both my kids have spent a lot of time at Sick Kids, that the care is beyond any question. but the research component of Sick Kids has been questioned publicly for a number of years. And that's simply why I asked those questions with the Apotex, Nancy Oliveri, Mother Risk, certain doctors guiding research. I'm very happy to hear that it seems that it will be at a much higher professional level, and it won't be anybody's personal fiefdom in any way. So hearing that, Madam Chair, I can actually support this. If that wasn't the case, I would not be supporting this moving ahead here at this council. I feel very strongly about this issue. So it's my first time that I had a chance to actually get at that one. Thank you. Take it back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak? Okay, seeing none, I would like to move the recommendations in the staff report and to approve the application moving ahead. I want to thank the applicant for their level of professionalism, the diligence that they came to the city with. There were a number of pre-application meetings that they held specifically with staff. Staff responded in a very clear and forthright manner. I think that the communication, as I saw it, between the applicant as well as city staff, if I may, councillors, I'm trying to focus on my own comments, was crystal clear from the beginning, as that everyone wanted to get this particular initiative off the ground, recognizing that the aging facilities did need to be repaired and actually replaced. I do appreciate the quality of attention that was paid to the public realm. We'd spent a lot of time talking about how to improve the overall street experience for those who are in the neighborhood. There is obviously going to be some construction impact, as there is with any major development, but overall I think that this particular application speaks to the very best, which is why probably we were able to get the planning report from the date of submission back in February to the time of the final report, all under 5 months. And that's when everyone is working in the same direction. I see some very impressed faces out there, especially for applicants that may have been sitting in the queue for a lot longer. So thank you very much for that. And with that, I'd like to just have a vote. All those in favor of the staff recommendations? Any opposed? Wait, you don't have quorum. I don't have quorum. Can I have councillors come right back into their chairs so we can actually, number one, maintain quorum, and then just to proceed to the vote? Okay. Okay, all those in favor of the staff recommendations? Any opposed? That carries. We're going to need people to stay in their chairs. I need to have 7 councillors at any given time, otherwise we break quorum. Thank you very much. Item number TE 34.20, 187 193 Parliament Street, Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Amendment Final Report. I have a registered speaker, Caitlin Allen. Caitlin, are you here? Caitlin, welcome. Nice to see you again.
Chair, just while you're doing that, after this item, I have a request. There is a request for directions report that has 1 speaker. We have an 8-year-old whose grandparents have driven her in town to attend, who won't be coming up for hours unless we adjust the order plan. I wonder if we could just move to that item after this one. The item is number 32. You will see 3 DEPs listed. They are not here. It is only 1.
The request is that we vary the order paper. After hearing this particular matter, we proceed directly to item number 32, which is 540 to 544 King Street, and then we will go back.
A 9-year-old, not 8. Sorry, she was just flagging me.
Did
Sorry.
you just have a birthday in your chair?
Sorry, Zion.
Okay. All right, so all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. So we'll hear from you shortly afterwards, but for now, we'll hear from Caitlin. Caitlin, please proceed. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay. So good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Caitlin Allen from Bousfields, Inc., and we're the planning consultants for Downing Street Group, who are the owners of this property. I just wanted to be brief and indicate that we're in support of staff's report and recommendations of approval for the proposed development. We think that over the past 1.5 years, we've worked closely with staff on the applications, and the current proposal incorporates the recommended refinements that we've heard through this process. And we'll look forward to continuing to work with city staff to fulfill the various conditions required prior to the enactment of the bills. So in summary, we just want to say thank you to staff and appreciate as we appreciate all the work that they've done and put into this application, and request that you adopt their recommendations. I'm here with the owner and the architect, and we're collectively available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Caitlin. Anyone else here to speak to this item? Anyone from the public? No? Okay. Members, do you have questions of staff?
Oh, no.
Okay, no, not yet. And members to speak. Councillor Troisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendations to approve the application with an amendment to exclude the building from the local street parking permit zone. So I think that's going to be put up there. This development providing another improvement to the Queen and Parliament area in Corktown following the heritage restoration of We Canada's head office building. The office use and live-work units are providing more employment in the community with the right amount of retail at grade. As well, the design fits into the context of Parliament Street and gives us the right transition down to the low-rise neighborhood of Corktown. I want to particularly thank Emily Caldwell from Planning and the applicant for their work on the project, and that will continue to revitalize the block. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none, we have the motion before us. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. We're moving on to T 34.2190. Oh, sorry, before we do that, we are going to be inviting a 8-9-year-old to speak. I'm sorry, I apologize. We actually have 3 names registered here, so if you want to come to the front of the room, just pick any chair you like. There is a microphone. Hit the button directly in front of you. When the red light goes on, it means your microphone is on, and then you can proceed. The clock is on your left-hand side. You have exactly 5 minutes, and if you want to start off by giving us your name, that would be great.
My name is Zion Matheson, and yeah. Okay. So I'm here to represent Alpha Alternative School, junior alternative school it's on Brant and Adelaide, and we were told that there's going to be a 23 building built right beside our school, and it's blocking out all the sunlight. So we had them come in, and then so we went around the schoolyard because there's problems, and with yeah. So there is this one green wall. Most of our greenery is on the other side of the gate. It's not our property, but it's our greenery. So if they decide to move their building there, they can take down that greenery. So we're gonna try and figure out a way how to take that greenery and have it in our kind of area without it taking 25 years to grow. Well, really the main problem is the sun, because there's we go from JK to grade 6, and we're alpha, so we're a family. If one thing happens to all of us, it happens to all of us, and it's just kind of let's say my little sister, she's in junior kindergarten right now. When she's in grade 6, or past grade 6, she'll have no problem with it. But there's gonna be new kids, and that buildings are gonna be built, and they're gonna have no sunlight, because that's all where sunlight comes from. So what we were thinking is we could put some, sorry, I'm shaking. We could put some, we can make it glass, or some parts glass, so we can all have sunlight. And yeah, because it's fake. If it was, okay.
You're doing great.
I think it's a great idea. One, I think it's amazing, but it's doing a lot of stuff for us. And if they're gonna build that building there, we've been to school since 1972, and we're this oldest alternative school still standing in Toronto, and so we kind of want some renovations in our schoolyard and everything, because we're getting yeah, we're getting a little bit softer, and so Okay, yes, so, we, okay. Whoa, so we have like I was saying, they're built 1972. We need some renovations, and just one thing, Alpha, we go out for lunch from grade 4, and building that building is taking down the Pizza right there, and that's been there like since the beginning. And like all the convenience stores, those are all been there since the beginning. And yeah, we're getting in really like tough shape, our school, and it's not, like it used to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. I believe that there are... Just so you know, we generally refrain from clapping, but your deputation was outstanding, and obviously the audience couldn't help themselves. If you just hang on tight, I believe that we have some questions from councillors for you. Are you ready? We're going to start with Councillor Matlow.
Is it Zion? Zion, thank you very much. That was a wonderful deputation. I was just wondering, have you ever spoken at City Hall before?
No.
So, right now, I understand you're only 9 years old, but if you're 18 years old and a Toronto resident, you're allowed to actually register to run to be a city councillor. So I was wondering, in a few years from now, is that something that you would consider doing, and then you can sit up here and help make these decisions?
Yeah.
Good for you. Hopefully this is training. And you may want to work with your local city councillor and see that if a building is built there, if there's some way to assure that there'll be somewhere to get a pizza nearby as part of the agreement.
Oh, well, there's a Pizzaiolo right across the street.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but the thing is, that only sells pizza. Everybody goes to Pizza for the brownies and everything, so.
You clearly speak for the
Brownies.
community. Thank you, thank you.
There is no lack of pizza at King and Morrison. Good to know. Councillor Cressy, to question.
Yeah, just very briefly, Zion, thank you so much. That took a lot of courage. So just so that everybody understands, so your school, Alpha, a number of students, you brought in the proposed developers and their architect for you to give a presentation in terms of the changes you wanted to see. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
And were they receptive? Did they listen? Did they hear your ideas?
Yes, very much. They listened very well, and we tried our best to listen back.
And come when the new school year begins in September, they're going to be making changes and bringing them back. Do you think you and some of your classmates would be willing to sit down again and to look through with city staff and myself and the developer team to look at what changes they've made and give feedback? Is that something you'd be willing to do again?
Yeah, but actually I'm not going back to that school next year, but I'd love to always come back and sit down, because, yeah.
Cool. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else with questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Our next, just to clarify, I have 3 other speakers. They're not speaking anymore. Is that correct? I'm just going to call them Isabella Wittyra, Shinkong Chris Ma, as well as Sarah Chisholm. So I'm going to strike those 3 names. Zion, you did such a great job. You took out 3 of your colleagues there. And I would now call Jeff Matthews to the front of the room. Jeff, nice to see you.
See you, Councillor. I'd just like to applaud again Zion for that courageous presentation. We really enjoyed 2 weeks ago spending the morning with Zion and her colleagues, and had a fantastic discussion with them on a lot of great ideas. In fact, it was really refreshing to sit down and really blue sky some ideas and understand the immediate concerns with the school. And I thought it was a great opportunity for the kids at Zion School to understand all the different vocations that go into development, whether it's architecture, planning, law. All these things all come together to help build great projects in communities. And we're a big member of this community and are looking forward to working with Zion and her team, and with Councillor Cressy and his team, and with planning staff to make sure that we can reach consensus on some of the issues that were raised at the event. It was great. And I'm already looking forward to the changes we're making and sitting down with Zion to go through that with my team and Allied. So thank you very much. So.
Great, thank you very much. Before you go, Jeff, you have a question from Councillor Fragedakis.
Yes, thanks very much for your presentation. What are you going to do about the pizza?
Yes, well, see, the challenge with these is it's very hard to get these leases sorted out when the building's in early stages, but, you know, we'll do our best to try and keep Pizza nearby. We have some other sites nearby.
And
so.
some convenience stores, apparently.
Yeah,
There's
no,
a
exactly.
problem.
So.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none, we'll just bring this inside. Members with questions of staff? Councillors to speak. Councillor Cressy.
So first of all, I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations. We have an interim directions report here, which is to carry on conversations with the applicant. Just very briefly, there was previous zoning on this site for an 8- and 9-story building, which Allied had. That Great Gulf had, excuse me. Great Gulf and Allied have come together and proposed a larger footprint and a new design. And when we brought this out to the public meeting, we had a number of parents and students from the local school on Brant Street who attended. And I want to say, to the great credit of Allied and Great Gulf, they said, you know what? We focused too much of this development thinking about the front of it onto King Street, not the back, and what it was going to do and the impact to closer where the school is, as well as on Morrison Street. And so they heard the feedback, but then something more remarkable happened, which was the parents and students at Alpha invited Great Gulf and Allied and their architects and planners into the school. The students gave them a tour and showed them firsthand. And then you had the students. We had a series of 7- and 8-year-olds, Zion, you just heard from one, give presentations. And we even had one of the parents who's an architect teach the students around angular planes. And so this turned into a whole exercise, and it's become a little working group with the nearby school and the students and the parents. And I just want to tell you what a wonderful example and process this is becoming. It wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the engagement of the local community and the students themselves, and if it wasn't for having two real community builders and partners in Allied and Great Gulf who are keen to be a part of it. They've said, we're not going to rush this forward. Let's work together and make this work. And so I'm looking forward to the fall when we come back together and for hopefully joining the next school presentation. And with that, I'm happy to move the staff recommendations. And Zion, you did great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else? Okay. All those in favor of the recommendations before us, the staff report? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. We are heading back to TE 34.21, 90 Eastdale Avenue and 2 Secord Avenue, rental housing demolition application. This is the final report. Are there members of the public here to speak to this item? Please, sir, come on up. Is there anyone else here to speak to this matter? No? Okay. So, sir, you'll have 5 minutes. The clock is on your left-hand side when you're ready. And if you can start with your name, that would be great.
My name is John Stewart, and I just want to advise members that this demolition application is the result of about 10 years' worth of planning in this particular part of the city. And throughout this process, it is a priority neighborhood. And there's a number of things that's supposed to happen when you have a priority neighborhood. And first, one of the things is that you're supposed to do revitalization strategies amongst residents and stakeholders in that neighborhood. Despite the fact that this has been in a process for about 10 years, none of this has ever happened. It should. But it was swept under the table. The official plan also calls for improvements to the existing housing stock on this site, and there's 2 buildings on this site with about 800 units, I think. And one of the items that I proposed as a reasonable improvement for those residents was to add air conditioning if those people wanted it. Kind of relevant at the current time, given the heat wave we're now in. The new building will have air conditioning. The old buildings will not get any air conditioning upgrades, even a simple accommodation of window air conditioners. And that's one of the goals of the official plan. There should be improvements to the existing units. That hasn't happened. In 2012, this developer actually did get approval for a much smaller number of units. It was about half the density of units. It went through the entire process, only to end up with getting an approval, but we found out that the applicant decided that it was not possible to build it. This is after professional advice, planning staff, and getting all the approvals. So now we come back, and it's about 5-6 years later, and we find out, well, we can build it if we double the density. Of course, they didn't tell us or offer any evidence to suggest why they couldn't build the 2012 approval. They just went ahead and said, we can build it with double the density. And that's what they got, basically, just recently at an LPAT hearing. One of the other things the official plan calls for is that new developments are supposed to be compatible with the existing neighborhood. This neighborhood is an apartment neighborhood. It dates back about 50 years. The highest building in this neighborhood is 24 stories. None of them are higher than 24 stories. This new building, which going into a public park, by the way, is 35 stories with double the density. So it's not consistent. It makes no sense within this super block which already exists. The other thing the official plan says is that they will attenuate traffic on the surrounding streets. That didn't happen. I went to the LPAT hearing, and what they do for attenuation is they tweak stoplights to allow more traffic to inflow through residential streets. So that's another part of the official plan that wasn't met. Basically, what's happening is the City of Toronto is enabling this development by saying, yes, you can have access to a public park, which actually has designation of open spaces, which is the same designation as Taylor Creek. And I'm sure it was designated that way because in the former East York, they designated with the intention of having that park remain for eternity, for use within the high-density apartment neighborhood. So what has happened is the proposal is going to be an exchange for that parkland for another parkland, which is supposed to be bigger, but that parkland is adjacent to a public elementary school, which has a playground and also a play field. So it's a little bit of redundancy, and it reduces the diversity of the parks that we actually have available in that neighborhood. The Eastdale Parkette is well suited for dog walkers, and if you just want to have a simple area to have a simple area of respite where you can sit back and watch the world go by, you can have that. The proposed park is not like that at all. It's more of a manicured park, which of course is also, as I said, it's a duplication for some of the facilities which are opposite the street, but also down the street there's a water park as well. So some of these things are duplication. I understand that there's...
If I can encourage you for your final thought?
Yes. Obviously, I don't support it. I don't support the demolition at all. I don't think the city gains anything by doing this.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone with questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone else in the public gallery interested in speaking? Please come to the front. Have a seat. I will give you 5 minutes on the clock when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Mark Flowers. I'm a lawyer with Davies Howe, and I represent the owner of the property, Preston Group. I wasn't planning to speak when I came today. We support the staff report and recommendations, which I understand there may be some revisions being brought forward by way of amendment. But I felt compelled to speak when I heard Mr. Stewart just speaking now. Which I wasn't aware of before. It actually felt a bit like deja vu because we were, as he noted, at a hearing of the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal just the end of May, and essentially these were all the same arguments that we heard from Mr. Stewart at that time in terms of the height of the building, the density, the need for revitalization strategies. And I would simply remind this Community Council that the development has already now been approved by LPAT. It was approved not over the objections of the city, but rather with full city staff support and with support of City Council. Mr. Stewart, just so you're aware as well, he is not a tenant of the building. He doesn't live within the block. He lives on Main Street, quite some distance from the property. He obviously has an interest in the matter, and he did, in fact, participate fully at the hearing itself, leading evidence and so forth. He has mentioned about the need for some improvements on the site. I can advise that, in fact, our client is doing improvements for the existing residents. Of course, they'll get the benefit of any new amenities, but there's an existing pool that's being refurbished. Currently, our client is, in fact, undertaking new windows throughout the entire existing apartment building on 2 Secord. So I don't think it's fair for Mr. Stewart to come and say that, in fact, these things are not being done. So with that, as I say, I don't want to take any more of your time. I know you have a very detailed agenda, but the matter that is before this committee right now is simply the rental housing demolition application, and that is really an application that's intended to implement the development approvals that have already been supported by the city and now already approved on consent with the city at the local planning appeal tribunal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Are there any other members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, we're just going to bring it into Community Council. Are there members with questions of staff? Councillor Davis.
Of staff. And unfortunately, I want to get this on the record. There was an unfortunate petition being passed around yesterday with information that wasn't correct. So I just want to ask first, can this development be stopped if we don't approve what is before us today?
The LPAT hearing was on May 22nd and 23rd, and they gave an oral decision approving the City Council endorsed settlement for this proposal. At this point in time, the order has been withheld pending finalization of bylaws, Section 37 agreement, and site plan matters. So the development itself has been approved by LPAT.
Could you, Mr. Claude, explain the original demolition plan and the amendment that you've seen that I will be moving, and what the effect of that amendment will be?
Through you, Chair. The original proposal sought to demolish all 22 existing rental units on the site, 21 of which are townhouses, and one of which is inside the tower at 90 Eastdale. And the demolition would occur all at once. Since the drafting of the report, the demolition would now occur in 2 phases. The first phase would be the 9 townhouses at 90 Eastdale, and the second phase would be the 12 townhouses along Secord Avenue, which would occur once the replacement units are ready to be reoccupied.
So in total, how many will be allowed then to, let me do it the other way around. Originally, 22 units and families in them were going to be displaced with a right to return, but how many now are will be required to move?
You are correct. The original proposal did envision all 22 units to be vacated. Based on this revised demolition process, a maximum of 9 tenant households would be required to move, of which there are some current vacancies within other townhouses. So of those 9, some would actually be offered units on site.
So it's less than 9 now. The rest will be able to move directly into the new replacement units.
That is correct.
Okay. The tenant assistance plan, there are improvements that are in this report from when we last met with the tenants at the last tenant meeting. Could you just highlight what those are?
Yes, since the tenant consultation meeting, which we held in June, the applicant has enhanced the compensation provided to impacted tenants, so those 9 living in the townhouses on the Eastdale side. And should construction take longer than 30 months, the compensation would be increased from 2 to 4 months compensation. Should construction take longer than 36 months and 1 day, the compensation would increase from 4 months to 6 months compensation.
And in addition to that, they have the option they get other kinds of assistance for relocation?
That is correct. So as per our kind of standard practices, or as per the Residential Tenancies Act, those 9 impacted tenants would be given 3 months compensation as per the Residential Tenancies Act.
Plus.
And then in addition, they would be given compensation based on their length of tenure, which is between 5 and 10 months compensation. And then lastly, they'd be given a moving allowance of $2,500.
So they could get up to 13 months and assistance. Now, this package that is before us today, how does that compare to others that you've seen?
Yeah, given just Toronto's current vacancy rates, this is above and beyond what we've typically secured for tenants who are affected by a development proposal like this.
And the reason that we've done that, as you've pointed out, is the vacancy rate and the fact that these tenants have had essentially affordable rents and are now facing potentially these 9 relocation for 30 months, and they will have to be compensated for that. Now, if this takes more than 30 months, what else is in this package that serves as an incentive to the developer to get the building complete?
I mean, as I explained earlier, so tenants, if the construction takes longer than 30 months, they would be given this additional compensation, but there is also the penalty, of course, if the units are not completed within that 3-year period, as per, I don't have your amended recommendations, but as per, I think, recommendation 5 in the report.
The $20,000
per unit.
dollars per unit, right? Yeah. Okay, and finally, there is a legitimate concern in the community of those who are going to be given notice, and they were informed, or they believe, that they're going to be given notice by the landlord in September. Could you clarify what the notice provisions actually are, when they would go into effect?
So the notice to tenants could not be given until the Section 37 agreement is signed and registered on title. And one aspect of the agreement that would need to be completed, of course, is a zoning bylaw amendment in full force and effect. And just given recent conversations with the applicant, the earliest that this could occur would be in November.
The earliest, but there still needs to be site plan approval and Section 37 agreements completed, correct?
That is correct.
Yes, so it's very unlikely that we're going to see any kind of notice before the new year. Is that likely?
It's hard for me to speculate on that, but yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else for questions of staff? Seeing none, members to speak. Councillor Davis?
So there is a very long motion that I'm tabling, and it is to replace recommendations 2 to 4 in the staff report. And this motion essentially does what we spoke about, what I had the staff answer questions to just earlier. What this recommendation does is it allows us to keep in situ those tenants who are in the townhouses at 2 Secord for a much longer period of time, and it allows them not to be displaced, so that they will be able to live in their townhouses and then move into the replacement units after they're completed. So in essence, we've shrunk the number of people who are affected, and I should have started with probably, but I'm going to just continue on what the motion does and then circle back. So it allows for us to put the park swap in escrow and keep the tenants in place until the building is built. There are still a number of townhouses that will have to be demolished. However, we expect that some of the tenants will take the package and may decide to move out and not come back, and even some of those 9 remaining tenants will be able to be relocated in the townhouses that will be vacated. We know for sure that there are 2 now. So we have done our best to try and mitigate the impact. This package that is being made available to assist with any relocations and to compensate tenants is a good one. And while I regret that we're even in the position of having to do this, it is the best package that we could get. I don't like this development, and I voted against it. And I know that the people in the community are not happy with it either. But it's done, it's decided, the settlement was reached at the board, and it's going ahead. I think what we've got now from the developer is some commitment to, as well, do some of the works in the park early and some of the landscaping early, and a commitment, as you heard today, to improve the financial compensation. So with that, I'll be supporting the recommendations. It does also call for a tenant meeting before the end of July so that tenants can understand and get accurate information, again, from staff about what is available in the package. And as far as the timing goes of the notice, it is going to take a significantly longer period of time than the landlord hopes it will be, because there is still a lot of work to be done. And in that period of time, I hope that we can continue to have a relationship with this landlord to continue to provide, and this property owner, to continue to provide an ongoing and transparent working relationship with the tenants and the residents, so that they understand what is going to be a major construction project so around them. So with that, I will move the motions. And I was pleased to hear today the renewed commitment to replacing the windows at 2 Seacourt. And I'm sure we'll be able to accommodate that in the agreements in their final form. Okay, so with that, I hope you'll support those recommendations. And yeah, that's it. I do want to thank our staff for making sure that the tenants who are affected can get the best possible package to assist them during this very difficult transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, there are two motions before us. First one was very long and technical. This is not. And then we have the second one. Okay. Motions on the screen. All those in favor of the first one? And why don't we just take it as a package? All those in favor of the first two motions? Any opposed? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, Councillor. We are now at TE 34.22, Danforth Avenue Planning Study, Coxwell Avenue to Victoria Park Avenue, City-Initiated Official Plan Amendment. This was a final report. We have a number of speakers. If there are anyone else who would like to speak but did not pre-register, please let us know, and the clerks will populate your name onto our speakers list. I'd like to call Gideon Foreman first, followed by Hamish Wilson, and then Albert Cole. So if you folks can organize yourselves. Welcome, Gideon. Nice to see you. You'll have 5 minutes, sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and committee members. And because it is a long list of speakers, I'll keep my remarks quite brief. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gideon Foreman. I'm a transportation policy analyst at the David Suzuki Foundation. We're here to urge Council to enhance safety along Danforth so the avenue is more attractive for walking and riding a bicycle. We're very much in agreement with the planning study when it says that Danforth should serve a variety of users and modes, ensuring safe, walkable, and cyclist-friendly opportunities. Implicit in this, of course, is prioritization of active transport over private car use. The study rightly argues that future intensification should encourage growth of active transportation and transit use rather than supporting an auto-dominated landscape. That's the report's wording, and we're very much in agreement with it. We're gratified to see that local residents of the community consultations supported a complete streets approach, including active transport. we're especially pleased that residents saw the value of cycling, which, as you know, can replace many urban car trips. The report found that, I'm quoting, a large number of participants spoke very positively about the concept of complete streets, and in particular, the provision of separated on-street bike lanes to provide greater safety and cycling opportunities within the study area. Your residents are saying that Danforth bike lanes would not only enhance public safety, they would also prove very popular. Polling done last year by the Angus Reid Forum, and I have a copy of it here if you want more detail, found that 80% of Torontonians, and I think that's worth repeating, 80% of Torontonians support a safe network of bike lanes. It's not surprising that local residents endorse bike lanes on the Danforth. Turning to the proposed official plan amendment, we're pleased to see that all new development in mixed-use areas will provide quality pedestrian-scale streetscapes and bike parking. As Toronto becomes increasingly cyclist-friendly, as it must, bike parking will be increasingly important. Our one concern, and I'm just about at my conclusion here, Madam Chair, our one concern with the proposed plan is its pledge to enhance Danforth's walkability and safety over time. And those are the words in the plan. Many people in this community have waited decades for roads on which they can walk or cycle without fear of serious injury or death. I don't need to remind you how dangerous our streets have been in recent weeks. Including the words "over time" suggests that the official plan does not yet appreciate the situation's urgency. Danforth needs protected bike lanes, it needs more bike parking, lower speed limits, and wider sidewalks for pedestrians, and it needs these vital changes without delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, Councillor McMahon, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for coming in, Gideon,
Pleasure.
and for staying most of the day. So with the idea of complete streets and bike lanes on the Danforth, how important do you feel that is to build out the connectivity of our cycling network with the Bloor bike lanes?
It's absolutely important, and I've really learned this from people who know more about this than I do, but what cycling advocates have been saying and telling me is that we need this interconnected network, just as we need just as you'd expect a car network to be interconnected so people can navigate the city, you need similarly a bike network so that people can commute easily. So the idea of a stub bike lane is not so helpful. We need them to be part of one interconnected network.
Great, and so it would not only just help with Bloor, but also connecting to Greenwood and to our new Woodbine bike lanes.
Absolutely. The more interconnectivity, the more useful it is to cyclists. And I would say to the general public, actually, the more the city benefits in general.
And you feel it's important, especially with the rollout of an expansion of bike share?
Oh, absolutely. That goes together. Yes, those pieces go together. It's great to see bike share going out, and as there's more use of the bike share, more uptake, people will need more of that connectivity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else to ask questions? Seeing none, thank you, Gideon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to call Hamish Wilson. Hamish, welcome back. Okay. You'll have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Yeah, okay. In some ways, there's a lot of good work in here. Thank you very much. And yet, I feel that it's really disappointing in some ways in that it's a ward, basically, study. And if you're going to quote the Places to Grow Act within it, you should actually look at sections 3.2 and 3.2 3.2.2 and 3.2.3, which talks about thinking about things as corridors. And I'm really tired of the ward-by-ward approach that we get. Even though it's good in this study and great, thank you very much, you have to do it to get that fine-grained approach to neighborhoods. And yet my corridor also includes the subway. And I'm not sure that this was as included here as it needs to be. And the subway, as I don't know how many of you take it, I'm lucky I tend to bike most places, it is creaking and groaning. It needs triage. It desperately needs something done quickly. So if you don't have this corridor approach, you can't think of a continuous bikeways. And quite honestly, the continuous bikeway done now is the quickest, fastest, simplest thing you can do, the cheapest thing to give us some instantaneous subway relief. And I'm just appalled at how long it's actually taken to get even very little done here. Route selection study for on-street bicycle lanes, only 1992. Here's something here, speaking of the Danforth. This was, what year was this? Get something all on Danforth Avenue all the way from Kingsway in the west to Victoria Park in the east by 1995. Oh my goodness. How hard is it to put some lines of paint down? Or drop down some planters, or the curb stops. It has to be done faster. We're in a climate crisis. Just yesterday, last night, world record, record heat throughout the world. So we've got to be able to do things, and of course, these old cycling crash stats that I've seen them countless times, as I think you have. They don't include the streetcar track harms. People won't necessarily get to biking unless it's made safe. What are you doing? What's been happening for the last few years? And very specifically, because we need, pardon me, backtrack to something that could be done quite quickly. Bidirectional on the north side, I think, just drop it in. From Sherbourne out to Victoria Park. That's the sort of corridor thinking that you need, not this ward by ward thing. You could do it quickly and cheaply, and if you wanted to actually fix up the transit, let's get some express buses on the center of the street. That takes more planning. You can't do it right now. And in particular, in terms of providing that function of transit relief, and it's very frustrating again that simple things like paint aren't done. There's a little bit of Bloor Street here between Sherbourne and Church, and we had a bit of conversation a while ago about that, Councillor Wong Tam. That's in the 2001 bike plan. The new one is not so good, but that still isn't done. How long does it take to put some paint down? So if you want to actually provide that subway relief and that bit of sustainability, let's have a motion now, right now, to change the paint line lines on Bloor Street East between Sherbourne and Church. And Councillor Wong Tam supports doing this change for upgrading to bike lanes. So does this is not a bike lane. It's not those two four-letter words. It is merely an adjustment to the signage and the parking that gives us a wider curb lane with those despised sharrows. To give us something this year. We've been waiting for decades. So this is all good. It's a great report, but you have to think of corridor thinking, and it has to be done now. Why isn't it done now? It's cheap, simple paint. So Vision Zero or Zero Vision, you guys are much better than the rest of the wider council, but it's so frustrating. So please, I'd love to see a motion now to show that you actually support doing things about climate change and bike safety right here, right now. Let's do something this summer, especially on that little bit of Bloor between Sherbourne and Church.
Thank you very much, Hamish. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Hamish. I am going to call Albert Cole. Albert, are you here? And Albert's not here, okay, so I may call him again as we get to the bottom of the list. For now, I'll call Sylvia Slaughter, followed by Calvin Knight and Jess Speaker. We'll start with Sylvia. Sylvia Slaughter, she's not here. Calvin Knight. Okay, everyone is tired, they've gone home. I will call these names again as we get to the bottom. Jess Speaker. Jess, I see you. When you're ready.
Hi, thank you. As you know, my name is Jessica Speaker, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Friends and Families for Safe Streets. We're here today to talk about how the City Planning Division has recommended that the Danforth between Coxwell and Victoria Park be transformed into a complete and safe street. And I'm here to remind you, although I don't think many of you need reminding, that human lives and human safety matter above all else. Each of you, or your predecessor, voted to adopt Vision Zero, and as you doubtless already know, Vision Zero holds that life and health can never be exchanged for any other benefit within a society. That means that keeping every road user alive and safe is top priority. It matters more than car storage. It matters more than convenience. For this reason alone, you should be in favor of safe infrastructure being installed on the Danforth. Looking through the Toronto Police KSI database, which is a database aggregating reports of crashes that resulted in death and serious injury, between 2007 and 2015, I counted 72 crashes where a person driving a car hit a vulnerable road user. 10 of those were fatalities, and all fatalities were pedestrians. So that's 10 pedestrians killed along the Danforth in 9 years, which is more than one per year. Zooming in to this particular 3-kilometer stretch of Danforth in question, I counted 21 crashes involving vulnerable road users, 4 of whom were cyclists and 17 of whom were pedestrians. And bear in mind, these 72 lives that were either violently extinguished or irrevocably changed for the worse sounds bad, it does, but it's not even remotely a complete snapshot of road safety on the Danforth. It does not capture door rings, which are a serious issue with car parking. It does not capture all serious injuries that have happened. For example, my own crash in 2015 should be represented in the database, but it is not. There is no blue dot where I was hit by a car. It does not capture near misses, and it certainly doesn't reflect unreported instances of road violence where someone is hit, but adrenaline takes over and you run home rather than calling the police. So 72 lives is an absolute minimum number for the Danforth. It's not very good. It's not a good record. When I ride the Danforth, which I do regularly, at rush hour, I'm often subjected to aggressive and malicious punish passes from drivers who are outraged that I would dare occupy space on a road on a bicycle. And if it's not rush hour, I am often regularly nearly doored by people opening doors without looking. Of course, I'm only one anecdote. That's not statistically significant, and you should not make decisions based on that. But I think it's safe to say that people using active transportation on the Danforth just can't win. There's no time of day that is actually safe. But let's loop back to Vision Zero. In the last 2 years, despite some nice words being said, Toronto has managed to not budge the needle on death, not 1 millimeter. That is because what has been done to date is not accurately described as Vision Zero. A few extra lines of paint and a few extra road signs do not accomplish Vision Zero. Finger wagging at individuals does not accomplish Vision Zero. Vision Zero is about rising above all of that because none of it works. It's about changing the hard infrastructure on the streets. We need narrower car lanes to induce people driving to do so safely and at non-fatal speeds. We need physical separation and dedicated infrastructure for all road users. We need things like wide and inviting pedestrian clearways. We need tighter turning radii, curb bump outs, safety cameras, all of these things. City staff know about all of this, and I'm sure it will be forthcoming in reports. Since Vision Zero was adopted, Toronto has dithered on changing our street infrastructure, largely as a matter of prioritizing car storage and convenience for car drivers over the lives of vulnerable road users. As a horrific consequence of that, almost 100 people have been violently and completely unnecessarily killed in this city since June 2016. So please commit to changing this abysmal record, at least on the Danforth. Let's not let the Danforth become the next Yonge Street. So please support staff recommendations and please support this as it comes through council. Thank you.
Jessica, thank you very much for your remarks. Are there any questions? Councillor Fletcher?
Hi.
Hi.
This report is only from Coxwell to
VP,
Victoria
yep.
Park.
Right.
I'm planning to move that we expedite the second portion, which is from Coxwell to Broadview. Would you be supportive of getting that underway as quickly as possible?
100%. It's all a complete network. We need to get it all built as quickly as possible and start saving lives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor, anyone else? Councillor McMahon?
Thank you very much, Jess, and thank you for coming in and waiting so long. And you mentioned just one line about your collision, but if you can just share a bit about that with us as to why this is so important to you and your group of friends and families for safe streets.
I'd love to. I don't know if you can see that. In 2015, I was riding my bike on Bathurst and I was T-boned by a woman driving a very large SUV that weighed about 4,700 pounds. I had the right of way. It was a bright morning. There's nothing I could have done differently or better. It was an incomplete, dangerous street. There was not any cycling infrastructure on it. There still isn't. And in that crash, my spine was broken. I sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury, which still haunts me. I was so damaged on my left side to the soft tissue that I developed a deep vein thrombosis in my left leg, which is a huge blood clot. And a piece of that blood clot broke off and traveled through my heart and landed through both lobes of my lungs, which included most of the important blood vessels in my lungs. It's usually fatal when that happens, but because I'm younger, I didn't die. So those are the major consequences of getting hit by a car for me. That's what we need to prevent in this city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Jessica. I'd like to call Jared Kolb. Jared's not here, then let's call Liz Sutherland. And while Liz gets to the front of the room, I'm going to do a final call for Albert Cole, Sylvia Slaughter, as well as Calvin Knight. Okay, Liz, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Liz Sutherland. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Government Relations at Cycle Toronto. I'm sorry that Jared couldn't join us today. He is on parental leave, but he'd hoped to join us with his daughter, Rainer, but her sleep schedule was not cooperating. So, as many of you know, Cycle Toronto is a member-supported nonprofit that advocates for healthy, safe, and vibrant cycling city for all. We're here to say that this planning report confirms what we've heard all along, that there is a strong desire for our main streets to provide safe spaces for people walking and biking. We're really pleased to see the Danforth Planning Study Report provide such a strong foundation for making Danforth into a complete street with ample sidewalks, protected bike lanes, and narrowed vehicle lanes. This study should light a fire under the city for getting the Danforth Major Corridor Study done in 2019 at the latest, with protected bike lanes installed as soon as possible. We support the findings of the study, and in particular the sense of urgency it imparts to the need for making Danforth into a safer and more vibrant avenue that provides greater space for active transportation. We would like to see the street transformed in the first half of the next term of council. On Danforth, we can have it all. The right-of-way is so broad, it is one of those rare avenues where we can have protected bike lanes, wide sidewalks, space for trees, benches, and bike parking without sacrificing the majority of on-street parking. But we do need to narrow the motor vehicle lanes, and that does have the added benefit of reducing motor vehicle speeds, which enhances safety for vulnerable road users. We know that complete streets are good for health and safety. Doctors have started prescribing cycling. It's so good for you. It reduces your risk of death by 25% a year. But to get more people biking, we do need separated infrastructure, which gets more people riding as they feel comfortable. Complete streets also make efficient use of public space when it's limited. We know that Danforth will intensify, and we can't have space for more cars. It just isn't an efficient use of space, so we need to get more people biking and walking. We know that from a recent study in London, UK, that a protected bike lane can carry 5 times as many people per hour as a main road in a congested city. Now, that's efficient use of space. Almost half the trips in Toronto are under 5 kilometers, which is an easy cycling distance. We could really start to tackle congestion if even a fifth of those trips were made by bike instead of by car. But we do need high-quality infrastructure to make that happen. We know that bike infrastructure is good for business. As the Danforth planning study shows, there is ample car parking on Danforth for existing demand. We know that merchants tend to overestimate the proportion of customers who arrive by car, often by 100%. Only 19% of customers arrive on the Danforth by car, as the planning study confirmed. We do know that from the Bloor bike lane implementation, businesses will benefit from this. In the Bloor case, most merchants reported an increase in the number of customers, most visitors reported spending more and visiting more frequently, and vacancy rates were stable after the implementation of bike lanes. And the point-of-sale data actually demonstrated that total customer spending in the Bloor Street pilot area increased more than in the area surrounding and more than in the Danforth Avenue area, which was the control group. Bike infrastructure is also an equity issue and a fiscal responsibility issue. Biking is a low-cost way for people to get around, which means governments should, for equity reasons, support it. It's cheaper than owning a car or taking the TTC, and there's free parking. It makes fiscal sense for governments and society because cycling infrastructure is cheap to implement, and the payoffs are great in terms of increased productivity, reduced pollution, and avoiding future healthcare costs. But each year that we delay in installing complete streets, people die and are injured because of our unsafe street design. It is time for bold and swift action to transform our streets in the name of safety. This Danforth study is the result of a council decision made in 2014. If everything goes smoothly, we'll see protected bike lanes on Danforth in 2020. That's a long time to wait for results. It's time for the city to take bold and swift action to protect vulnerable road users, and we urge you to do whatever you can urban design guidelines, complete streets guidelines, area-specific policies and studies, major corridor studies, whatever it takes, but please try and accelerate the process so that we actually build the grid that we need to get more people biking safely in Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz. Right on time. Are there any questions for the speaker? Councillor McMahon, please go
Thank you
ahead.
very much, Liz. Thanks for coming in and waiting. Can you remind us again of your membership of Cycle Toronto?
Yes, we just hit a peak of 3,200. So it is growing as more people bike more in Toronto and understand the need for a voice for people riding bikes.
Great. And do you feel that bike lanes, complete streets, they help not only cyclists, but pedestrians and other road users?
Yes, certainly. And the Danforth study community consultation reinforced that. The people who attended, who were mainly pedestrians, tended to say that they like protected bike lanes on their streets because it created a bit of a buffer between them and fast-moving motor vehicles. So certainly, it also reduces the crossing width for pedestrians if there's a space for them and they only have to cross, say, one lane of traffic or 2 lanes of motor vehicle traffic. So it certainly does enhance pedestrian safety to have installed bike lanes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else with questions for the speaker? Seeing none, Liz, thank you.
Thank you.
Final call for Albert Cole, Sylvia Slaughter, as well as Calvin Knight. Seeing none, bringing the matter into Community Council. Anyone with questions of staff? I would just ask a quick question because I see that we have Barbara Gray here as well as Jacqueline. With respect to Hamish Wilson's request that a motion be moved particularly around Bloor Street, and I think in particular the stretch of Bloor that straddles between Church and Sherbourne that's still missing that bike lane that we've been waiting a long time for. What would be the timeline for that? And I know that this comes with broader Bloor Streetscape improvements.
Through you, Chair, the city certainly recognizes the need to make the connection for the Bloor Street East section between Church Street and Sherbourne, where the cycle tracks start across the viaduct. That project has been reviewed in conjunction with a streetscape study for Bloor Street East, as well as a reconstruction of the road, which is programmed. It was programmed for 2019, but given the need to coordinate with other capital work, including the Glen Road Bridge over the Don Valley, as well as the reconstruction of Bloor Street West between Bathurst and Avenue, that work is programmed first, and so the work for Bloor East would take place as early as 2021.
Okay. Thank you. And with respect to the Vision Zero motion and the enhancements that were added at City Council, there's now an extra, let's just say, $1 million allocated for the cultural corridors, $4 million in total, but $1 million per street, Bloor, Jarvis, Sherbourne, and John. With $1 million in our pocket and the ability to paint, is it possible to just place something onto the street this year that will signify a very easy demarcation of where the cyclists will go, where the vehicle movement is intended, and then while we wait for the larger reconstruction in 2021?
Through you, Chair, it certainly is more complicated than just paint. There are council approvals that are required in regards to on-street parking and traffic capacity issues related to left turn lanes along Bloor East. So unfortunately, it's not as simple as just painting bike lanes on Bloor Street East. There are council approvals necessary for the changes that would be required to do so on a temporary basis prior to reconstruction. But further to the motion from council around the cultural corridors funding, we're actively looking at opportunities to do things that are within our authorities to implement on Bloor, on Sherbourne, John, and other cultural corridors that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher, followed by Councillor Davis, to question.
This is just about the this was phase 1 planning study for the Danforth, and that was from Coxwell to Victoria Park. This study was initiated, the whole study was initiated in 2014, and this particular segment started in 16. Are you able to begin the planning study for the Coxwell to Broadview or Broadview to Coxwell segment? in 2019, or perhaps even getting the terms of reference prepared for early 2019?
Through you, Madam Chair, the second phase of the Danforth Avenue study is in the City Planning Divisional Work Program for 2019. So we would begin that next year by preparing a terms of reference, which I would expect will be very similar to the terms of reference, at least as a starting point, that we undertook for phase one of the Danforth study, and consult on both the community and the local councilors on that, and then prepare to move forward and begin the study.
But we could accept the terms of reference since they were already, who developed those terms of reference? Was that done?
City staff developed those terms in reference in consultation with the community and the local councilors.
So really, we have a baseline terms of reference. It wouldn't take a lot to augment that. We have the downtown relief line at PAPE, so that's going to be something that's significant compared to the rest of the Danforth. And the viaduct, which is something as well fairly major. But that should not really, we're not reinventing the wheel with the terms of reference, are we?
No, I would not expect that we would reinvent the wheel on that.
So that could be actually updated pretty quickly and be expedited, rather than wait and start for terms of reference for 2019.
That's right. No, I don't mean to suggest that that's a major piece of work. It's just an indication that our first step would be to be sure that we've got the right terms of reference and then get the study underway. As I said, the study is in the divisional work program for 2019.
And to Ms. Gray, because I did have a letter to the Budget Committee that referenced the Complete Streets study for Danforth, which included your division, ECDEV, and also planning, to look at all the aspects there. How have you advanced that since May? Has that advanced at all or not?
Through you, our plan is to commence that study and the scoping of a fulsome Danforth Corridor Complete Streets program starting in early 2019. And as we saw from your letter, there was a very specific ask around ensuring economic development was at the foundation of that study, which I fully support, as does my team, because the Danforth, as you know, is a complicated business district as well as a residential neighborhood, and so we want to make sure that a complete street study takes into account all of the stakeholders, and that is work that we plan to commence in 2019.
How early in 2019?
As early as we can get started.
And can I just go back, how many kilometers is this section of the Danforth that we have here today? Who wants to answer that?
Through you, Madam Chair, this stretch of study area is approximately 3 kilometers.
And how many kilometers is the stretch between Broadview and Coxwell?
Through you, Madam Chair, my best guess is a fairly similar distance, about 3 kilometers.
So the whole stretch is 6 kilometers, and we've studied the 3 kilometers and still have to study the other 3 from a planning and every other aspect. Is that correct?
Yes, this study on the study area before you focuses on obviously planning built form land use matters pertaining to the 3 kilometer stretch between Coxwell and Victoria Park. As my colleague alluded to, the terms of reference would be fairly similar in terms of the work involved for the second segment between Broadview and Coxwell.
I'm sure you've thought about that a little bit. What would you think the additions to the term or deletions to that terms of reference would be? I've mentioned the downtown relief line. Is there anything else significant that sticks out in your mind?
Nothing significant in terms of amendments stick out of my mind right now. I think the scope of work we established for this study was very comprehensive, was multidisciplinary in focus, and achieved a very good planning framework for the future evolution of Danforth Avenue in this area. And based on my review, I expect that to potentially remain for the next segment.
So if I were to ask for a draft terms of reference for that planning study to be brought forward in to the first meeting of Toronto and East York Community Council in the new year, 2019, that should be possible, at least a draft for circulation.
I would say that's possible, yes.
Okay, I'm going to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Davis to question.
I'm actually going to ask some questions about this report.
Yes, please do.
I wondered if I could ask planning staff, one of the concerns for those of us who love the Danforth is how are we going to maintain the character of the Danforth as it grows over time? So could you tell us just a bit about what features are in this OPA that will help define the character of the Danforth and protect it over time?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. So when the study began, it was very crucial for staff to entertain discussions with the community to understand the existing character and understand how the community envisions their area now and how it will evolve in the future. The official plan amendment includes policies that affect new buildings, new mid-rise buildings within the study area, and based on these discussions of establishing the character, understanding some key character features that the community established through consultation, like use of traditional building materials, small-scale retail storefronts, the essence of Danforth as a main street. We tried to capture that and clarify that within the policy framework. Some key moves, obviously, as you're aware, the mid-rise guidelines that were adopted citywide continue to apply. But given discussions and analysis through the study, staff decided to make some amendments to those standard guidelines that reflect the key character aspects of the study area. In particular, I think some key moves would be looking at lowering the street wall height of new mid-rise developments. The mid-rise guidelines that apply citywide call for a street wall height that is 80% of the right-of-way width, which would have led to general street wall heights of 6 stories on Danforth. Given that the character of Danforth right now is very low-rise, staff have put forward policy direction to ensure that street wall heights are more reflective of the existing character of Danforth as it is now and reflects in the future plan character. So that's a quick summary of some examples that we're doing to ensure that built form respects that character.
Okay. Secondly, what came up consistently throughout the consultation from the community was a desire to encourage more commercial uses or office uses and to somehow incent employment uses within this district, so it's not just kind of a bedroom community with retail at grade. Could you tell us what changes are in here to incent office and commercial uses?
Yes, through the study that became paramount. It's also important to staff that we are building areas on our corridors, on our avenues, in our mixed-use areas that are not just providing for retail employment opportunities and residential opportunities, but also dedicated other forms of employment opportunities, be they office, commercial, or something similar. So, people have places to live and work close by, which we also would hope would impact and make positive impacts to potential congestion issues and giving people opportunity to live and again, work in close proximity.
You're encouraging specific commercial areas.
Yes, what we're specifically looking at is incentivizing the creation of non-residential floor space development in areas close to existing transit stations, so Coxwell, Woodbine, and Main Street TTC stations. The policy establishes a mid-rise form of height for the entire study area with a maximum height of 8 stories or 27 meters. To incentivize the creation of office development in those key locations, we're providing additional residential floor height to a maximum of 33 meters for those sites in those specific locations. Again, on the hopes of seeing dedicated non-residential floor space being developed in key locations adjacent to transit to encourage live work in this area and hopefully to incentivize the creation again of those dedicated office and employment floor spaces.
And to our heritage staff, you have more work to do. Could you just explain how you're going to create that character, reflect the heritage character of the Danforth in the further work that you're doing?
Sure, through you, Madam Chair. One of the things that emerged as we were taking a look at creating urban design guidelines for the area was the consistency of what we would call Main Street buildings. And what emerges in these types of studies in parts of the Danforth in particular that we at one time were called streetcar suburbs, and that was because in the 1920s, right, when the Prince Edward Viaduct got put in place, there was access to transit, and so then as now, transit really determined where people wanted to settle. So there was quite a spurt of building in the 20s and 30s. We wanted to make sure that that period, which really speaks to the underpinning of the character of the area, was properly conserved as a part of this important transformation. So we have identified a number of buildings that we believe have potential to become heritage properties. We're also working on context-sensitive design guidelines, and we will be bringing forward draft urban design guidelines in the coming months, and then proceeding with some listings of heritage properties in the area.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, staff. Anyone else to question? Councillor McMahon?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask questions about the extent of the community consultation. Could that be elaborated on? How?
Sure.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair. So community consultation was a key aspect of this study. We wanted to make sure we were engaging with the affected community and discussing these ideas, learning from the community experts in their area about what mattered for important vision of the area as it evolved, and what were the important community assets that exist today. We held 5 community consultation meetings in the span of about a year and a half, from mid-2016 to first quarter of 2018. We estimate that we consulted about
Sorry,
13...
Madam Chair, I just can't, there's a din of noise over here I can't hear. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. If everyone who's having side conversations, please keep your voice to a minimum. We'd like to hear the answers from staff. Thank you.
Thank
Please
you.
proceed.
Thank you. So again, we held about 5 community consultation meetings, which averaged about 150 people attending per meeting. We estimate we also held, 5 stakeholder advisory committee meetings. We went out to the public in different ways to engage through our Planners in Public Spaces program, attending the farmers markets, trying to meet with people who didn't have opportunities to attend our evening meetings, as well as we put questionnaires and feedback forms online to engage in a wide array of consultation. Again, we estimate for people attending the meetings and our Planner in Public Spaces events that we spoke to about 1,300 individuals over the span of about a year and a half, and we feel the consultation program was excellent and helped guide the creation of the policy framework fully that you see today.
Great. So you outreached in all different forms and venues, and feel that was, your results reflected that you were successful at reaching all ages and all neighborhoods. Okay, and then what did you hear from those consultations specifically around complete streets?
Through those consultations, specifically around complete streets, we held a meeting in December of 2017, specifically on the topic of complete streets. In that consultation, we wanted to get people working, involved in creating, thinking and envisioning what Danforth Avenue can become with a complete streets sort of focus. So we asked people to develop in teams and groups and working with their neighbors and their colleagues, different examples of right-of-way widths of what Danforth could look like. As part of that program, we saw some consistent things being provided: wide sidewalks for pedestrian comfort, good streetscaping treatments, the provision of on-street bike lanes, and the reduction of auto vehicle lanes, while maintaining street parking where possible. And of course, this is one subsect of a population that we were able to discuss, but from that group, as well as the online feedback form that we posted afterwards, we heard fairly strong support for the idea of looking at Danforth Avenue as a complete street and connecting the future evolution of Danforth Avenue with the Complete Streets Guidelines, Avenue and Neighborhood Main Street principle that was adopted by Council. So again, fairly strong support for the idea of complete streets from that meeting.
And then within the complete streets, did you hear strong support for the Danforth bike lanes?
Again, the report addresses some key amenities that we heard that were important to the community. On-street bike lanes were mentioned a fair bit of times. Not everyone is supportive of bike lanes, but from that consultation we did hear fairly general support for the provision of bike lanes as part of a complete street solution.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fragedakis to question.
Yes, thanks very much. I was just looking at the bylaw, and my questions relate to, and I look at this in the sort of, when I think about the Broadview Avenue planning study. Daniel, you weren't really involved in that one, so I'll direct it to Kyle through the chair. So in that one, we had 5 different character areas, and we had different heights in the different character areas. And I'm just wondering, as I read the bylaw here, 5.1, just wondering, you're talking about, I guess, heights of 8 meters to a maximum of 14 meters all along the entire length. They didn't break it out into different character areas, so the whole of Danforth from Coxwell to Victoria Park is one area?
Yeah,
And
through
what
you,
maximum heights are you looking at? And sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out.
through you, Madam Chair, I think that the observation I would make is that the reason we do these studies is that we've recognized that different avenues have different characteristics and a different kind of fabric. And Broadview, where you've had a lot of experience, is a very different kind of fabric from this portion of the Danforth. It's much more diverse. It has very different history because of its relationship to the Don Valley and its the history of how it evolved over time. And it doesn't have the same kind of consistent traditional Main Street character that this portion of the Danforth has. So the final policies emphasized character areas in the Danforth much less than they did in Broadview, and were simply not as important of a lens to understand the street through. And I think that was also reflected in our community engagement process along Danforth, whereas in Broadview, members of the community really identified those character areas instinctively. In Danforth, that was not at all the case. The way that the community members viewed the street was as despite some variations, very much as a complete unit rather than as a series of different areas.
Okay, so then the heights along basically for the section of this section of the Danforth, from Coxwell to Victoria Park, you're proposing maximum heights of 14 meters?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Throughout the entire area?
So what we established as part of appropriate built form is also appropriate lot criteria for mid-rise development. So ensuring lots are wide enough, deep enough, with access to lanes and servicing to develop a larger mid-rise development. As part of, so we're not saying that the entire corridor itself is going to change to become a mid-rise corridor. We see this as being an incremental change, but we do establish a maximum building height of 8 stories or 27 meters, where lots are deep enough to provide appropriate transition to our low-rise neighborhoods to the north and south of the study area. From the numbers you're referring to in terms of maximum 14 meters, is again what I alluded to Councillor Davis's answer, a question regarding street wall height. So we found that the way the mid-rise guidelines are structured right now citywide, which speak to a street wall height of 80% of a right-of-way width, was not appropriate given the existing character of Danforth Avenue, which is primarily low-rise 1 to 2-story buildings. So we wanted to establish a street wall height, 14 meters being the maximum, which would be about 4 stories, which is consistent with the as-of-right building height for zoning bylaw for all development right now on Danforth Avenue, and consistent with what we found to be the important character features of that area.
So then the maximum height would be 8 stories or whatever that is in meters?
That's correct. 8 stories, 27 meters on lots that have appropriate depth and width and access to a lane.
And access to a rear lane?
That's correct.
And if not, then it's not 8 stories?
Then an as-of-right zoning bylaw height of 14 meters for the totality of the development would probably be appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to ask questions? Seeing none? One final question. Go ahead, Councillor. I'll give you, Councillor Fragedakis, 1 minute.
Since transportation staff are here, one of the motions I'm going to move is about the laneway system and a desire to create a complete laneway system, because right now we still have a lot of private lanes and lanes that, you know, just are not going to serve the functions that we need them to serve if we get more development on the Danforth. So you would be supportive of the motion to look at developing a real strategy for creating a complete laneway system.
For you, we absolutely would. And in fact, the ability to look at the Danforth as a complete street gives us the opportunity to involve that very important network as well.
Okay, and just to, the planning staff, my motion also is going to ask you to come back with an amendment to the OP to reflect this. It's your belief that we need that in order to proceed more actively in that direction. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be useful to have an overarching policy to reflect that position for laneways within and adjacent to the study area.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, staff. Anyone else? Seeing none. Members to speak.
You go ahead.
This is the Danny. Go ahead, take it.
Okay, we could
Councillor
draw
McMahon, go ahead.
straws. Sure, I have a couple motions. Or I have one motion, actually, one for this and two for the main study later. So you can read this, but we had heard, as you can tell, there was extensive outreach to our neighborhoods, all walks of life, all avenues, all modes of communication and outreach. And we heard strong support for complete streets. It's just probably strengthened now in light of the unfortunate other incidents on our road. This has been a long process, 2 years, and I think the planners are ready to, they're getting quite fed up and sick of us, sick of seeing us. And so we're thrilled that it's finally here, and it's been a great 2 years, actually, of solid work. And I thank the planners and all city staff for their involvement, and also our residents. And my councillor colleague, Councillor Davis, has been a dream to work with. And, And so we heard a lot of support for complete streets, specifically the Danforth bike lanes. And we're talking all about connectivity. My councillor colleague, Councillor Davis, and I implemented the Woodbine bike lanes last year, and we want to build out that connectivity so that the Danforth connects to them. We have bike share along the Danforth. We are just getting exciting news, bike share in the beach, so people can bike down from Woodbine Station. They may not bike up, but you can. I will encourage you. You can do it in a lower gear. I'll be your coach, yeah. And so that I would just like support for that motion and for building out our bike network and our complete streets and keeping all of our residents safe. And, I think it's a great study. And personally, I think the height is a little lower than I would go, but we did hear about that from the community, and we did hear support for higher heights, but it's, we found the middle ground for everyone. And we want to build up our intensification around our subway stations and employment lands, or adding, employment to our area. That was strong. We heard that from our Residents Association. And all in all, it was another fun ride. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any questions of the mover? I just have a quick question myself, Councillor. Did you intend not to have a report back date in this? Or is the report back asking for it to go through the budget process?
Well, we would just like it to happen, number one. But, obviously it's going through the budget process, and it's going ahead next year. And also I'm tasking all of you with following this through for Councillor Davis and I.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Davis?
I do have a few motions. If they can just be placed, and then I will speak to them.
Please.
Oh, sorry.
Please continue.
Okay. The first motion, it asks our staff in both planning and SDFA and multiple divisions to undertake a number of community engagement process and studies in conjunction with the Main Street, it should say Main Street Planning Study, with the process to include a number of partners to develop a social development plan and a community services and facilities plan. Hopefully those things will come together in one sort of form somehow. But the second is to look at, ask for our staff to report back to the July 23rd, directly to council, sorry, to include a policy on creating a complete laneway system. That's number 3. Number 4 is to undertake, ask all of the departments responsible, that's also planning, engineering, construction, real estate, in cooperation with Create TO, to undertake a review of the laneway system currently and develop a strategy for completing a public laneway system to provide public access for vehicles, servicing, and parking. And I'll get back to these motions. I want to first say I was absolutely blown away by the level of community engagement in this process. We had close to 200. We had close to 200 people coming out to every meeting we had, in no matter the weather or the conditions in the building. There was such an incredible level of interest and engagement about how we were going to see our Danforth develop over time. And it says to me, and I'm sure to Councillor McMahon, and I know to the other councillors on the Danforth, how important this street is, this main street is to our communities. We have new generations of residents who know that and want to live close to a main street that is walkable, pedestrian-oriented, where they can shop, where they can live, and where they can feel safe and use active forms of transportation. It is clearly the overall sentiment of the people who came to our community consultations. They recognize that intensification along this avenue is coming, and they want it to be done in a way, though, that preserves that character, the things we like about the Danforth, that small-scale retail feel, and they want to maintain that, the sense of the brown stone, the recessed doorways, the appropriate heights and setbacks. And so those are the kinds of things that I'm hoping that are both the OPA and the design guidelines will achieve. Of course, we want to ensure improved public spaces, wider sidewalks where it's necessary. We need opportunistically somehow to find some parks and open spaces, improved connectivity between our subway stations and the Danforth. We have in here development criteria, which, as Councillor Fragedakis pointed out, with the guidelines that are here, we will not see 8 stories everywhere along the Danforth. We will see 8 stories with those with certain depth of lots and certain width of the properties. Other than at the nodes of Coxwell, Woodbine, and Victoria Park. There are 3 very specific areas that are going to be further reviewed. That's Coxwell and Danforth, where the TTC barns are, Woodbine and Danforth, where we have large retail sites that are waiting for redevelopment, and in fact are being amassed for redevelopment, so we know it's coming. As well, Main and Danforth. Main and Danforth is where we have the transportation node, which is the Danforth GO station and our main subway station, and we are going to see, as a result of the further Main Street study, greater intensification and heights there. And finally, at the old Shoppers World, which is one of the first shopping centers that we saw in the 50s that has potential for quite significant redevelopment, and there will be further study, where Eaton's used to be, Paula, yes, that's right, and the Ford factory. The other thing I'm really very pleased, did I really talk 8 minutes and 57 seconds?
No, Councillor, you did not. You're at about the 4-minute mark. I
Okay,
tacked you on
thank
to the
you.
other speaker. You've got
I'm
about a
trying
minute.
to speak quickly. The other thing that I was really interested in making sure that we maintained were office uses. Right now, particularly at the east end of the Danforth, it's a very large and vibrant newcomer community. The Bangladeshi community, the South Asian community is very big there, and they have found themselves second and third floor apartment building or office spaces. And I don't know how we're ever going to maintain the affordability of those spaces. That's the big question that we're all facing. But how can we ensure that at least some of that office space is maintained on the second and potentially third floors, which we see all along the Danforth? So with that, I do want to thank our staff on the Complete Streets section and the motion from Councillor McMahon. I will be supporting that motion. It was very clear that there is a desire to look at creating a main street that has active forms of transportation, beautiful public realm, and hopefully a complete laneway system to support it for the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. You do have a question from Councillor Fragedakis.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So I'm just wondering about number 3. You talk about creating a complete laneway system. So I'm just wondering, how would you create that? Are you suggesting that we convert private laneways into public laneways, or are you talking about expropriating land in order to create a laneway system adjacent to the Danforth for the servicing of some of these businesses?
Yes, I mean, one of the things that's important is being able to maintain the servicing of the businesses, but I think it's also important to maintain the access along the backs of and parallel to the Danforth behind the retail.
But some of those laneways are public laneways, so I'm just wondering how you would...
If I could finish. One of the things that I have been struggling with is that there are many private laneways. And as a result of having these inconsistent blocks of private laneways, we have not really been able to create a system. So we do have a policy about acquisition of private laneways. And I've been struggling with working with a group of retailers to try and get some consensus about how to complete one laneway that is now a mix of complicated ownership. And I think we need a strategy as a city. How are we going to try and ensure that we have those complete laneways? So I'm saying come back with some, first of all, survey them all. Look where the public laneways could be completed, and then look at a strategy for maybe using a proactive acquisition strategy that we just have not been doing. And I think the city needs to look at this in a more focused way than they have in the past.
So we have a strategy, you're just saying that we need to look at...
We have a policy.
And no strategy.
And no strategy.
Or a plan to get there.
Or a plan, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to question? Councillor Fletcher? No? Then I'll just ask 2 quick questions, because I suspect Councillor Davis... on item number 4, the screens just got populated with additional screens, but with reference to the complete laneway system that you're proposing, you wanted staff to investigate servicing, access, I can't see it, can we move, thank you, access for vehicles, servicing, and parking. Is your intention, Councillor, to create parking in laneways, or am I reading this incorrectly? It's item number 4. It's paragraph number 4, the very last sentence.
I think it can provide some options for parking and for loading and for servicing at the rear of retail privately owned. And whether or not there's an ability to add additional parking through that, it's something that should be looked at.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify if that was your intention, and clearly it is. I won't ask, I have another follow-up question, but I think it will be resolved as the report comes back. Anyone else with questions of the mover? Seeing none, okay. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I have a motion Chair. Waiting for it.
Why don't you, oh, it's coming, here you go.
Well, I don't have to, it's there, thank you. That would be to bring the draft terms of reference for Phase 2 of the Danforth Planning Study from Broadview to Coxwell to the January 19th meeting. And
I think
so many people on the Danforth are so interested in development that live along there. And for some reason in this section, there's just not as much interest, even though there's quite a few sites, as there is east of Coxwell. And I really am so jealous of the study east of Coxwell, because 1,300 people have made their wishes known, 200 people at every meeting, and here we are just starting with our terms of reference for this section of the Danforth. So I'm green-eyed that that amount of consultation has taken place in that section, and that I want to catch up as quickly as possible in Councillor Fragedakis in my section, assuming we're here or whoever is here, that those residents can have such a great experience as the residents have going east of Coxwell. And I call Coxwell and Danforth the Four Corners because all four councillors' areas meet there, and I believe they still will, even though we've reconfigured all the council seats. So that is the one thing I think is pretty important, that Phase 2, there are things in Phase 2 that are quite distinct for the Danforth, and one of them is the downtown relief line. When we're talking about transit-oriented development, one would expect that that whole node around Danforth and Pape, with a relief line starting there and ending there, well, actually starting there at the moment, would be really subject to a lot of scrutiny and perhaps a lot of development, and that really needs to be taken into account. People are still coming to grips with all of the issues around their properties for the downtown relief line on Pape, so I want to make sure that everybody really understands everything around that, just as we're doing on the Smart Track station, which is further down from Pape, which is at Gerrard and Gerrard and Carlaw. So there's a lot of transit-oriented development when you move east of Coxwell for all the new things that we've approved and have been working on all term, the relief line and also Smart Track. The issue around affordability and affordable housing, I certainly want to see that baked in a very big way to this planning study, and look at ways to capture that through other reconfigurations. We've got a lot of churches there that want to reconfigure themselves, and I think that they are prime targets for being rebuilt with an affordability lens for housing. I will be supporting Councillor McMahon's motion and Councillor Davis's motion. I think it's great, and note that the General Manager of Transportation indicated that the motion that I put to Budget Committee that said, please put the complete streets in the 2019 budget, that she and her colleagues in Economic Development and Planning has started on that already, looking at the scope. So I believe that's all underway, and very happy that starting in 2019 that we'll really be moving forward on this whole matter of the Danforth. But I think this planning study has to catch up with all of that, so can't come too soon for me.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And Councillor Fragedakis to speak.
Thanks. I'll try not to take my full 5 minutes since we're still on the 10 o'clock items, and I know there's lots of people waiting for us to go to the 11:30 items. But I will be supporting all of the motions that I've seen so far. I don't know if there's any other ones coming, but I'm super excited that we're at the end of this process for Phase 1, because I really can't wait till we get cracking on the section from Coxwell to Broadview. Neither can the people that I represent north of the Danforth in that section, because we've looked the other side of the street with great envy at that process unfolding, and I know that people are really, really interested in what's possible for our section. Just to follow up on what Councillor Fletcher was saying with the downtown relief line starting and ending at Pape Station, and that you know, a great amount of attention needs to be paid to what that will look like and what that will mean for the planning framework, I think at the same time, we also need to look at Broadview Station in a similar way, because Broadview Station is acting as a downtown relief line with the King Street pilot, as we have so many streetcars that end or start their journey at Broadview Station, and many people are actually using the streetcar to get downtown from Broadview Station because they continue to watch trains go by as they wait on the platform for 4 and 5 cars to pass them by. So I'm really excited to see some special attention also being given to Broadview because it is very heavily used just before you cross over the bridge. Yeah, and so there's lots of work to be done, and I look forward to that if I'm here next time. And so it'll be exciting. So clear off your desk, Kyle and gang.
I think they're probably working off the edge of their desk. Councillor Davis,
Yeah, it's kind of
I'm going to give you
an
1 minute.
interesting
1 minute.
segue.
1 minute.
I had asked through eye contact if I could add my thanks to staff because I forgot to
My
do
mind
that.
reading that actually got that.
I just want to say the Toronto and East York District Planning staff, Daniel Wilson, and well, I know, but George is not here. No. Caroline put in an unbelievable number of hours on this project, but also the entire team came out, multiple evenings, to staff presentations, to do hands-on discussion tables. Many hours of time were given up for the evening sessions for this study, and it really demonstrated the dedication and commitment to not just their work, but to the city, and to do a good job on this project. So I really do want to thank you for all your work.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak? Okay, seeing none, we've got 3 motions before us on this matter. Is it okay if we take it as a package? Yeah? Okay, they're not controversial. I think they're fairly straightforward. All those in favor of the amendments? Any opposed? Item as amended?
We do a recorded vote.
Opposed? You want to record a vote? Item as amended, recorded vote. Councillor Davis, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Layton, Councillor Troisi, Councillor Perks, Councillor Troisi, Councillor Matlow, and Councillor McMahon. Let the record reflect that the vote is unanimous. Thank you. I'm going to deviate from the order paper, and because Councillor Fragedakis has asked me about 5 times, and I want her to stop asking me this question. Councillor Fragedakis, do you have a quick item from 10 a.m. that you want to release now?
Yes, thank you very much for your indulgence. I really appreciate it. It's for Councillor Mahevik's staff to rest easy. It's item 34.3, the naming of the public lane. It's to defer it indefinitely.
Okay, all those in favor of deferring TE 34.3, naming of a public lane located in the block bounded by Maple Avenue, Vaughan Road, Louise Avenue, and Kenwood Avenue, deferring indefinitely. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. We are sitting at item TE 34.23, 2706, 2708, 2710, 2720, and 2730 Dundas Street West zoning amendment application request for directions report. There are now 2 registered speakers. Members, if I can just get you to keep your side conversations and staff and members of the public to a quiet so we can hear. I'm going to be calling on the registered speakers, Don Bowie, followed by Andrew Farinick. We'll start with Don. Don, are you here? Okay. Oh, hello again. We saw you this morning. You've been very patient. I will start the clock. You've got 5 minutes when you're ready. Folks, can I just get some quiet in the room? We want to hear and respect our speakers. Thank you. Go ahead, please, Don.
Jealous of the Danforth, and but learning a lot, and I hope that our section of Dundas West could actually, the junction, the newly united Ward 13 and 14 can also get an avenue study and a historical districts study that will cohese and make sane levels of buildings and get to work with the wonderful staff as well. I send the apologies of Tina Leslie, also from the Junction Heritage Conservation District. She and many of the people who spoke this morning had to go to Etobicoke to speak to more issues because of our strangely divided neighborhood. She wanted me to just say we've submitted letters, and you should read them. We support the staff report, which is rejecting the current application, I suppose. Is that the right word? And again, I said this in my letter, so it's kind of a moot point at right now, but I said in my letter about this development, it was too tall. It had a neon sign that said, "Welcome to the Junction" on the top. It was not sensitive to the neighborhood. We would like to see if there is desire to do creative art projects for a neighborhood, that there would be a consultation process. As well, as I said in my letter, that part of Dundas West has many rows of legitimate low-cost housing, and then some places that aren't very comfortable to live in, but are housing for people of low income. And those people have lived there a long time. We have no benches on that side of Keele because businesses there don't want poor people sitting down. We need benches, and not the benches with the bump in the middle that doesn't allow you to lie down. We need shelter. We need our Watkinson Parkette. When we did a redesign, we were supposed to have a water fountain. That was never done. We need things like that that support the current people in the neighborhood. Some of the local businesses are actually sensitive in that way. Mabel's Bakery, for instance, gives free food at the end of every night. They have a really good rapport with the low-income people of that neighborhood. So I'm just hoping that when we have to deal with this new condo that's proposed and other ones for the area, that they take into account the pre-existing low-income residents of the neighborhood, and that they don't try to force them out as well. I think that's the strongest point I'm making. I think I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dawn. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Foransik. Andrew, nice to see you. Come on up. You've got 5 minutes when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Andrew Foransik from W&E Associates. I'm here on behalf of the owners of the site, and I do have just a very brief presentation, being mindful of the time. Just to give a little bit of context on the application and also the area. So the site's located on the north side of Dundas Street in the Junction, located just to the north and to the west of what is a 5-point intersection of Annette Street, DuPont Street, and Old Weston Road and Dundas Street. So it's unique in the sense that it provides a gateway function into the Junction, and unique also because it has employment uses in behind it. So unlike some other sites in this area, it differs in that it has no adjacency to the low-rise neighborhoods, but instead has adjacency to employment designated and zoned lands in behind. And so that is part of the rationale for the proposal and the certain elements that have been incorporated into it. It's 9 stories. It's a mid-rise building. It provides a wide range of different unit types, including 2-story family-oriented units, which we feel is a good fit for the Junction community, and will provide that sort of mid-rise housing that is starting to occur along this avenue. So the site is shown in the highlighted color, and what's kind of evident from this viewpoint is the fact that it's a little bit of a view terminus. There was a little bit of a reference to what was a neon sign. That was actually a design feature that was proposed to wrap around the mechanical penthouse to provide a sense of entry into the Junction. There was actually a survey, my client advises, that was provided to the community to get some input on that. That's certainly a process that we think could be interesting to the community to see some sort of signage up on whatever ends up getting approved on the site. Just to give a quick sense of where we started and where we're at, because we have had a lot of discussions with staff, a lot of discussions with the community. There was initially a 12-story proposal. That's been significantly reduced to a 9-story building, which we continue to discuss with staff. We're happy to continue doing that with them in urban design. And we feel, in fact, that we're quite close to having a form and mass that is quite acceptable to staff. This is a quick view of the streetscape that's proposed along Dundas Street. And one of the features of the site, initially it was determined not to be in a character area. Then upon much closer examination of the mapping, zooming in on the PDF, it was determined that it is, in fact, on the edge of the character area. Two of the elements of the character area pertain to the narrow rhythm of storefronts along the junction. Now, this part of the junction, this particular curve, is a little different than the area to the west in that it's just a string of auto shops. It doesn't have that rhythm currently. This proposal aims to introduce that sort of smaller, fine-grained rhythm along the street, and that can continue to be refined through the site plan process. And then not only on the front along Dundas, but also on the rear. There are townhouse-type units, ground-related units on the rear on the laneway that are intended to animate that laneway. Currently it's narrow. There would be a land dedication to widen the laneway and make it more of an attractive space. I would point to the example of something like the, I think it's called B Streets on Bloor and Bathurst Street, which I walked through recently and found to be a very nicely animated laneway. So all those elements in place, we're happy to continue working. We recognize what the recommendation is. But that being said, I'm here to answer any questions that council might have.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Are there any questions for Andrew? Seeing none, thank you. I'd like to call our next speaker, Diana Fancer. Hi, Diana, welcome back.
I'm here again substituting for Chris Sears, who's on his way to Tokyo, the president of the West Toronto Junction Historical Society. I'd like to say that, like other community members, we support the recommendation of the planners that this development not be approved in its current state. We feel that the project is not suitable for the site. It's too big, it's too ugly, and it's not conforming to the 3-story standard height immediately across the street, but has picked instead a more remote 5-story setback as reference. For the step back, we feel that it shows an example of lack of care and design, lack of interest in fitting into the streetscape, lack of understanding of negative impact of the overall character of the area, and that it could be a much better design development. I think we'd be very happy to work with the developer on developing something that fits in better with the area. So far, we haven't really seen any willingness of the developer to do that, but the community is always happy to work with developers to better their projects. So we support the recommendation of planning that this development not be approved in its current state, and that the city oppose it at LPAT. So thank you.
And thank you, Diana, for your remarks. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Any other members of the public here to speak to this matter? I don't see any people raising their hands. Bringing it right into Community Council, any councillors with questions for staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak. Councillor Perks.
So earlier in the day, we had an application almost exactly across the street, well, across the street and a little bit further south. I think it's very interesting to contrast what's happened. And for all of you planning consultants and lawyers and developers in the audience, listen carefully. The two applicants came in. One of them came in pretty much exactly at the kind of height that similar buildings have been approved at by the city. We had a meeting with the community. There's been a little bit of back and forth with the with staff to do some fine tuning, and today we passed an approval report. With this one, the applicant came in with something that was 50% taller than similar buildings in the neighborhood. I told him no way. So then he came in and applied, instead of at 14, which is what he showed me, he applied at 12. We had a community meeting, everyone went bananas. Then he said, well, maybe I can come down. We had another community meeting, everyone went bananas again. And he's appealed to go to have a hearing. And we're passing a refusal report. Now here's the interesting difference. The first applicant has probably spent half as much money on lawyers and architects designing and redesigning his building as he gets closer, you know, but now this other guy has spent all the money doing all the redesigns and has spent twice as much money, is going to wind up with exactly the same thing. You wasted your money, and you're going to wind up at the same place. And it's tiresome, because it also wastes our time, and it wastes the community's time. So all the lawyers, applicants, planning consultants out there, unless you like throwing money away, bring in what you know we're going to approve right at the beginning. So with that, I'd like to move the refusal report.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak? Okay, all those in favor adopting the recommendations in the report? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 34.24, 6 Noble Street zoning amendment application, request for directions report. There are 3 registered speakers. I'd like to call Judy Bryant, followed by Paul Bryant, and then Pia Baumann. Judy and...
not able to make it.
Okay. Are you, you must be Paul. Hi, Paul, welcome.
And Pia Baumann.
Okay. Would you like to speak together?
We'll go 5 minutes,
Okay,
but
sure, not a problem. We're going to pause you at your first 5 minutes and then ask if members have questions, and then before Pia begins, okay? So Paul, please proceed. You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I'm a parent of a child at the Pia Baumann School of Ballet and Creative Movement, which is at 6 Noble Street right now. I'm also a former dancer at the school when it was at a site just a few blocks from there. I'm also a former resident of Parkdale for 10 years and now live in the adjoining ward. And I'm also co-chair of the ballet school. The ballet school, if you're not familiar with it, is a not-for-profit organization. It's a charity. It provides opportunities for anybody who would like to dance, any child who would like to dance. I'm a bit disappointed that the city and the developer couldn't find a solution that included the ballet school as it's part of this arts community. The original development called for 12 stories. The plan was supported by a petition of 400 signatures, as well as a survey of residents within 5 minutes walk of the development, were a majority in favor. My understanding is that the Official Planning Act and the official plan for the city couldn't accommodate the developer's vision. This is an unfortunate development. It's rare that a developer creates a space for arts communities. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of space for arts communities. The city doesn't have a lot of money for new arts communities or arts and community spaces. Community space is on the decline in general, with higher taxes, higher property rates. I can think of, for example, 4 churches in both that ward and the adjoining ward that have been converted into condos. They're beautiful condos, but it means fewer community spaces. This is one of those remaining community spaces in Parkdale, a community that can use community spaces. The Pia Baumann School fulfills its mandate of allowing every child the opportunity to dance regardless of income. If you come to the school and you want to dance and you're a 7-year-old and you want to go to 3 classes or 2 classes or 1 class, you will get to dance. But also, more importantly, the space has become more than just the ballet school itself. It's become a space that artists use collectively. A number of artists rent the space. A number of performers perform in our studio space. There have been art shows there. First Nation performers have used the space. We even have a fencing group that uses the space. The space is used like primarily the ballet school space, but it's used by such a wide community. It's got 4 studios plus a performance space. I've lived in Toronto my whole life, or almost my whole life. In many respects, Toronto has improved. It's become more diverse, more technology-driven, more educated. But what we are seeing is fewer community spaces. Artists have fewer spaces that they can use to perform in. Not-for-profits and charities are being squeezed out by higher property prices and taxes. This city needs to find ways to make these plans work. As I said, the original plan had a space for the ballet school and also the related performing groups that use the space. The new plan does not. The city needs to not be handcuffed by the Planning Act, but encourage innovative solutions. My mother was a city councillor actually in London, Ontario, and an architect, and if she saw something like this come to her in city council, where a developer is coming with a space that will get a community or charity space to it, as well as resident space, she would have jumped at the opportunity. To quote Jane Jacobs, "Designing a dream city is easy, rebuilding a living one takes imagination." I ask that council consider how they can continue to have these spaces, and particularly for the Pia Baumann School of Ballet, but also for the other groups that use this space on a regular basis. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and the council for your time.
Thank you very much. And any questions for our speaker? Okay, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, and Pia, it's good to see you again. So just to be very clear, first, Pia, you and I talked about this site 6 years ago.
Sorry, Councillor. Pia hasn't spoken yet, but if you want to ask her questions.
You're both.
Or do you want to wait and you can ask either of us?
Oh, sorry, you're
I don't
speaking
mind.
separately?
Yes, they're speaking separately.
You came up together.
Okay.
Excuse me. I'll wait.
So why don't I hold all questions until Pia speaks? Pia, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone present here. So I will try not to reiterate what Paul has touched on, but I'm sure I will, because our issues are very high, live very high in our hearts. But one little thing stands out for me at this moment is that I am standing or sitting rather next to a former student. I was Paul's teacher. Paul now speaks on behalf of the school. The school has a history as a charitable not-for-profit side place in the city of Toronto, one of the few ones since 1986-87. And when I opened the school in 1979 in a small basement, I already was not-for-profit on my own steam, because the need was there. The need is still there. The proposal that Mr. Sweeney came with back in 2016 was, for me, as I met it, as I heard him speak about it, an absolutely amazing dream come true possibility for an arts institution that had proved its worth and proved its validity in the area and well beyond. The number of children of different ages, starting at age 4, because you're never too young to dance, and going on to maturer dancers that have hopes and dreams, reaches many wanting and dreaming young souls, boys and girls. Not just wanting to dance, but just having the chance to be there, to live that dream. That dream has come true for a little girl with leukemia who limps. That dream is true for a young woman whose mother has been diagnosed with ALS That dream has come true for a young child whose mother brought her to the school when they were both living in a women's shelter. Those are three of the most striking and touching examples. These children are coming to the school. They have been coming for the last so many years. When the school will have to move because the project that Mr. Sweeney proposed, which incorporated the school with its 12 stories, which incorporated the possibility of continuing a very small studio theater space, like I said, was a dream come true and so necessary. Our city, and I've lived here for most of my life, our city has expanded beyond what anybody could imagine back in the 60s or in the 70s. And spaces like ours, like this not-for-profit organization, are rare. The big not-for-profit organization that is a dance school is the National Ballet School of Canada. It gets support from all levels of government. This school does not receive support from any level of government. To the opposite. Our property taxes, and Mr. Bergsgaard, you know, because we've talked about this, our property taxes are a noose around our neck, because the property taxes on the building that Mr. Sweeney has proposed are looking at the future revenue of this building. It doesn't look, this body of, so the property tax institution does not look at who is actually paying the property tax. It is a small school with a message and a mandate. This is threatened since there is no more room for the school, since the purchase of the building, our property tax increased from $30,000 to now close to $75,000, and next year will be over $100,000.
Thank you, Pia. I believe that Councillor Perks has a question for you. Okay. Anyone else to ask questions? No? Thank you very much to you both. Anyone else here to speak on this matter? 6 Noble? No? Councillors, any questions of staff? Councillors to speak? Councillor Perks?
Yeah, I want to begin with an amendment.
And the clerks have your amendment. Are you ready?
I'm not sure if I may or, I think it got sent to clerks.
There is some shaking of the head. They may not have it yet.
It's simple, it's one word. I just have to find it. In 2 sub C, the voluntary contribution, no, where did it go? Sorry, 2 sub B, where it says provision of affordable housing, I want to make it affordable rental housing. You can type that in, rental?
So,
Okay.
to the clerk, paragraph number 2, subsection B, between the word affordable housing, insert the word rental. Councillor, please proceed.
Okay, so this one has been probably the most difficult one I've had to ever do, and I've had some hard ones. There are two fundamental problems here. One is neither the federal government nor the province nor the city provides funding to mid-range arts organizations. We have our funding for the majors, the 7 majors, and that sucks out all they are. And we have some work that we do trying to help emerging artists through Toronto Arts Council and so on and so forth. But that doesn't provide the kind of spaces that this organization or Theatre Gargantua or any of a half dozen other arts organizations that are struggling to find a home, particularly with commercial rents skyrocketing in the city of Toronto. And it's something we have to do better at, and it's something I know that most members of this community council have been advocating for, but unfortunately our current mayor and the majority of councillors simply don't see the value of those more community-based arts institutions and instead only see the value of the very high-profile Art Gallery of Ontario or those kinds of institutions. And that's a flaw, and we have to do better. But what has really made this one difficult, and I see Mr. Sweeney's here, although he didn't make a deputation, I think there's been, frankly, a little bit of cynicism and a little bit of a bait and switch on the part of the applicant here. Pia, we sat down and talked even before your property was bought, and because you had a sense it was coming. And we talked about whether it would be possible to, work a deal where the building would go up higher and we would pay for some stuff. And I told you at the time that I didn't think that was possible, about 6 years ago, I think. Because the problem is, in planning law, I don't get to give extra height to the guys who are doing things I like. If I give extra height, if this council says, yeah, go ahead, blow past the official plan policies, blow past what constitutes good planning because you like the guy, unfortunately, the precedent you establish means the people who are just building regular condos can also get that extra height in that planning context. So you create a planning problem for the entire neighborhood, and Mr. Sweeney knows that and has known that from day one. And then further, when you and I, Pia, have had some conversations over the last 6 months trying to see if within the existing height we could come to an agreement with the applicant. And I know he asked for an amount of money from you that is simply beyond your fundraising capacity. And he knew that going in. So it's unfortunate that here we are as a government being forced to approve an application, that a consequence of which is that a very valuable community agency is going to have to find a new home and is going to struggle to do it, particularly with prices in Toronto. But we have to remember that the cause of that isn't that we're unimaginative in terms of how we plan. The cause of that is that someone bought a piece of land and wanted to make a profit from it. And that tells me we have to figure out a way as a government to take these kinds of mid-scale community organizations, arts organizations, social supports organizations, community agencies, and find spaces paid for by all of us in the community, in other words, through our taxes. And we have to do a better job, Pia, and I'm sorry we haven't, as a city, to provide stable homes for organizations like yours. And I will continue to fight for finding that kind of funding. We're trying to get something done with a Parkdale Community Hub that will help some agencies. And you have my undertaking to continue to work with you to see what kind of spaces we can find for a long-term home for the school. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I've been struggling with understanding how a developer would be able to come in and offer what sounded like free space for forever in order to get more height and density. And the only thing I can conclude is that was never actually on the table. That there's no details of how the city would secure that, so that looking into the future, far off into the future, that community benefit would still exist. And I have to agree with Councillor Perks. The decision needs to be made first, is it good planning? And then what is the community benefit associated with that good planning? The second we start putting money first before good planning, we've made a serious error. And I didn't even think of the notion that even if we could secure it, which it would not be this sweetheart deal that I think was being dangled out in front of the community. This would set a precedent for other buildings, but they wouldn't have the associated Section 37 contribution, because that has to be based on a calculation. And based on the calculation, we approved at the board two 14-story buildings associated with one another on the same height on King Street. We got a reasonable Section 37. It wouldn't come close to paying for permanent space in the building. In Mirvish Village, we secured a cultural center on that site. It was you could call it 20 buildings. It was 5 tall buildings with, and then we had to pay $3 or $4 million for the space because we wanted to own it. We didn't want it to be a 20-year lease. And the problem with that is after 20 years, I got a building on King Street that St. Stephen's is about to move out of because the Section 37 was for a lease, not to own the property. And that was a major error then, and I'm glad we're not making that same mistake. But the value that's placed on that density bonus is, I don't see how it would come even close to permanently securing a home for this school. It doesn't and wouldn't.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else? Okay, we have the motion from Councillor Perks on the screen. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 34.25, 31-37 Gladstone Avenue, zoning amendment application, request for interim directions report. Any speakers? Any members from the public? Seeing none, are there any councillors with questions of staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak. Councillor McMahon, I believe this is in your carriage. We're on item number 25.
Just adopting staff recommendations for this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 34.26, 5777 Wade Avenue zoning amendment application, request for interim directions report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none. Are there councillors with questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor McMahon.
I'd just like to adopt staff recommendations on this one as well, please.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. T 34.27, 938, 950 King Street West and 97-99 Strawn Avenue, zoning amendment application, request for interim directions report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, are councillors, any questions for staff? No? Councillors to speak? Councillor Layton.
I'll move the staff recommendation and just note, this is both staff recommending that we hold a public consultation because we haven't been given that opportunity yet. That we're on straight to the board.
Okay, all those in favor?
Not needed at this site.
Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 34.28, 2 Tecumseh Street and 125 Niagara Street, official planning zoning bylaw amendment application, request for a directions report, notice of pending report. Are there members of the public here to speak to that matter? Seeing none, councillors with questions of staff? Don't see any hands. Councillors to speak. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I'll move the staff recommendation in the, is it a supplemental report? It's not a supplemental, it was just late.
It was, yeah, it was a placeholder. It was replacing the placeholder.
Report. I'll move the recommendations there, and just for people's information, this is the old municipal abattoir down at King and Bathurst, so you won't be getting that aroma of farm that we did for so many years in those hot summer nights. That was our heritage department declared it a heritage smell. But unfortunately, they can't replace that. No.
All those in favor of maintaining the heritage smell of the abattoir? Recommendations in the staff report before you. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you.
Odor.
We're going to bottle that and sell it. TE 34.29, 149 to 157. Hey, it's been a long day. I've been sitting in this chair very patiently. Let me crack a joke or two. TE 34.29, 149 and 157 Bathurst Street zoning amendment and rental housing demolition application, request for directions report. We have registered speakers. I'd like to call Janet Au. Janet Au, followed by Carl Beveridge, followed by Charlene Cote, all who are not here. So are there any other members of the public who are here to speak to this item? Item number 29. Seeing none, are there members with questions of staff? Councillors, questions to staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak? Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. And I have an amendment first, if it can be put on the screen. And this is, and I'll explain this in a second, but it's to request our city planning staff to continue conversations and report directly to council. And let me give the background here. It's too bad we didn't have deputants here to speak, because we had a previous application on this site which was wildly unsupportable, and it was subsequently appealed. In front of us today is a with prejudice settlement offer that, while there have been improvements, and I know our city staff have fought diligently and successfully for many of those, whether it's the 10 meters shorter that have been done, the improved setbacks, some of the improvements related to loading, it is with regret that I'm moving this amendment along with the staff recommendations, because I still believe that part of this development remains unsupportable. It is an odd configuration. The loading is deeply problematic. It's 7 meters higher than I believe it should be. However, this is a holdover from a flawed process. It's one of the holdovers from the OMB. With staff's recommendation and support, I can't in good conscience oppose it, knowing the chance at the OMB, and I'm not prepared to oppose it, even though many in my community are deeply opposed, because I think I'll be letting them down. But as it is today, as the with prejudice settlement offer has been provided, unless there are additional improvements, it will not have, I am confident, the support of council. And so that is the reason for this motion, is I'm prepared to move it along, but staff are going to continue to talk to the applicant. And my message to the applicant here today is, you may think you're there, but you're not. So make more changes, otherwise council will not support this, because I'm not done yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak? Okay, all those in favor of the motion before you? Any opposed? Item as amended? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 34.30, 250 Dundas Street West, zoning amendment application, request for interim direction report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Okay, seeing none. Councillors, do any of you have questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to move the Councillor Wong-Tam special, which is the amendment for expanded notice.
That's a very good motion. All those in favor of that excellent motion? Any opposed? Item as amended? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T 34.31, 489, 539 King Street West zoning amendment application, request for directions report. Are there members of the public here to speak to this matter? No. Are there councillors with questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to move the staff recommendations. I could spend a long time talking right now, but it has been a long day already. So I'm going to move the staff recommendations.
Very good. We are almost 1/3 through our agenda. Okay. All those in favor, don't be so sad, I'm sorry. We're going to order pizza. All those in favor, any opposed? That carries. Thank you, Councillor. We've already dealt with item number 32. We are now proceeding to item number 33. TE 34.33, 64 Prince Arthur Avenue, zoning amendment application, request for directions report. We have one registered speaker, Andrew Forancic. Andrew, welcome back. Are you still in the room? Andrew is no longer here. He was here about half an hour ago. Anyone else can... You folks all in that corner know Andrew. If you see him mulling about in the hallway, tell him his name has been called. Anyone else interested in speaking? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close it up. We're bringing it right into City Council, Community Council. Any questions for staff, councillors? Seeing none, councillor to speak. Cressy, Councillor Cressy.
So I'm going to move the staff recommendations, which is to oppose this application and direct our city solicitor to LPAT. And I do so emphatically, and I just want to spend 30 seconds here. We've had in Ward 20 today 7 final reports that have been endorsed, a number of settlements that have been endorsed. In this case, and I have a number of requests for directions coming up that I won't speak to. In this case, the applicant came forward with a 17-story proposal, met with the community, met with our office, met with planning, and we collectively said we were prepared to work with them. They then subsequently applied for a 29-story proposal and within at the 120-day marker appealed it to the board and then told us they'd like to work with us. This is the equivalent of giving the middle finger to a community and our planning staff, and it's unacceptable, and I look forward to this board fight because we're going to win this one.
Good. It's a good thing Andrew's not here then. Anyone else who would like to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor of the recommendations in the report? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T 34.34, 444-450 Richmond Street West zoning amendment application, request for directions report. We have another speaker here named Andrew Casillas. Andrew Casillas. Okay, so Andrew's no longer here. Anyone else interested in item number 34? Okay, city councilors, questions of staff, anyone interested? No, passing up. Councilors to speak, Councilor Cressy.
Thank you. I'm going to move the staff recommendations, which are to oppose and attend the tribunal.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. T 34.35, 90 and 100 Simcoe Street, 130 Pearl Street, and 203, 207, and 211 Adelaide Street West. Zoning amendment application, request for directions report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none. Are there councilors who have questions of staff? Seeing none. Councilors to speak. Councilor Cressy.
I'm going to move the staff recommendations.
Okay. Anyone else? All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 34.36, 250 University Avenue zoning amendment application, request for interim directions report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none. Councilors, any questions of staff? Seeing none. Councilors to speak. Councilor Cressy.
Thank you. I'm going to move the Councillor Wong-Tam special, which is for expanded notice on this.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? Okay. Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 34.37, 90 Eglinton Avenue East, zoning amendment application, request for interim directions report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none. Are there councilors who have questions of staff? Seeing none. Councilors to speak? Yes. Councilor Fragid. Oh, Councilor Matlow, sorry.
Leave something to my ward.
I am leaving something. We're not taking this away from you.
Yeah,
Go
no,
ahead.
well, I'd actually be happy if someone would like to take it away from me, but we are going to be opposing it, so I'm very happy to support the staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. We are now at TE 34.38, 44 Jacks Avenue and 33 Rose Hill Avenue, zoning amendment application, requests for directions report. We do have speakers, starting with Francis R. Freud, followed by Cynthia McDougall. Is there Francis R. Freud? No? Cynthia McDougall. I saw her earlier. That could be it, the power of your words, Councillor. Okay. Any councillors with questions of staff? Councillors to speak. Go ahead, Councillor Matlow.
So I'm going to move this item to council without recommendations. I'm not predisposed to supporting this. That being said, though, there are some residents associations who are doing their due diligence to try to arrive at a resolution with the applicant. So I'm going to give it the next couple of weeks to see if we can arrive somewhere. And if we don't, I won't support it. And if we do, then there's an opportunity. But I want to give it a possibility.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. All those in favor, moving this forward to City Council without recommendations? Any opposed? Carried. T 34.39, 700-730 Mount Pleasant Road, 214-226 Sudan Avenue, 9-21 Brownlow Avenue, zoning amendment request for interim directions report. Are there members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none. Are there councillors with questions of staff? Nope. I don't see any hands. Then Councillor Matlow, would you like to speak?
I move these staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. TE 34.40, 808 Mount Pleasant Road, zoning amendment application, request for interim directions report. Are there members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none. Councillors, anybody with questions of staff? No indication. And then councillors to speak. Councillor Matlow.
I move staff recommendations.
Okay, and notice that this is a report that's replacing a placeholder report. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carry. T 34.41, 2128 Yonge Street zoning amendment application, request for interim directions report. Any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, councillors, anyone interested in asking questions of staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak. Councillor Mello.
I move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. TE 34.42, 183-189 Avenue Road and 109-111 Pears Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application, request for directions report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, any questions of staff? Nope. Then councillors to speak. I have two motions. I would ask, I believe they've been separated out into two. And there is a second one, right? Okay. So the first one is, obviously, it's crafted by staff. We're working to try to address this matter. It will not be addressed in this chamber, nor will it be addressed at City Council. The matter has been appealed to the local planning tribunal, correct? Is this the right motion? Yes, that is the right motion. Okay, thank you. And we're ensuring that that should this application proceed, that we will have a working group to establish a site plan review with the local community. That's the first motion. The second motion. There.
Is it the bottom one, adding the following new recommendation?
Oh, I see, you've merged them all together. Okay, yes, so I apologize. Okay, so then I'll break it down a little bit further. So there's one motion, originally it was two, merged onto one document, and to make sure that should the application proceed, that we cap the number of units at no more than 22 units. And then with that, I would move that we adopt this motion as well as the item as amended. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, then I want to also thank city staff for the hard work. This has been a very contentious file in the community. I recognize that we are not close, we are not there, but I do encourage that continued dialogue takes place, and we try to find a resolution, and if not, then we just adamantly oppose it at LPAT. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item is amended. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 34.43, 80 Bloor Street West, zoning amendment application, request for a direction report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Okay, seeing none, are there any questions of staff from councillors? Seeing none, anyone to speak? Okay, I will take this then. I'd like to move the recommendations in the staff report. The proposal's height and massing does not comply with the policies in the official plan. It does not fit within the existing and planned context with the Bloor-Yorkville North Midtown area, and it does not currently advocate in its current form any office space replacement, which we are looking for. We are opposing at the board. All those in favor of the staff recommendations? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 34.44, 5, 7, and 9 Dale Avenue, official plan amendment and zoning amendment applications, request for directions report. There are many speakers registered. If your name is not already on the list, if you have not already seen the clerk, please do see the clerk, and we'll make sure we add you in that. In the time being, I'd like to call Anila Danji, followed by John David Wood. Anila, are you here? Anila, welcome.
Chair, sorry. Did we want to release any items that were on here that didn't have speakers, or is now not the time, just with quick releases to clear off and allow staff to go if they need?
So why don't we do this? Because the next item is going to take at least, my guess, probably about an hour and a half. So as a courtesy for those who are not interested in the next item, that will take at least an hour and a half, what I would do is entertain the release of quick items. But I also caution councillors, I need to have 7 members in our chairs to retain quorum. So if you release it, doesn't mean you leave. So.
Councillor, we'll be releasing everything that no one is here for up to
I don't think
2 o'clock, item 63.
I don't think we can do that. We'd still have to call for speakers.
No, you can call for speakers, but if they're not here now and they were to be here.
I guess, councillors, I'm only looking for quick items.
Yeah,
Things that you've held that have been remedied, not items that I still have to call for speakers. So let's start on my right-hand side. Councillor Cressy, do you have a quick item?
Yeah, I have 3 quick items. item which I held down this morning. Item 103, construction staging area Blue Jays Way. I have an amendment, which is for direct the applicant to work with the STEPS initiative as part of the public art. And with that amendment, I can release it.
Okay. Motion on the screen. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Item as amended. Any opposed? Carried. Next item, Councillor.
The next item I can release is item TE 34104, construction staging area 15 to 35 Mercer Street.
What?
Yeah, 104, thank you. And I have an amendment, if it can be put on the screen, so which is to adjust the timeline and to add a following recommendation regarding monitoring of the construction site and its impact on adjacent properties.
These are not so quick, eh? But go ahead.
And with that, I can release it.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Item is amended. Any opposed? And last one, Councillor.
The last one is item TE 95. And I have an amendment. And with this amendment put on the screen as part of the preliminary report, I can release it.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Item is amended. Any opposed? That carries.
And Speaker, just one note, I was just informed, item 29, which we did, there were 3 speakers listed. One of the speakers I was just informed was downstairs watching on the live feed, which I've just found out is 10 minutes behind, and so missed the item and didn't realize that the live feed. And so if it was possible, because she is still here and she was seeking to depute and was waiting downstairs watching the live feed, if at the will of committee to reopen so that she could depute, she's been here all day.
Yeah. Okay, so then I will treat that as is she ready to depute? Yeah. Okay, so what I'd like to do is, I'm sorry, folks who have been waiting for Dale Avenue, I'm going to just hold your item back down. We are going to ask for a reopening of item number 29. I'm just going to read the title into the record. T 34.29, 149, 157 Bathurst Street, zoning amendment and rental housing demolition application. Request for directions of all those in favor of reopening that matter. Any opposed? That carries. Please come to the front. And I'm also just, while you're getting ready to come to the front, I'm just going to say we're not going to do any more quick items. There are a number of people who are ready to speak that have, and we're still on at 11:30 items. So we're just not going to do it. Please, I'm sorry, folks. We have many people in the room who are not here for anything other than the item that's coming up before us. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Cressy, for allowing me to come here and speak and reopen the item. My name is Janet Au, and I am the resident at 147 Bathurst Street, so to the immediate south of 149 Bathurst to 157 Bathurst. And I've been following this development actively over the past several years as it's been developing. And I guess something that has come up to my surprise over over the last few days is that over recent months there has been some changes in development proposal that none of us as neighbors were aware of. And we were all at the OMB pre-hearing last year, so it's kind of surprising that we were not in the know until last Friday. So it's a little bit alarming, and I understand that while the discussions between the city and the applicant may be part of the process, it feels quite, I guess, upsetting to be left in the dark on this matter. So I would like to propose that the community be allowed to review this item before that we push this forward with any steps going into the future. And I have had a chance to review the revised proposal quickly over the past few days, and some of my immediate thoughts on this as the...
Janet, can I just, I'm going to hold your time.
Sure,
everyone in the room who's carrying on a side conversation, I appreciate that there's a lot of work still to be done. If I can just ask you to drop your voice so we don't hear it, because we'd like to hear our speaker. Please go ahead.
And I've done a quick review of the new proposal that was uploaded online. Some of my quick thoughts here, as the immediate neighbor to the south, is that a big concern is the exponential amount of increase in use of the public laneway that we have off Richmond and Bathurst. It will really impact also the air quality of neighboring residents because we're all used to being neighbors with two-story row houses. So any development here that is higher than that would allow a lot more residents coming in and ultimately impact all of this. Something else is the demolition process of the homes currently to make way for any sort of development. I currently share a wall with 149 Bathurst, and I feel that any vibration impacts and foundation impacts would be quite significant as a result of demolition processes. And it's concerning because my home is quite old in itself. I think the frame dates back to probably the early 1900s. Another concern of mine is the privacy of onlookers from the development proposal, because if a building that is 15 stories up high, this could compromise the privacy I have as a tiny two-story row house. And also, along with that, also my safety could be compromised. So as the immediate neighbor, I would be right next to these folks, and we hear this on the news once in a while. Like, for example, from various condo buildings, you have the random resident who's throwing out a cigarette butt off a balcony or a window. If this building went up, this cigarette butt could land in my backyard or on my roof, or one of my neighbors for that matter, and that's a big concern of mine. So I feel that my safety might be compromised as a result of this. And if we were to discuss any sort of development, I think that the building would have to be removed from my property line by a reasonable amount of space. And also from a landscaping perspective, as you may have heard, like, Toronto doesn't have the best rap for being the best in urban planning, right? And so from a landscape perspective, if we have two-story homes at one end of the home, plus a 15-story building, and then another two-story row house right beside it, I don't know how the general public will feel that, how we'll feel about seeing this on a major street that has a lot of traffic from just foot traffic or road traffic or tourism. So I think that we should consider how it looks from a landscape point of view and how compatible it is with the rest of the block. And also, furthermore, I've been dealing with this applicant on an ongoing basis because of a lot of break-in problems they have. And
Your final thought, please.
And they're not really managing their current properties appropriately. So I'm not confident that they'll do a good job with this proposal that they have in front of you right now.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? No? Thank you very much, Janet. Councillor Cressy, how would you like to proceed? We've just reopened the item.
I previously moved the amendment, and so we can, if you wish, we can revote on the amendment and then as amended.
So let's place the motion back on the screen for the councillor. We're going to have to revote again. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? That carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so there has been a request to release some quick items, and I'm just going to say that the quick items I'm hoping that can be released would be quick items without amendments. So they're just straightforward adopting recommendations of staff. Okay? I just know that the staff are working on a whole number of different things that are still coming in, including new business. So I'm trying to give them time to catch up and at the same time take care of the agenda. So if the staff are able to deal with, Okay, so everybody who's put up their hand that is going to release a quick item, the staff have the motion, correct? Okay. So then I'm going to, I started over here, sorry, let's just go to here. Councillor Mallow, go ahead. You want to?
Cottingham. I'll approve it, just saying quickly that staff have committed an undertaking to change the report, to amend it so that it no longer says the staff consulted with me, because they didn't, but I am going to move it with just an abundance of caution.
Sorry, Councillor, I don't think we have your motion.
It's just to approve. That's not an amendment. Okay, so pause that one, then. I didn't realize that there'd be another one. Okay, I didn't realize there was, I understood that was happening, I just didn't know that I needed to move the revised one. Okay, so pause that one. 34-153. This is simply just moving the alternate recommendation. With the polling staff have the motion. Uh, 153, 34-153.
Why don't we just read the entire
It's, I believe that's Imperial. Yeah, Imperial Street.
TE 34.153, traffic calming speed humps, Imperial Street. Alternative recommendations are on the screen before us, moved by Councillor Matlow. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? That is carried.
And then the next one, 34-154, traffic calming speed humps Lawton Boulevard. I'm also moving the alternate recommendation to proceed with the polling.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? Carried. Councillor, do you have any more?
Not for now.
Okay. Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you very much. The first is item TE 34.72. It's a timed item, but the applicant has asked to withdraw the item. So I'll put a motion to withdraw.
TE 34.72, application to remove a private tree at 6 Argyle Street. Motion on the screen before you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
And then I have another item, TE 34.160. Conduct a poll for calming measures on Montrose Avenue between College and Dundas Street West. I have an amendment, a short amendment. That's to add a traffic study followed by a poll, just with no trip back to Community Council.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Item is amended. Any opposed? Carried.
And then the next item, TE 34.161, I have the same amendment. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm just waiting for the motion to get on the screen. All those in favor, motion on the screen. Any opposed? Item is amended. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, Councillor. And I should just read that address into the record. It's TE 34.161, calming measures for Roxton Road between Bloor Street West and Harbour Street, in case anybody's reviewing the tape afterwards. Councillor Davis and then Councillor Fletcher. Oh, sorry.
Two items, TE 34-198, Old East York Village. I'll move the staff recommendations. Hydro pole relocation.
It's held in my name. Okay. All those in favor, recommendations in the staff report? Any opposed? Item carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Secondly, TE 34.199, which is the next item.
Can you just read the whole
speed hump installation on Salmon Avenue between Coxwell and Woodbine. I want to make a small amendment to the motion.
Do the clerks have it?
Yes?
Do the clerks have your motion, Councillor?
If you could post it, I will show you what it is. 199.
They don't have it yet. We're going to continue to hold
No,
that.
if you can put it on, please, if you could just put it on the screen. My letter. It's the item 199. And it said Toronto and East York Community Council should direct the city councilor, direct the city solicitor. Take out the should. Direct the city solicitor.
You folks ready? Councillors, let's try not to amend the motions on the fly, but make sure that this.
I just noticed it, I'm sorry.
Councillor, it's just the fact that we are on item number 44. We've got 100 items to go.
When I put up my hand, I didn't think that.
You're going to thank me if you get home by
Take
midnight.
out the word should in the first paragraph. Mhm.
Are we ready to vote? Can I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councillor?
No, that's.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Earlier in the day, I held 34.82, and Councillor McMahon actually has carriage of that amendment, 34.82.
Appointments to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management?
Correct, and there is the, correct.
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Anything else, Councillor? Okay. Councillor Fragedakis?
So in my last stint as Councillor Mahevik, there's a motion at TE 34.208, approvals for 1996 to 2000 Bathurst Street development. I've spoken to City Legal. They say they're okay with it, so happy to move it. And that concludes my stint as Joe Mahevik.
All those in favor? Any opposed?
No, that's
That
not
carries.
actually- it's not true. That's not what I moved.
Oh, okay, so let me just explain.
So then the clerks do not have your motion, Councillor. We're going to hold that down. We're not dealing with it yet.
It's just, it's,
Speaker, actually, it is before us.
it is. This is one of those ones where it has to go without rec to council because these are direction to the staff. So in order to get it to council, I have to prepare a motion.
So we can have a conversation offline, if that's not what I've been told, then it's not that quick, so we'll discuss it.
It is not that quick.
Fine, but that's what you have to do to get it to council.
I want to thank the clerks for their patience, and everyone's doing a fantastic job. Take a deep breath. You're all doing great. Okay. For those who have been patient,
Yes.
do you have another quick item?
More items today.
I haven't got to mine yet.
Sorry, folks, I'm just going to bring order back into the room. I think the clerks need a bit of time to catch up. There's a lot of different words and languages that are flying at them, and they can't keep up. So while we take the time to hear from the deputants who've come before us, the clerks will be happy to hear your motions that you would like to propose. After we deal with the next two items, the Dale matters, we're going to do some quick releases, okay? So that's the deal. Okay. Anila Danji, we're going to invite you back to the front. We promise to be super nice to you. Okay? Yes. And thank you. You've been very patient. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name's Anila Danji. We currently reside, my family and I currently reside at 7 Dale.
If your microphone is on, there should be a red light lit in front of you. If you can just speak directly into the microphone, that would be helpful.
We currently reside at 7 Dale, and we moved into the area because our daughter goes to school nearby, and we are renting the place. Though it's a lovely home to live in, it's been very challenging. The home sits on a beautiful property, but we've had so many problems in this home, and I don't know if they can be fixed. We've had electricians in, we've had HVAC people in, we have had many people in, and no one will even touch it to help us to fix the problems that we have while we're living there. the gentleman the 2 or 3 companies we had come in to look at the air conditioning said they would not touch it because to fix something of that, they've never even seen anything like that they could even work on. And our only solution ended up being these very loud individual units in the rooms that we use, and you cannot put more than one on at a time because if you do, the circuits all blow. So whatever room we're in is the only room that is cool. The rest of the house is extremely hot right now. And so we've got fans going 24 hours a day. In the winter, I've never lived in a home where our hydro bills have been so much. I think the first month we lived there, it shocked us. It was like $1,100 for the month the February that we moved in. And we thought it was a mistake. We called the city. We were like shocked, but they're like, no, that's what it is. So in the winter, we paid on an average between $800 to $1,100 a month to heat the home. The floors are always ice cold in the winter. We have to wear socks and shoes because the floor it's made of, I think, a slab or something that's really cold all the time in the winter. So it's really, really tough. Right now it's okay, but in the winter it's really, really tough. We have problems with animals coming in all the time. I've had animal control over to our home 2 or 3 times because we've got chipmunks coming in or raccoons in the attic, and they're like, we don't know where they're all coming from because the steel roof has, I guess, distorted over the years, and though we've tried to fix the roof where we think there's holes, the people have said that we just don't know where, we can't stop them from coming in for sure. So I have traps laid out. If you come to my home, you will see I've got mice traps and little traps laid out throughout strategic parts of the house so that if animals are there, it's not coming where my daughter can see it and freak out. What else? We have to leave the heating on in the garage all the time. That probably contributes to our heating bill because if we don't leave the heating in the garage on, the pipes could burst in the winter because it's connected. And there isn't even an access from the house to the garage. It's totally separate, but some of the heating piping is through the garage. So it's been quite a challenge to live there. I think this is a beautiful property, but I just can't imagine the home could be brought back to any of its original glory or the aesthetic of it because it needs so much work. I think thoughtful change would not make a difference in this particular property because it just needs to be completely, I just can't imagine it being fixed. That's just my perspective from the time that we've lived there for about 1.5 years, and just my opinion.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, I just have a quick question. You are the tenant of Sevendale, is that what I heard correctly? And you're here speaking you're here to speak about the application that's before us in the final report, and you're telling us that the house has issues, a number of issues, but your message to us is that it cannot be demolished or it can be demolished?
I don't think it can be saved. I don't think it can be saved because even if, I think the only thing that can be saved is the land part of it. I don't think the structure could be saved. The windows have so much heat release that we have had people come in, contractors come in and put caulking all over. If you come to my house, there's caulking all over, but we've had to redo it because the gentlemen who've come over said that we can't even fix the windows while you live here because it's just too much work. So we just keep caulking it so we don't lose air in heat loss. So I can't imagine that the structure itself could be saved.
Thank you. I guess I'm a little perplexed on your appearance before us. It's not every day that we have a tenant that appears before this community council to tell us that their home cannot be saved.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think when I was speaking to my landlord, he had said to me that we always knew that we were moving into a place that was temporary. We sold our home and we moved to be closer to my daughter's school and we could not find a residence to purchase, so we are renting a place. We're renting from our landlord, and this was never going to be a permanent place for us, but it has been a challenge to live there as long as we have lived there. We are okay to be there right now because it is convenient for me, it's the ease of my daughter is more important to me than the issues we have, because I know that eventually we will find something that will suit us better, obviously.
Thank you. And you spent the entire day waiting here to tell us specifically these remarks.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, my landlord just asked me to come and speak on my experience, mine and my family's experience of where we're living, and so I said, yes, I'd be happy to give my perspective, my honest perspective of living in this home.
Are you angry at your landlord?
No, not at all, because when we moved in, we were told that there are issues with the home, but because we wanted to be closer to my daughter's school, we said we cannot find a permanent place to live. We had not found another place to rent, so we decided to move in there, knowing that there would be issues there, but it's been a little bit more challenging. It's been more challenging than we expected, to be very honest. It has been more challenging, and the landlord has helped us as much as they can, but it's temporary bandages all the time.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else to question? Okay, thank you very much, Anila. John David Wood.
Madam Chairman, could I, with your permission, follow Catherine Lee, because what she's going to say sort of precedes what I'm going to say. Is that permissible to you?
That is fine, sir. We will reorder it. You can speak at the very end if you like.
I'd just like to speak after Catherine, if I may.
That's fine. I will pretend that you're not here in the room, and I will call your name again.
Thank you.
Gerald Jack. Gerald Jack?
Margaret, I meant. Margaret Nicholson, I meant to say.
Okay, that's okay. Gerald Jack, I'm calling for Gerald Jack. Gerald, come on up. Margaret Nicholson, you're coming in afterwards, okay? Gerald, welcome. You can take a seat at the front of the room. There's a microphone before you. Hit the button. The red light will go on, means your microphone is hot. The clock on the left-hand side will give you 5 minutes when you're ready.
Madam Chair, my name is Gerald, JQ. We pronounce it JQ. I'm a market consultant with experience in the approvals process and real estate. I'm appearing as a member of the public in support of the project that's before you on Dale. And I've been following the project since 2006. I thought it was probably a solution to a problem in Rosedale. My interest is in supply and demand. And as you know, Toronto has difficulty keeping up with demand. Well, that difficulty includes the community of Rosedale. So, and the 107,000 people a year that are projected to be added to the GTA, some portion of them will fall into the demographic that will reside in Rosedale or will reside in Moore Park or will reside in Yorkdale. So the demand is spread across the entire spectrum. So there is a need for additional density or intensification, not only elsewhere in Toronto, but in Rosedale itself. I would expect that the project would accommodate some residents of Rosedale as they go through their life cycle. So as people get frustrated with the expenditures of maintaining a yard and the expenditures of maintaining a house, or they can no longer use stairwells as much as they did when they were young, they will welcome an alternative that's more user-friendly, that's actually still in their community. So as I read through the reports, I don't see much input on the issue of the need for additional housing units in Rosedale, or the need for new forms of housing units in Rosedale, or the need to accommodate people who are moving within Rosedale. The people that move from their houses to a large, attractive apartment block will then be selling their houses. Some of the demand that's going to be hitting the GTA will be professionals, will be doctors, will be business people, university professors, successful business people. They will want to live in Rosedale. This will help give them an opportunity to do so. And in a sense, I think it's fair that Rosedale share in the intensification and added additional density that all of the neighborhoods in the GTA are being forced to accommodate. And I saw this proposal as being Rosedale's opportunity to step up and participate and set a good example. So my request is that further consideration be given to the official plan and the zoning amendment application, and that rather than instructing the solicitor to oppose them, that the community council find some way to offer support.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much, sir. I'd like to call on Margaret Nicholson. Margaret, do you want to come to the front of the room? Margaret, you'll have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. I'm here presenting the other side of the story. I'm here to request the preservation of Sevendale Avenue in Rosedale as a heritage property. I am the niece of Gordon Sinclair Adamson, who was the architect of Sevendale Avenue. My uncle and my father grew up in Orangeville, but attended the University of Toronto. Gordon Adamson studied architecture, and my father studied medicine. Gordon is well known for making a very significant contribution to the introduction and development of Canadian modernism in Toronto after World War II. He loved Toronto, and he set up his own architectural firm and designed Sevendale Avenue for the Woods family in 1934. Gordon Adamson also designed my family home in Hamilton in 1952. And when David Wood and I met, David Wood being the previous original family who lived in there. When we met, we had an almost instant bond, having grown up in very modern homes, unlike any others in our neighborhood at the time. Gordon Adamson's work is important to Toronto because he was a dominant force in the development and interpretation of modern architecture here. Surprisingly, he was very soft-spoken and kind. He hired many young architects in Toronto and gave them their start in their field. Adamson Associates won many awards during his career. In 1950, he was the president of the Ontario Association of Architects. In 1953, the Governor General awarded him the Massey Medal for an apartment building on Forest Hill Road that he designed. Adamson Associates was involved in master planning of several prestigious university campus buildings at the University of Toronto. And
Margaret, I'm just going to ask you to hold that thought, and if I can just invite I'm holding your time as well. I just need to have the gentle hum of sidebar conversations to be brought right down. I cannot hear the speaker.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Adamson Associates was involved in master planning of several prestigious university campus buildings at the University of Toronto and others. The Pratt Library, the University of Windsor Law Library, Royal Military College, and in 1984, the Redpath Sugar Refinery, which he designed, became a heritage property in Ontario. And with several other firms and collaboration, he helped build this very building that we are in today. In 1980, Adamson Associates became an international company, the World Financial Center in New York, Canary Wharf in London, England, where now Canada Square is the tallest building in Europe. All the while, in becoming global, Adamson Associates have always been true to Toronto, with award-winning projects such as the Telus House Tower, Toronto Pearson International Airport, and the Mars Center development on College Street. I believe that Sevendale Avenue should be preserved in its present form and repaired, by the sounds of it, and adapted to keep it viable. Sorry. An active part of the community of Rosedale, sorry. Toronto has a vested interest in awarding Sevendale Avenue the status of heritage property to remind us of the legacy and work and history of one of Toronto's greatest architects, whose companies around the globe still thrive to this day, but have never lost sight of the importance of Toronto. We hope very much that Toronto will be progressive and save this house on Sevendale Avenue as a heritage property for the future of the residents of Rosedale and the City of Toronto. Unfortunately, his own home on 111 Park Road was demolished by a new buyer, and we're hoping very much that this house will remain with his everyone's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Are there any questions for the speaker? No, thank you very much, Margaret. Following Margaret, I guess David Wood. Did you want to speak, David?
Madam Speaker and councillors, my name is David Wood. My father built Sevendale and I grew up in it. So it's historic to me, but apart from that, I hope to show that it's historic in other ways. My father's father and grandfather were makers of stained glass windows. Southwestern Ontario was full of churches with their windows, and my father grew up with the concept of light and light coming into buildings. Up until Sevendale, windows were small things in rooms which let in enough light you could miss running into the furniture, but it kept outdoors out there and indoors in here. Think of the Victorian living room. My father grew up to dominate the Canadian window glass business, and he got the concept of building a home in which light came in instead of keeping it out there. Okay, light comes from the sun. With the sun comes heat. What do you do about it? Well, by teaming up with Gordon Adamson, he had a south side that was all triple glazed. What do you do about heat? Well, you have very wide eaves. In the summer, the sun is high, the glass is shaded. In the winter, the heat comes in. What do you do about it? Sevendale had active solar heating in 1944. When the sun came in and warmed up the back, butterfly valves moved. The attic is all full of, every room has a cold air duct and a hot air duct coming to it. And butterfly valves would move and regulate the temperature in each room. Each room has a separate thermostat, often very difficult to find, and if somebody moved in as a tenant, they probably couldn't find them. They'd have no idea where they are. I could tell them. So active solar heating in 1945. Most of the actual heating was in the floor. And if somebody is trying to heat that house today just using the air system, they're going to have trouble because you have to have the pump turned on. It's done like a skating rink. The whole building has warm floors, so it was nice and cuddly and warm. This building now, you have that light coming in. You need a vista. So my dad got together with, he and Gordon Adamson got together with Howard Dunnington Grubb, who's the premier garden architect of Canada at that time, maybe of all time. You think of University Avenue or the Niagara Park system or the Oaks Gardens. That's Howard Dunnington Grubb, who eventually lived at number 3 Dale. And he got the idea of vistas going into the ravine. You have a low house with vista. It's not fitting the community. So the house on one side was taken down, and Earl Morgan, who was the architect of the Sony Center, built 9 Dale. And Dad bought the house at 5, took off the top 2 stories, put the slate roof back on it. And now we have a series of vistas going in, and the people across the street have a vista going over these buildings, getting that vista. It's technically a complex house. I guess if somebody wants to restore how it works, they'd better do it while I'm still alive, because I'm probably the only person who knows how it was done. The air conditioning was, they brought in the president of the engineer who was the president of Carrier Canada. And he, with a consultant, evolved in 1945 central air conditioning, central heating, individual temperature control for each room, totally filtered, none of the windows in the house open because everything was controlled and everything was always at a comfortable temperature for each room. One last item, that roof, it's aluminum. My dad ran $1 a year bomber factory for the government during the war, and at the end of the war, there was no demand for bombers. That's bomber wing material was made to produce the aluminum roof, which 70 years later is still there. That didn't catch on for other areas. But if you think about bringing the outdoors in, look at every high-rise in the city, they're all doing it.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, none, thank you.
There was one.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks so much for your deputation. I was just wondering, did you say that the roof had solar heating in 1945?
Yes.
Wow, that's really visionary. Thank you.
That is historic, I believe, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. It can be done.
Thank you very much. Then you should all join the Preservation Board. There's lots of fascinating memories there. For those who are, our next speaker is Carl Bray. It says Rosedale Residents Association. Carl, are you still here? Carl, nice to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of council. My name is Carl Bray. I'm a consultant retained through Letourneau Heritage Consulting, at which I'm a senior associate. Our client is My Rosedale Neighborhood and the South Rosedale Residents Association. I'm here in support of the staff recommendation to ask the city solicitor and appropriate staff to oppose this development at LPAT. The main thing I want to impress upon you in this case is the context. South Rosedale is a garden suburb, and what a garden suburb is buildings in landscape, not buildings dominating landscape, but buildings integrated within a setting. The precedents in Europe, in the United Kingdom, and in the United States all follow that particular pattern, and South Rosedale has it as well. And that particular pattern is one of the heritage attributes that's been picked up in the Heritage Conservation District Plan. So in that particular setting, you have 3 existing properties that are modern interpretations of the Garden City suburb. And the older buildings around them are earlier iterations of that same approach. So you have a situation where you have existing buildings that were carefully designed to fit in. You've heard previous testimony about how they were designed so that there are views not just between them and from them, but over them. So they were very much part and parcel of a bigger urban context. And you're also in a situation where you have, particularly at Sevendale, a property that was designed very much to integrate with that particular setting. So you have the combination of an award-winning architect, but also an award-winning landscape architect, and the two are designed together. So the landscape didn't follow as sort of parsley on the pig, if you will. It was very much an important part of the original design intent. And drawings that I've seen actually show that the adjacent properties were part of an overall landscape plan that linked all of those properties. You'll be hearing testimony and comments about the advantages and the qualities of the proposed development on these properties. But I want you to focus on what's there now. The proposal in terms of policies does not meet the provincial policy statement, does not meet the greater growth plan, does not meet the official plan of the City of Toronto, does not meet the area's zoning bylaw, and that zoning was put in place after the apartment buildings down the street were constructed, and it is my understanding that that zoning was put in place in order to preclude any further such development. So you have, again, a policy situation where what's being proposed, for whatever merits it might possess standalone, is not appropriate for that setting. I think I also want to emphasize that in the ongoing process, that the qualities of these particular properties were not particularly flagged at the beginning. And this process, I understand, has been going on for several years. My firm was brought in to take an objective look at the potential heritage merit of the individual properties, and specifically Sevendale. We went through the process and determined that indeed it met 7 of the 9 criteria for designation under the Ontario Heritage Act, Regulation 906. So in summary, you have a situation where what's there now fits. It fits the policies, it fits the setting, and it's a very, very interesting and arguably, and certainly in the case of Sevendale, an extremely important precedent for a modernist understanding of building in place. And so you compare that with what's being proposed, and I assert that the recommendations in the planning report stand, and I support those recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carl. Are there any questions for the speaker? I just have a few questions, Carl. When were you retained by My Rosedale as well as the South Rosedale Residents Association?
If I remember correctly, it was late last summer,
Late last summer, August perhaps?
somewhere in that range, yes.
So the application has been moving its way through the city process, I guess since the application was submitted back in August 2016, but you were brought in just last summer.
Correct.
Okay. And when you came in, were you asked specifically to review all 3 properties or just the one property, or what was the
The mandate was to review all 3 and to assess the heritage impact assessment that was prepared by the proponent's heritage consultant.
Okay. And sorry, just because I need to understand this for myself, the recommendation from the preservation, actually the recommendation, I guess, from staff, from the preservation board, is to bump the C designation up to B designation in principle, but without actually moving to opening the HCD.
Correct.
Is that your understanding as well?
That's my understanding, and I know there was some discussion about how that might be possible, whether you had to reopen the HCD in order to change a classification. I think also at that Preservation Board meeting, there was a recommendation, which I support, to request staff to pursue designation of number 7 Dale under Section 29, Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
Which staff did review under Section 21, Part 4, under the Ontario Heritage Act, but they came back with a conclusion that they were not moving to designate, but rather simply bumping up the designation from C to B. What I'm trying to wrap my own head around is, how does one approve something in principle as opposed to making a formal approval? Like, have you seen anything like this ever before with any HCD?
Well, part of it is this is a pre-2005 HCD plan. You're dealing with a classification system that is no longer used, or at least not in most cases. So rather than focus on that, Councillor, remember at the Preservation Board meeting last, there was an additional recommendation by the committee to pursue the opportunity of Part 4 designation, above and beyond the reclassification.
I do recall that because I'm the one that moved that motion, but staff came back and said they were not going to pursue it, but only to bump it up in principle from a C-rated building to a B-rated building. And because I've sat on the Preservation Board for 8 years, that has never happened before. So I'm still a little bit perplexed by what transpired at that meeting, and I wasn't at that second meeting. Yes. Where this took place. So I just want to know, because you're an expert before us, I just want to know, had you ever seen anything like that before?
I have not, and that's why the Part 4 designation would be, I believe, the more appropriate approach.
Which is not before us today?
Unless there's a supplementary motion, that's correct.
It was already asked by the Preservation Board, and the staff came back and said they were not pursuing it. So for us at this committee council to ask that same question, I suspect we'll get the same answer, that they were not going to pursue it. Okay. Thank you very much. That was very helpful.
Thank you.
I'm trying to fill in the gaps because I wasn't at that last meeting. Thank you. I would like to call Stephen Moranis, freelance columnist, Financial Post section of the National Post. Hello, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, councillors. I am speaking in favor of this development. I'm very informed and current about the development industry and the market, as I do co-write as a journalist weekly in the Financial Post. And in fact, my co-writer and myself have taken a deep dive into this story, especially how it's unfolded over the last few years. And I think our biggest concern is the process and the non-cooperation of the ratepayers, as well as council in dealing with this. It seems to me, and the previous speakers, a lot of people are touching on emotionality and nostalgia, which is all good, but we're sort of living in 2018, and there has to be a sensible intensification process on what keeps a city moving forward appropriately, and especially in certain neighborhoods. The South Rosedale ratepayers for many years was known to be a balanced, objective, reasonable association when dealing with development projects. They weren't pushovers. They worked hard to accept change, and where appropriate, they made concessions and suggested those with developers who were willing to work with the community time and time again. And this seems to have been the process which somehow got derailed when a upshot neighborhood group, My Rosedale Neighborhood, which doesn't speak for the ratepayers and the residents, of which I've been one since 1989. It just seems to be a very few outspoken minority who seem to continually oppose this project. This project, as far as I'm concerned, sets the standard for protection of the ravine, careful attention to location, understand there are apartment buildings on both sides and around the corner, and it's designed to the highest standards of finish by a reputable award-winning architect. The project replaces very tired bungalows that do not fit or add to the character of Rosedale and have not been previously identified as worthy of any heritage protection whatsoever. This is a critical point that seems to be used in opposition with sort of pulling out Hail Marys on heritage from expert after expert from time and time again. Rosedale can be preserved at its high standard of design and amenity without being shrink-wrapped. Indeed, any place that allows no change stagnates and declines. Understand we're looking at a project that has been scaled back from 5 stories and 40 units to a retreating 4-tiered project that now has only 26 units. There's been a lot of bad faith at a number of meetings, and unfortunately, I think you're, Councillor and Chairperson, aware of all of these. I think that it's most positive to have the neighbors and the opposers come together with a practical solution that will allow this development to be a reality in the neighborhood. Understand, it will allow 26 families to live in South Rosedale, many of them who will probably be existing residents in single-family houses in the community at this point. Is that such a bad thing? I don't think so. This development is very thoughtful, considerate, and architecturally well-designed. And I believe that this project should be unanimously supported by all involved, and especially from the leadership of the council and the City of Toronto taking a stand and saying this project deserves the opportunity to become a reality.
Thank you, sir. You do have a question. Hang on tight. Councillor Fragedakis.
Thanks so much for your deputation, Mr. Moranis. I'm just looking on page 18 of the report, towards the bottom of the report, where it says that the heritage preservation staff are of the opinion that Sevendale was classified in error as a Category C-rated building because at the time it was unknown that the architect Gordon Sinclair Adamson had designed the property, or that the eminent landscape firm Dunnington Grubb had prepared the original landscape design. I know that you said you are supportive of the application. I'm just wondering, are you disputing that this should be rated as a B instead of a C?
I don't think these properties should even be a D, if you want my honest opinion. I think you're drawing at straws. You're trying to.
Oh, no, I'm not drawing. I'm just actually.
I don't believe it is. It should be a C. Absolutely no way.
So you disagree?
There's enough evidence out there that says, sure, there was a reputable architect, and you've got relatives of the architect and people who lived in the houses, and they're all spinning a wonderful story and tale. But this today is not a C heritage property by any ways.
And our staff don't think it is a C either. They think it should be a B.
Well, but it's unrated. It's unrated at this point. So how do you reopen the issue on this? I think it makes no sense.
Well, I'm just reading you from you, though. I'm not
Well, that's-
reopening anything, I'm just reading from the report.
That is not my report. That's,
No, I know, I just wondered if you disagreed with that, and you've said that you do.
I do disagree with that. I think the
Okay.
project clearly should be approved. They should be allowed to get demolition permits now and proceed. And I think those are my strong opinions and feelings, and I think if you sat back and reflected, it makes the most sense. The developers made 101 concessions to allow this project to try to move forward. And, you know, the contrary position is keep these 3 houses as is, and so be it. Make it, why not make it a A's? I mean, you're sort of talking like it should be an A.
No, I'm not saying anything, I'm just reading off of page 18 from the report.
I know,
and
but
asked you if you
I am
disagreed
not a
with that, and you said
heritage
you
expert,
did.
and we could bring a...
Neither am I, so I'm just
and
following, I'm
either-
listening to our staff.
That's right. And I don't believe the staff are heritage experts either.
Well,
Sir, I'm just going to interrupt. I'm going to ask everyone to moderate their tone. I think it's very important that we use language that is befitting of this chamber.
I appreciate that.
And
Thank
thank
you,
you very
Chair.
much. Are there any other questions of the speaker to clarify his deputation? Okay, Councillor Davis, go ahead, please.
You are an expert in what, did you say? I'm trying to understand. You put forward your credentials as a writer for the Post.
Well, I would
I'm trying to
say
understand
I'm...
what your credentials are.
My credentials?
Yes, because you're speaking with such definitive opinions that I'm
I've been in the
asking.
real estate industry,
Okay.
counselor, for 40-plus years.
Okay, thank
I
you.
have 3 degrees from University of Toronto. I am a national columnist for the Financial Post.
I understand that.
I am a real estate consultant in North America, and as much as I know, there's a lot I don't know, but I think I'm fairly up to speed on development, redevelopment, neighborhoods, important issues that
But-
residents and ratepayers have.
But you acknowledge not heritage.
I do not
Okay.
acknowledge that I have, I'm not a heritage expert.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you very much, sir. I would like to call Hader Moranis. Hader,
No, that's my column. I think the next person is Catherine Lee.
oh, I see, okay. My apologies, thank you. Catherine Lee, please. Welcome, Catherine. You have 5 minutes. The clock is on your left-hand side.
Thank you, Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Catherine Lee, and I represent a neighborhood group called My Rosedale Neighborhood, formed to address this application. My Rosedale neighborhood has more than 350 residents on our mailing list, 620 people signed up on our social media petition, and almost 100% of the owners on the subject and adjacent streets all opposing the development. With our ratepayers associations, South and North Rosedale, we have jointly stated we oppose the applicant's development for heritage and planning reasons, which I won't get into today as we agree with what was outlined in both planning staff's report and recommendations. Please note the joint and unified position of our community comes after more than 1.5 years of meetings, starting with the city community meeting in November 2016, meetings with the applicant in 2017, and a community consultation meeting hosted by SRA in November 2017. It was at this meeting new information on the heritage significance of Sevendale was presented. At the end of this meeting, over 100 attendees overwhelmingly voted to reject the applicant's revised drawing by over 90%. I'd like to use this time to share what I've learned and observed in the last 2 years running this community group, which is a completely new experience for me. All of my professional career is in business. The last 2 decades working for one of the largest companies, and my last role there being the Canadian CEO, which included the real estate unit, which owned and financed commercial buildings in Ontario and across Canada. This file, this application to demolish 3 heritage homes in the interior neighborhood and replace it with 26 ultra-luxury condos is the first application of its kind in over 50 years in Rosedale. One thing I learned on this file is when you work for a large company, everyone wants your business, especially the lawyers, planners, and consultants. When you're the little guy, not so much for fear of retaliation from big business. meaning these files that come before you and City Council are not as well represented as big business. Hence, the planning staff, Preservation Board, and Council's purpose are critical in adhering to the rules in place and doing what's right in the public interest. Second, one has to think long and hard whether the limited resources we're spending weighs in favor of the principles we're fighting for. This is beyond NIMBYism because there are clear city and provincial policies and rules in place where existing neighborhoods like Cabbagetown, Annex, and Rosedale are deemed heritage districts, and there are planning bylaws that were put in place to preserve neighborhoods. What's more important than change for the sake of change is how one facilitates it. For sure, the City of Toronto must adapt to the growth in population and provide a greater supply of affordable homes. The question is how, while keeping a laser-fine balance with heritage and neighborhoods. We've seen many examples throughout the city where heritage buildings have expanded, adding more density without demolition. We have many excellent examples in our own neighborhood where grand homes were saved and converted from single-family dwellings into multi-condo residences. Third, rules should change and adapt over time. However, it shouldn't be done one file at a time because it's not in the public interest. It promotes gaming, making deals with developers, and chipping away at the rules and policies in place. There must be a due process to ensure proper planning and consistency of application. Back in the early 2000s, when Rosedale undertook the research to what became the HCD, they tried to do the best job they could in a short period of time with a team of consultants and volunteers, reviewing somewhere around 1,000 homes. 15-plus years later, it requires an update because there are more Seven Dales out there, and today's better technology and access to information has become easier to facilitate an update. Most important, we thank the planning staff for their hard work. We agree and support the recommendation to refuse the demolition of 3 heritage homes for this new application. Who are we to say that today's great architects should demolish last century's great architects' work? We also agree with their evaluation of Seven Dale using Regulation 906 as the criteria, and after concluding 7 of 9 of the criteria are met, which is quite significant, we understand a Part 4 designation is the natural conclusion. Since this is more about procedure than merit, we formally request TEYCC accept and approve the recommendations set forth in the Direction and Heritage reports and designate Seven Dale under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
Thank you very much, and perfectly on time. Are there any questions of the speaker? Okay, Councillor, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Ms. Lee. I was just wondering, in your deputation, you mentioned that there were examples of heritage homes in the South Rosedale district that had been converted to multi-residential, that had maintained their heritage character and features. I was wondering if you had some examples that you could share with us.
Sure. There's 2 that we've quoted time and time again, Hawthorne Gardens and the Fudger House.
Great. And then those added density, you said?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call upon Rob Peach. Rob Peach, are you here? Hi, Rob. Oh, of course you are. There you are.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to hear my remarks today. I am a member of the board of the directors of South. I'm going in and out of this microphone, so please let me know if. Okay, I'm good now. All right. So I'm a member of the board of directors of the South Rosedale Ratepayers Association, and I'm here today to share our perspective on the proposed development. My remarks today will focus primarily on heritage issues. I'll also address some key planning concerns that the Ratepayers Association has identified through this process. Our association supports Heritage Preservation Services staff recommendations to oppose the demolition of 3 heritage homes at 5, 7, and 9 Dale Avenue, and to upgrade the heritage rating of 7 Dale to B from C, in keeping with the South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District study criteria. We were very pleased to see that these recommendations were approved at the June 20th Toronto Preservation Board meeting. The Heritage Preservation Report, upon which these decisions were made, in our opinion, is thorough and comprehensive. Each of 5, 7, and 9 Dale are integral to the overall streetscape of Rosedale and should not, in our opinion, be demolished to make way for a larger, more dense condominium building. There are 2 multi-unit buildings that bookend Dale Avenue, as folks familiar with the neighborhood may be aware. And we would like to point out at this time that these apartment buildings are significantly lower in height and, from a street view, have far less scale and massing than the 4-story development building proposed. As we've already heard today, 7 Dale is a prime example of the international style of architecture designed by a notable Canadian modernist architect. As we heard, it has unique landscaping, and it supports an eclectic mix of 19th and 20th century residences found in the neighborhood. For these reasons, and based on an in-depth study by Letourneau Heritage Consulting, we join the North Rosedale Residents Association and the My Rosedale Neighborhood Group in nominating 7 Dale, we joined in nominating 7 Dale for a Part 4 designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. And it was for the same reasons that we were pleased when the Preservation Board went a step further and recommended that 7 Dale, I'm trying to edit this because I'm aware of time and I don't want to repeat some of the wonderful material that was already contributed. So what I would like to say is that we're very happy to hear that the Preservation Board was recommending that the heritage designation be increased to a B rating. On the planning side, also before you, we urge you to adopt the staff recommendations to oppose this application. I see that I'm close to time, so rather than delineate or sort of expand on those, I want to thank you for your attention to this matter. We fully support the recommendations before you today and look forward to continuing to work with this neighborhood and this development and other development proposals.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none, with our thanks. I'd like to call our next speaker, Nima Calabrari. Nima, welcome.
Good afternoon.
You have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm here actually speaking in favor of the project in Rosedale. I grew up in Willowdale area, but my best friend since middle school lived in Castle Frank, so I've spent a lot of time in Rosedale as a kid, playing ball hockey, going swimming, riding our bikes in the trail. And even now, as a resident in Yorkville, I continually still go in the area, jogging in the area probably 2-3 times a week. And I've been following the developments in my areas, including this project, and I was, one of the reasons, to be honest, that I got involved with it is because the name of the group that was called My Rosedale. Now, I'm sure most members of this group that's called it My Rosedale live in their community, but Rosedale is not a gated community or a private golf course. It belongs to everyone. It's no different than Danforth or the beaches or High Park. and belongs to all the councillors and all the members of our community. And, given my job, I'm very lucky to travel often. I go to New York, I just came back from London, and I've been able to see firsthand the incorporation of modern architecture, unique designs into older communities that are just as rich in history or far older than Rosedale, like in Mayfair in London, Soho in New York. And to be honest, based on some of the stuff that I've seen and the application of the project, this is a very well thought out project. I know some of the people have mentioned, obviously, and I understand the emotional attachment or an older gentleman who was a famous architect in Toronto, but this project is also now being designed by a very well-known Canadian architect who's done projects all over the world. Given all these points, I feel that it's just a select few that don't want this project to go through. Sure, construction might be inconvenience as far as blocking your view or construction noise through the summer, but just running behind the heritage excuse, I think is just masking the real concern. It's not a community concern, but just a concern of a select few. And that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else to ask questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, sir. I'd like to call Kimberly Jeffrey. Kimberly Jeffrey. Kimberly, welcome.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Today I've chosen to be here to speak in full support of the Dale project. The Rosedale neighborhood is one of the most highly sought after and renowned neighborhoods in Toronto. It has been known not only for its charm and prestige, but also for its exclusivity and being one of Toronto's most elite neighborhoods. The Dale project is not only a classically beautiful yet modest building that encompasses the richness that you would expect from a neighborhood such as Rosedale, but is one of very few developments I've seen in the city that, while embodying the characteristics of its surroundings, also enhances its streetscape. Siamak Hariri is an award-winning architect and one of the most sought-after architects in Toronto. He has done a wonderfully rare job of capturing the values and characteristics of the neighborhood and translating this into his work with the Dale project. The first thing that came to mind when looking at this project was, this would be a welcomed addition to the Dale Avenue, as the Dale project is nestled between not one but 3 existing 3- and 4-story older, outdated apartment buildings. I thought the owners of property on this street must be happy that something of this caliber will be placed here, as this would positively affect the value of their homes without interfering with the density that already exists on this street. The Dale project not only distracts from the surrounding apartments, but replaces the unappealing, outdated, smaller, older homes with a building that actually conforms and adds to the look of the neighborhood. With the lack of inventory in Toronto, much less in neighborhoods such as Rosedale, even more so in neighborhoods like Rosedale, as I don't believe there's any land left that can possibly be redesignated to allow another project of this caliber, the Dale project should be even more welcomed. The Dale project affords families looking to move or downsize from their multi-level homes the opportunity to own something with the lifestyle they're accustomed to in the neighborhood they love without having to compromise. If one was to move from their beautiful home in Rosedale, where would they go now? What options do Toronto offer with the same accessibility and convenience as Rosedale? With every new development that is proposed in Toronto, there's always a fear of what is to come and how it'll affect the way of life that residents have become accustomed to, and the pressure placed on many builders, especially in a community such as this, is understandable. However, having seen how much thought, consideration, and value for its neighbors and its neighboring community has gone into every aspect of this project, I can confidently say that this is a project I would like to see come to life, and I do believe that everyone in Rosedale will benefit from its existence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I'd like to call James Braden. James, welcome. And you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. As you mentioned, my name is James Burdine. I understand it's been quite a long day, so I'll try and make this as brief as possible. So I lived in the neighborhood for well over a decade, and my mother and father still live in the area to this day. So I understand the hesitation to developing close to home and expect that any proposal fit the narrative and the spirit of the surrounding area. I also understand that change can be off-putting, but with this being said, I know it's critical that both parties have an open forum to discuss the proposal, to provide their input and voice any concerns they may have with an open mind. Regarding the Dale proposal, I do believe it would be a welcome addition to the neighborhood with the potential to add significant value to the area. The developer and architect have clearly put much thought and effort into the venture, and from the scale and density to the heritage materials used, I do believe that the development is exactly what the city and this community needs. It's also more in tune with the neighborhood identity than the 4-story apartment buildings located just down the street and scattered throughout Rosedale at this point in time. While in the short term, construction is never ideal, the Dale proposal will provide a long-term benefit for the area. I've spoken with a number of community members who are actively looking to downsize, residents that will be unable to manage theirs or upkeep their homes over the upcoming years. So people that don't want to leave Rosedale and the comforts that this great neighborhood have to offer, but unfortunately there are no other alternatives at this point in time. So this proposal is exactly what many have been waiting for, a boutique-style development designed by an award-winning architect with sizable, functional suites, and more importantly, a project that's been thoughtfully integrated into the neighborhood. Unfortunately, again, this is a living option that is essentially non-existent in the area at this point in time, and by offering a different type of lifestyle to this community, it will allow those who call this area home today the ability to stay in the community long-term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. Are there any questions for the speaker? Actually, James, I just have a question. Like you said, your parents are residents in the area. Are you a resident of the area as well?
Not at the moment, but again, I lived there for half of my life.
Okay. And with respect to your suggestion or your claim that perhaps there's more people in the neighborhood that are supportive of the application than there are before us today, how do you reconcile that, your claim, versus the fact that we have 2 residents association that are recognized by the city who are here in opposition of the application?
It's a great point. I do believe that there are obviously a number of people that are here in favor of the project as well. And again, it's something that I can't really speak to, but just through speaking with people, family members, friends that currently live in the area, there aren't too many other alternatives. So there aren't any kind of condominium-style, single-story houses or homes in the area. So people that are looking to downsize have been forced to other venues or other alternatives.
Well, the application before us proposes to demolish 3 bungalows, which are pretty
I understand.
contiguous, and I'm assuming, I haven't been inside, but I'm assuming a little bit more accessible.
Absolutely, yeah. But it is replacing 3 with 26.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. I'd like to call Chris Borgo. And this is not Chris Borgo.
Madam Chair, I thank you for the obvious. And Mr. Borgo was not able to stay, but he did ask that I file with your secretary and members of committee a letter that he had previously submitted in support of the project and providing his expert heritage opinion on the matters raised by staff. So I have a letter to file from Mr. Borgo as well as from Mr. Peter Burton, also a Heritage Act architect. And ma'am, I'm aware of some other materials that have been filed over the course of the day. That's extra copies. Thank you. And I just don't know whether, given the fact there's been no break, whether your staff or you have had an opportunity to be made aware of those or review them as part of this record.
Okay. I would suspect that if they've been already placed with the clerks, it is somewhere on the desk.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Are you speaking as well?
Yes, ma'am, I am, and
Or do you like to, because you're following Dermot Sweeney, so did you want to follow him, or did you want to speak while you're up there? I'll start your time because I recognize that you haven't began your deputation.
All right, no, I think probably, if you wouldn't mind, ma'am, I would recommend and request that Mr. Sweeney and other members of the public who wish to speak in this be heard, and then I would like to lead off and also have you aware of some additional information from Mr. Dragicevic and others.
Okay.
So we would do that in a chunk, and the other thing I can promise you is we'd only do it once and not come back and do it on item 45, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Then, if you want to just make some space, we're going to ask Dermot Sweeney to come before us. Welcome, Dermot.
Hello. Good evening, I guess. Madam Chair and the rest of committee. I'm here to speak in strong support of the project. I live very close by. I'm a member of South Rosedale Ratepayers Association. I've attended multiple meetings, including meetings with you on the project. This was not a heritage issue when we first talked about it. South Rosedale Ratepayers Association set up a separate committee to look at it, who recommended to us as a group that this be passed. They gave very, very good advice as to what to do. The developer worked on that. I live very close by. I live beside a 4-story apartment building. It's a great place. It's a good balance in South Rosedale. There are all kinds of places and ways to live, and there are a number of different housing types. I think I'd like to make one very, very important point. I painstakingly restored a beautiful house in Rosedale, and I've done it a number of times. I have won Heritage Awards given out by Toronto, many urban design awards in Toronto. We try and do very, very good work. This is an excellent project. It actually puts more people in a great place within 3-4 minute walk of the subway. It's a decent thing to do. We're in a housing crisis in Toronto. We need housing. There are lots of people that, A, get older in Rosedale and have nowhere to go. There are a few 4-story apartments that allow people to move in, which is great. And it's a great balance in the neighborhood. I know Heritage quite well. We've won the award, as I say, a number of times. I've restored a lot of buildings. I've worked with a lot of Heritage architects. We've done our own restoration work as well on a number of projects in Toronto, I think about 30. I think this is a beautiful building. The building going in, I do not think the buildings there should be upped at all in terms of what they are or what they could be in terms of rating. I do not believe they should be kept. I have no affiliation with this project. I have no ownership in it. I have nothing to do with it other than I live very close by and I've seen the signage up. And I've also seen what went on at SRRA, which I think was very interesting, to say the least. There was no heritage issues early on, only now, recently, as of last fall. The first few meetings, there was nothing about this at all. In fact, many experts had looked at it, including staff, and did not see it the way they currently see it. With that, I would like to support the project. I think it's great to bring more people into good neighborhoods. And the last point I will make, is after all of the work that was done on heritage and the HCD, after the zoning bylaw was changed to R1, we did an official plan in Toronto that went to many public meetings in '04. We did an official plan. I worked hard, attended many, many meetings. We all rallied behind many things. One of the things that was most important that was achieved in the official plan was to allow 4-story walk-up apartments in all neighborhoods, not simply particular neighborhoods. I think what you have in this case is against apartments, and I think that is a big problem. The official plan allows for 4-story apartments in neighborhoods, and I think we've allowed laneway housing. We need to find solutions that bring more people in a reasonable way into our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dermot. Any questions for the speaker? Dermot, I just have a couple questions to clarify your comments. You described what happened at the SRRA interesting. I'm going to use interesting in quotations. What do you believe happened at the SRRA?
I attended a number of meetings, including the first one. I went to meetings at the church. I listened. I never made opinions. I wanted to see and hear. I think the architecture at the beginning was a bit abrupt in some ways. There were comments made. We worked on making it better. The heritage wasn't discussed about the 3 buildings. And in fact, early staff meetings, there was no mention of the heritage. SRRA had a committee set up specifically to review it with you, the councillor, with the applicant, and with staff. They came back after much change. We saw the building change, went through a number of mutations, and all of a sudden, 6-7 months later, there's a heritage. I think we have to be, what I'm really saying is we have to be careful that heritage is very important in Toronto, but we have to be careful not to use it as a stop development.
Dermot, are you sure that heritage was never an issue? It is a property that sits within the Heritage Conservation District. Every application is a heritage issue.
I have lived up the street for a long time. My house is a heritage building, which was restored. I know most of the houses that are heritage buildings, those were not deemed to be saved, and they weren't through all the early discussion around this project. There was not a heritage discussion at many meetings.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Dermot. I'd like to call Bob Draginik.
Madam Chair, as I mentioned, in order to attempt to assist the committee and to speed things along, if the committee would permit, I would propose that I would lead off to set some stage for this. Mr. Dragicevic is the planner for the applicant. I represent him from a legal perspective. We also have the landscape architect here because there has been much discussion about building and landscape character to speak to provide some information that has not been provided in your staff reports, as well as Mr. Harari, the architect, and Mr. Goldsmith, the heritage architect.
So thank you, Jane. I recognize that you wanted to be you wanted to set the tone, or you wanted to be the sweep. I wasn't clear.
I wouldn't mind setting off. I'm in your hands, but it would be, I had anticipated
And that's
going
okay.
first,
So
if
then,
that's
Jane, what I'd like to
acceptable.
do is recognize you, but then following yourself would be Bob Dragicevic.
Dragicevic, yes.
Dragicevic.
And then Mr. Harari, the architect.
We also have Phil Goldsmith and Greg Warren.
Yes, Greg Warren is the landscape architect, and Mr. Goldsmith, the heritage architect.
So
would speak
why
last.
don't you set it off then?
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll set your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your attention and your patience and your endurance. As I noted, there are additional written submissions that I'm aware of come in today from representatives who have been heavily involved in this matter over the last 3 years. And I do appreciate the opportunity to hear from each discipline. I think it's necessary due to the intertwined nature of the decision that you have to make and the intertwined nature of the 2 reports, one under item 44 having to do with the planning and one under item 45 having to do with the Conservation District and Heritage Preservation Panel recommendation. In my respectful submission, a careful review of the planning report makes it clear that it relies entirely, without testing, without balance, without question, on the heritage recommendations as the only reason to oppose the application. I simply take you to the conclusion of their report, and you will note that the report speaks to the lack of, or the belief and conclusion rather, that there is no conformity with, not consistent with the PPS, does not conform with respect to the growth plan with respect to heritage matters. Further, the proposal is not in keeping with the intent of the official plan, particularly as it relates to heritage policies, and does not meet the HCD guidelines. We have in this circumstance a planning report where, on careful review, every other standard, policy, guideline, balance, and policy has been met with respect to this project. Over 50% of the land mass will be rehabilitated and turned into public ownership and conveyed to the TRCA. That would not happen if this does not proceed. I'm making these points to you, and I will be concentrating in a moment on process, because under the new regime, the decisions of council, and therefore your committee are supposed to be reported out in detail. There is material that is not before you in the reports that your staff have provided. And given that council does not hear deputations, we feel it important for you to have all the information. I can say to you, and I say this more in sorrow than anger, I have practiced over 45 years as a lawyer doing planning and municipal law in the City of Toronto, and I have rarely seen such a failure of process as this application demonstrates and these reports set out. My client has worked for over 3 years with the city and what was originally an Objective, Balance and Experience Community Association, and for a long time, and you will hear about this further, the accepted assumption was that in being consistent with the Heritage Conservation Plan, the test was whether the replacement building was equally or better able to contribute to the heritage characteristics and comply with the appropriate zoning. Those were the tests. That was the supposition. The attention was paid on getting the building right because the plan itself anticipated the potential for demolition of these 3 buildings if the replacement building was proper. And for months, years indeed, that was what was worked through. You've heard about the fact that these are 40s and 50s bungalows. You have heard that, and you will hear further, but the Borgel and Burton material handed up make it clear they do not fit, they are not characteristic of Rosedale, and the landscape character and buildings within a landscape are matters that can be and are intended to be preserved with the new building. Let me just say that after the receipt of a process of not only working with staff but going to the public and the lengthy negotiation you've already heard about with a duly appointed subcommittee of the Residents Association and reaching an agreed-to position on those, my client then filed a revised application. But at that point, my Rosedale neighborhood, a small group, and Ms. Lee was very fair to say it represented the bulk of the people who live on Dale Avenue, then called for a public meeting, and there was delay, and the public meeting went, of course, as predicted, and rejected the subcommittee recommendation. However, planning staff still did not report, but it was only then, after there had been a dramatic switch in the leadership of South Rosedale Residents Association, a revocation of previous positions put on the record by that association, and that private individuals, you've heard, not city staff, made a recommendation to designate one of the buildings, happens to be the one in the middle. Heritage has been weaponized in this circumstance, and in my respectful submission, unless this council, committee rather, recommends to council a process whereby we can continue to work with planning staff to address the balance of interests and not have a single issue, which is an added and late starter of heritage, brought into the mix, the process will have been entirely undercut and a terrible precedent set. Thank you.
Jane, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the speaker? Go ahead, Councillor Layton.
Sorry, if I could just clarify who the developer is on
Yes.
the owner of the site.
The owner of the site is Platinum Vista, a developer who's done some buildings, one under consideration rather in Yorkville, for example. Mr. Steinman is one of the principals.
And one of the articles links the project to a Hunter Milborn Real Estate.
Yes, I believe Mr. Milborn is one of the partners, yes.
Any other
Okay,
further
thank you.
questions? Okay. I have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
The application for Dale was filed back in 2016. There was probably, I believe, about a year worth of pre-application discussions. Were you the lawyer on the file from the beginning?
I was not, but I am aware that for the year prior, there was discussion in identifying an applicant, identifying an approach to the design, and particularly working with TRCA and the ravine and natural protection folks at the city to set out what the developable land was. But I did not get retained until early to mid 2017, if I recall.
And,
I'm sorry, 2016, pardon me.
okay, so that's roughly when the application was filed.
Just around that time, yes.
And do you know how many heritage planners have worked on this file?
I know for a fact that Mr. Goldsmith has been retained.
Not on the consultant side, on the city side.
Oh, on the city side? Oh, too many to number. There was Ms. Peterson, there was Ms. Dayal. I haven't been to any of the meetings. Mr. Goldsmith was, and I stand to be corrected, but I understand Mary McDonald was also involved much more recently, and a woman named Tamara Anson Cartwright brought the most recent report to the June 20th meeting, although for reasons I don't understand, it was not signed by anyone in the Heritage Department, it was signed by someone in urban design. So there are at least 4 of whom I'm aware. I'm sorry, and Catherine Anderson, who's the person who did the research on the designation request that, as you have pointed out, has not been accepted or pursued.
Okay. And from, in your remarks, and I think it was also brought up by one of the prior speakers, there was a statement that there was initial support from the SRRA that was then rescinded.
Yes.
And then you went through a working group process,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And the working group process, who was involved with that?
There were 5 members of the SRRA subcommittee. There was the brand-new president, Mr. Hogarth. There was Mr. Alex Murray, a longtime member of the association, Mr. Townley, longtime member and past president of the association, Mr. Moore, who I think had been on for at least a decade, and retired Judge Ground, who was not only a member of the executive but also lived next door in 21 Dale. By invitation, Ms. Catherine Lee of my Rosedale neighborhood was also brought into those sessions.
And was city staff involved with that working group process?
They were not at that time.
So it was simply a working group that was established between the applicant and select members of the community?
Not select members, they were appointed members, as I understand it, appointed by the executive of the South Rosedale Residents Association. And, excuse me, it was a process which was strongly urged upon my client by not only staff, but also your office. You have consistently directed folks to try to work out a community-based solution.
Okay. And this is my final question. Just to clarify the time, my time was merged with Councillor Layton's time with your 5 minutes. So my final question is with respect to the recent report from Urban Design to bump up the C-rated building at Sevendale to a B-rated building in principle, without opening up the HCD. I'm struggling to understand this. Has this ever happened before in your 45 years of practicing municipal law?
Never. It's extraordinary, and I do think with the greatest of respect that both the January and the June reports out of Urban Design/Heritage Preservation staff have proceeded on an utter basic mistake of law. In January, HPB was told that the appropriate interpretation of the test for a replacement building should be interpreted in a way that did not allow anything that did not conform to the existing bylaw. Notwithstanding, for 16 years, there have been certainly many minor variances. And then more recently, we had this complete shift about an upgrade, and that is in the face of, and I should say, I represented South Rosedale Residents Association when the Heritage District Conservation Plan was subject to appeal, and I was successful in having it approved at the municipal board. I live in the neighborhood. I'm a member of a number of heritage organizations, so this is close to my heart. There have been times when the community and the association asked whether there could be redesignations or reclassifications, let me call it more properly, and were told by heritage staff that that was impossible, that the Heritage Conservation Plan did not anticipate it, and frankly, for reasons that escape me, that the Heritage Act did not anticipate it. That's what we've been told. This is the first for at least South Rosedale since 2002, when the plan came into place.
Thank you very much for your comments. I have no further questions. Are there anyone else with questions? Seeing none, I'd like to call, I guess we're coming back to Bob.
Mr. Dragicevic, yes.
Dragicevic. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Bob. Dragicevic.
I much prefer the first name, Madam Chair.
Okay, Bob.
Members of the committee. And
May I call you Bob? Is that okay?
you may call me Bob D. if you like, because
Bob D.
that's what I
Thank you,
am
Bob.
known as in my industry on a regular basis. I'm a planning consultant who's been retained by the owners. I am a planning consultant who has been retained by the owners since they acquired the land. So I've been retained since late 2014, and I've participated in the municipal approval process and the community consultation process since day one. I can advise the committee that you've heard a lot. I'm going to try not to repeat what you've heard, but there are some points that I do want to identify to you, and one of them is the extent of the meetings and when they started with staff as late as early 2015, and how they continued on well into the up to the current time. At all times in this process, in any consultation with the city staff and the Residents Association, the redevelopment concept has been consistent. It has been the replacement of the 3 dwellings by an apartment building. That's, I think, is relevant because nothing else has been presented, because it really comes down to what's a suitable fit in the context of the neighborhood. We started this exercise with 3 primary principles, and the first one of them is the matter of conformity to the official plan. You've heard it, but I'll say it again. There is no need to amend the official plan to acknowledge the use nor the density of the use that's proposed in this application. The only amendment to the official plan relates to an encroachment matter, very minor, into the 10-meter setback from top of bank and stable top of bank, which has been respected from the outset. It's a highly regulated valley area. It's part of the ravine and natural feature system. It is TRCA regulated, and as Ms. Pepino pointed out, more than half of this site will be dedicated to public ownership as in the end result. This graphic will show you that, if I turn it this way, this graphic will show you the area to be retained and more than 53% in the green to be conveyed to public ownership. The staff report's been talked about extensively, and not only does the official plan allow for the use, it also sets out criteria for development in neighborhoods. And you've heard it many times, neighborhoods are stable, they're not static, they are not fixed in place. And your staff reports have indicated that the development scheme itself is a proposal that represents an appropriate redevelopment. The building height that's proposed with the 3- and 4-story combination of massing and setbacks is an appropriate redevelopment. There's a setback that's set out, and this graphic is really quite helpful to give you some indication of the separation circumstance on Dale Avenue. And this is a view looking across Dale Avenue. On the left side of the graphic are the houses on the north side of Dale. And it's difficult to read, but the spatial separation between the residences on the north side and the facing condition on the south side will be more than 100 feet at the first to third levels, and slightly greater at the fourth. The proposal has established setbacks that maintain significant areas in the frontage of the property to allow for extensive landscape to be completed. The building design itself actually is in 2 halves. This represents the first floor, and you can see that the western half of the site has been moved to along the Dale frontage with the setback and along the east side, allowing for the forecourt and the service functions. All service functions within the building themselves are below grade, all parking and loading, and there's been adjustments in the building designed to force all of the mechanical equipment down into the lower level of the building. Another element that was significantly discussed through the design process is reflected in this graphic, which shows a gap between the 2 halves of the building, and that was done to allow for a larger opening in the view corridor down Powell Avenue and create the sense of the rhythm of the face of the building. And I just draw your attention to those jagged lines that run along the north side of those buildings. You'll hear more about this from Mr. Hariri, but the tremendous amount of detail that's been paid to articulate the face, and he'll describe to you the types of materials and conditions that he's drawn on from the queues in the area. The important point to keep in mind here is, as well, from a planning perspective, is that the heritage matters have been addressed in detail by advisors to our client, as well as others who've indicated that this particular proposal will fit the character of the area, and I'll leave them to speak to that. Your staff reports deal with traffic, access, parking, solid waste management, protection of natural heritage. All of these matters that you would typically expect to be addressed have been addressed to the satisfaction of staff.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time. Are there any questions for you from the councillors? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Bob.
You need this?
Our next speaker is Phil Goatsmith. No, he's not. Oh, okay. C-Mac Hariri, followed by Greg Warren and Mark Richardson. Hi, C-Mac.
Hello, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure the laptop is working before my time starts.
I won't start your time until your presentation is ready. How's that?
Wonderful. I know the folks have been very helpful.
We have, oops, sorry.
Is this on now? You want it?
Nope.
Is it working?
Once it boots, it should go right.
Why is it not booting?
Okay, just have to do one thing.
Excellent. I think I'm ready.
You're ready, okay. Please proceed. I'll start your time.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I wanted to thank this committee because it's very important that we speak a little bit about the process. Jane mentioned that really at the heart of this issue is the process that we've gone through. We, believe that working closely with the city, with staff, with the communities, that's how you come up with a great solution. Something that is robust, that is able, and the design process, as you know, is very robust and nimble. And this process started with that. We began this process actually at the earliest days, working with Heritage first, with Sherry Peterson and her staff, and the whole idea that we went from townhouses to a massing that was shifted came out of the process that Heritage wanted, and eventually effloresced into a 3.5-story building with the various articulation and massing and detail and all of the elements that you see. That then led to a very close and a series of very intense meetings with the various members of the community, including the SRRA, members that were individuals, and all of the elements that were asked, we tried to incorporate angled roofs, chimneys, breaking up of the elevations. I'm going to go through that a little bit. All of this then led to a final point in the project, about 6 or 8 months into the process, many, many meetings, which we then came to a point where it started to coalesce, and we did receive, Madam Chair, a letter from the SRRA that said, now we are happy. We need a little bit more work. We were down to whether the roof was slate or whether this piece was a little like this, or the chimney caps should be like this, the downspouts, the setback, but it was down to that level of detail. Heritage at that time was focused on the cherub, on the fountain, at the back of the property and whether we would retain the cherub or not. This is the level of detail that we were down to at that point. There's flagstone in the back of the property, and there was great concern that we would retain this flagstone and incorporate it into the project. The various members of the SRRA each presented a number of different positions. We incorporated each one of these elements into the final design. We received this letter. We then came before the councillor with Sherry Peterson and the heritage staff, with the planners, which had asked for a number of things. We were all around a table, and I remember very distinctly that Sherry herself said, I am now happy. I'm ready to support this. I cannot give you a positive report, but I can give you what I would call a very soft refusal, laden with positive comments so that it feels like a positive report. That's how we came out of that meeting. Then the SRRA, as Jane pointed out, had this complete shift in membership, and then we worked with yet another, it was a whole other group, 5 new members, an entire new process. We went through and developed this design for another 1.5 years, including elements, and I can tell you that members of that group, such as Kathy Lee that spoke, asked for, I would like 4 trees over here. We added the trees. I'm worried about the view from my 3rd floor. We added that. We spent 6 months working with the neighbor at number 3. We have a written letter from him. We worked with the various group at 21 Dale. All of this was incorporated into this last design. And as I understand it, this subcommittee voted 4-1 in favor of this design. So again, we went through this process. Again, we incorporated, the design process, incorporated all of the comments, and we got to a point where they were happy. And then again, now we find that all of a sudden, where in 2.5 years, there was never a mention of 7 Dale, suddenly 7 Dale becomes the absolute fulcrum of this conversation. Where did this emerge from? How in the world was this escaped for 2.5 years? And that we've gone through this process of developing this entire design. I think it's as Jane said, it's the neighbors across the street discovered that this may be
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CMAC. Sorry to cut you off, but your time is up. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, CMAC, I have probably just one question for you. And my question is regarding the upgrading of 7 Dale. So I think it would, sorry, I'm just going to start my own time. I think heritage was always going to be a consideration in this planning application. Would you not agree, simply because it sits in a HCD?
Yes.
Always.
Always. And as you know, Madam Chair, when we began this process, you and others first said, work first with heritage. And so for the first 6 months, actually the design process, without having started with pencil to paper, was with heritage, and only heritage, was working with heritage. That was how we began the process, and an enormous amount of discussion was around look and feel and fit. And the design actually came out of that process of design, and then went from that to planning staff, and then from that to the community group. And so it really began first 3 months with heritage.
If Heritage had said to you from the get-go, we don't like the application, we don't want to participate in your working group, we want you to just go away.
Right.
We hate it.
Right.
What would you have done then?
We would have gone away. You know, the fact of the matter is that, in fact, it was the opposite. It was an enormous amount of encouragement. There was always a discussion about, we will not take this any further until we are happy. After 3-4 months, the feeling was that they are now happy, that they wanted to present it to the councillor. And you remember that our earliest meetings were when they felt they had consensus around staff, around planning, around urban forestry, and around the neighborhood group. And that's why we had more than 14 meetings with various members in the neighborhood in coming together with this design before we showed this to you.
So in a 2.5-year process, I guess 14 working groups that you had participated in, when did the opinion of heritage staff change? I think this is, to me, it's pretty critical that we're clear about the process.
Yeah.
When did that change? Because I mean, the community would not be participating in a working group if they, because the level of detail that you described, that you got into with respect to the fountain, to the materiality, I won't even go that far if I just don't want to talk to you.
Exactly.
And so when did that change?
I think it's very important that that this group understand that we were at the level of cherubs on fountains because they were so happy. You wouldn't be discussing the little cherub that exists on the fountain as part of the backyard that exists, and where we're going to put the cherub in the new design if everything else wasn't so fine. And that's where we were. It all changed when that group was led by a different group. I don't know, because Sherry Peterson was who we were listening to. And when Sherry Peterson left the picture, the whole thing changed.
But Sherry Peterson has not been on the file since her retirement. Doesn't the city have a right to change his mind?
Well, I suppose it does, but we went along with that support. And there were members of this group that were consistent and remained on the file. And so we listened to them. And I can tell you that personally, I received calls that said that the situation was fine. So we are surprised that number 7 emerges as, oh, we just discovered that Gordon Adamson is the architect of this. We knew from the very beginning that Gordon Adamson was the architect of this number 7. Everyone knew, and everyone dismissed it. And I worked for Adamson, and I can tell you that this is not a top-drawer house. This is not one of the things that anyone would say, oh, this is a Gordon Adamson piece. So for 2 years, we're working hand in glove with the city, and not one person is saying, oh, by the way, there's a landmine on this project. No one.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. CMAC, thank you. I'd like to call Greg Warren, followed by Mark Richardson, and I believe that's the end of our speakers. Oh, sorry. Okay, so Mr. Goldstein. You're Greg?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Greg.
Just getting transparency set up, and I think we're ready to go. Good. Madam Chair, councilors, my name is Greg Warren, and I'm a landscape architect from Janet Rosenberg Studio, and I'm here to speak to you today about the landscape elements of the Dale development. Much of the discussion today regarding the Dale development is focused on its appropriateness in the architectural context. But as landscape architects, we take a more holistic view of landscapes, considering them as part of the local architectural fabric, yes, but also as part of the wider urban ecosystems in which they form a part. In this case, we've designed the development site's landscape not only to address its role in the neighborhood aesthetic, but also as a component in the city's important ravine ecology. The landscape proposal, we believe, respects the heritage character of the existing landscapes and neighborhood while greatly improving the long-term ecological stability of the adjacent ravine lands. I'd like to start with the site's ecology. There are 2 important areas where the ecological function of the development site is being significantly upgraded by the proposal. The first is improvement to urban tree canopy. There are currently over 500 trees in and around the Dale site. Only 6 trees requiring a permit are being removed for the building construction. The remainder of trees being removed are undersized, invasive, or have deemed to pose a hazard, and are being removed at the request of the city and regional agencies charged with ravine management. The 2 most significant trees on the project, a large European beech and a large London plane tree, are being preserved. Finally, over 200 new trees are being planted, resulting in a net gain of over 80 trees to the site, with the result that this landscape proposal will actually enhance significantly the urban canopy. The second ecological benefit of the project is ravine restoration. The developer and its consultant team has undertaken extensive consultation with the TRCA and the city's Ravine and Natural Features Protection Unit and arrived at a ravine stewardship plan that has these agencies' full support. The most significant component of this plan, which has been referred to by previous speakers, is the conveyance of 1.3 acres, or 55% of the site, to the city to permanently form part of the city's ravine property. In addition, many important steps are being taken to improve the ravine's ecological condition, including removing existing landscape features that are incompatible with a natural ravine, preserving large mature specimen canopy trees and removing invasive species, and renaturalizing by planting 170 trees and almost 3,000 other native plants within the buffer area and on the valley slope. While ecological improvement is very important in this project, it is an urban setting, and so the character of the neighborhood is extremely important, and we believe the proposed landscape plan addresses this. In consultation with heritage planners, paving stones and statuary from the rear of the property will be salvaged and reused in the front yards, no longer hidden from view behind the residence. Similarly, Sevendale's original landscape design, which has long been obscured from view by the dense screen planting in the front lot line, will now be brought into view. In the proposed plan, the original design intent of Sevendale's landscape design language is echoed in the proposed plan with rectilinear hardscape surfaces and geometrically clipped hedging. In addition to referencing the rear garden, the streetscape character is preserved by the reintroduction of a low stone wall and ironwork fence with hedging along the street frontage, recreating the boundary condition of Sevendale that exists now. Changes have also been made in response to local concerns. In response to comments about privacy, a number of evergreens are proposed within the private front yards, providing a buffer between the street and the building. The neighborhood character is further protected by numerous openings in the hedging, provided in residential scale increments that referencing the screen plantings that came before. Finally, the number of curb cuts for car access has been significantly reduced from 4 to 1, allowing for more planting and permeability in the design. In summary, I think the landscape design for 5, 7, and 9 Dale has been developed through extensive consultation with the TRCA, the Ravine and Natural Features Protection staff, the City of Toronto Heritage Preservation Services staff, neighbors, and ecologists. As each stakeholder gave their input, and as I think as CMAC said, the design evolved in response. The goal from a landscape perspective has been to create a design that balances the long-term ecological health of the valley with concerns about privacy, heritage, and aesthetics. The proposal respects and reinforces the heritage character of the existing landscape for the benefit of the neighborhood, while greatly improving the long-term ecological stability of the ravine lands for the benefit of all city residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I will call Mark Richardson and then followed by Phil Goldsmith. Sorry, Phil, I just reshuffled you because I lost your placement.
Okay to unplug the...
Yeah, absolutely. While you get that ready, is there anyone else here to speak to this? Because I'd like to just close the speakers list.
No. Just HDMI. Okay.
So, councillors, I want to bang through this fairly quickly. My name is Mark Richardson. I was a member of the Toronto Planning Review Panel from 2015 to 2017. The Toronto Planning Review Panel was a public initiative to improve public engagement by capturing input from a broader segment of the population. It was created so that representative groups of Toronto could help city planning guide and grow changes in Toronto. We were selected through a civic lottery. We worked together over the course of 2 years to provide city planning with informed public input on various initiatives. Why did Toronto need a diverse multi-ward planning review panel? I think today's session is pretty expressive of why. The challenges of the people who show up to these public meetings are the kinds of folks who can spend an afternoon sitting in a session, who can show up at a public meeting, they're not working shift, they don't have kids at home, they're not from low-income communities. So this specific example here at 9 Dale Avenue, where is it geographically located? It's geographically located a 350-meter, 5-minute walk from one subway station at Sherbourne. It's geographically located a 6-minute walk from another subway station at Sherbourne. Royce and James had an article this week, and it said, council needs a sprinkling of shamers. You get elected based on how you look after the whiny, persnickety, demanding complainers of your ward. Mr. Matlow smiled ever so gently at that, it looked like. But ward healing, while essential, does not a good and effective councillor make. We talk about history. This is the history of development in the city. People showing up saying, burn the model, it's an election year, thank God. And I think the best one there is forget future people, think of us. We have to think of future people because they're coming whether we want them to or not. Been a couple of articles around this topic and the Cabbagetown daycare and other items this year. Heritage should not be an excuse for NIMBYism. Rosedale NIMBYs push back against a 4-story condo, and here's why it shouldn't be so controversial. It's 5 minutes from 2 subway stations. There's one good reason, and it's only 4 stories. We also talk about built form. Why can't we build beautiful Toronto buildings like this anymore? Look at this, this is gorgeous. It's brick, it's 4 stories, it's on a corner, it's got beautiful architectural features. And in 1905, when it was proposed, the neighbors complained about it. This building would destroy their property values on Spadina Avenue. We need to think of the future. I'm asking you all in this specific case and in all the cases that come before you to focus less on heritage and incumbent residents' concerns and focus more on housing and the future residents that you need to accommodate. And that's my time.
Thank you very much, Mark, for your deputation. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Phil Goatsmith.
Councillors, Madam Chair, I'm Phil Goldsmith, Heritage Consultant to the project. I believe this proposal involves 2 distinct heritage considerations. What is the value of the existing buildings? And does the proposed replacement building meet the guidelines as set out in the HCD plan for the replacement of Category C buildings? That is to say, is it a good fit with the character of South Rosedale? Is it equally or better able to contribute to that character? With respect to the categorization of the 3 properties, 5, 7, and 9 Dale, it was our understanding from an early date in conversation with Heritage Preservation Services that the categorization of properties could not change without reopening or redoing the HCD plan, and you've heard that from others. We worked with the South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District Advisory Committee, a subset of the SRRA, for 2 years, and in that time it was never suggested these houses had more heritage value, and the idea of replacing houses with another building form was not raised. The principal concern was how the proposed building would fit the context, and we spent considerable time working with the South Rosedale Resident Association on that, also as you've heard. The concept of replacing the C-rated buildings was not challenged on the basis of categorization. We all understood that the HCD study anticipated potential replacement of C buildings, and the wording for this is in the HCD study. This was confirmed in writing in July of 2016 in a letter from the SRRA from David Townley with Mr. Alex Murray. We worked with and had meetings with Heritage staff as well, Sherry Peterson and Ragini Dayal particularly. And similar to the Heritage Advisory Committee, the value of the existing buildings was not questioned. Again, it was an issue of getting the building design right as a replacement for C-rated buildings. We understood the current zoning had to be changed, but otherwise we had general support for the concept and Sia McCreary's design. We also understood that city heritage policies include that when a project is located within an HCD, the guidelines of the HCD apply. In this case, that C-rated buildings could be replaced if the proposed building was equally or better able to contribute to the character of the HCD. Over this time, in response, I worked closely with Sia McCreary to consider the character of the area, material palettes, heights, form, and projections, rhythms, and proportions, resulting in several iterations of the design, and arriving at a final proposal that reflects the dominant character of the area, established by the predominance of pre-1920 buildings, as you see here, and that's also stated in the HCD study. We were also sensitive to the question of a quality landscape, fully aware that one of the primary, if not the primary attribute of the current properties to the public realm is the landscaping along the street, given the suburban nature of the existing 3 houses. Janet Rosenberg's studio developed a landscape proposal along the street that, similar to the replacement building design, has a rich palette of hard and soft elements, replaces a stone wall, hedges, shrubbery, and decorative trees, and is more than equally able to contribute to the quality and character of the district. After 2 years of design development, the Neighborhood Association dramatically changed character in response to a few neighbors who campaigned and sought issues to argue against the project. Initially, the argument was related to tree loss. Later came the assertion that number 7 Dale is a building worthy of elevated heritage status. Their research, identifying all of the same features as my own, led to conclusions that the building should be designated under Part 5, the opposite of mine, and that this was represented to heritage staff. Surprisingly, and by now with Sherry Peterson retired, HPA staff changed position and sided with the neighbors that the property has more value than previously stated, and curiously, as you've heard, now recommended to change its categorization to B. Number 7 Dale is no doubt a competent building designed by Gordon Adamson. It is similar to other houses he designed around the same time, but also similar to many, many houses designed by other architects at the end of the Second World War. The technologies in the building were available at the time and were not unique. Modern sealed double thermal windows, like here, date to the mid-1930s. Large areas of glass similarly show in buildings through the 1930s, and taking advantage of solar heating, not the roof, but through the windows, is an ancient idea promoted during the war by Canadian Homes and Gardens prior to this house. Other houses, both in Canada and the US, were cited as models for this approach and published. Advertisements in Canadian House and Garden leave little doubt that the owner of the building, also owner of a glass and window company, as you've heard.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Phil, your time is up.
Oh dear, I didn't quite make it.
I'll ask you a question, how's that? Would you like to give me your final thought?
I'm supporting the project, obviously, and I had a lot more to, well, 1 page more to say, sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry to cut your time short, but I have to be fair to everybody else.
I understand.
But I also do have a question for you regarding the process, which has come up over and over again. With respect to the process, have you been the applicant's heritage consultant from day one, is that correct?
Well, there were a few days before I was involved, but since early 2015, yeah.
Oh, so by pre-application and obviously at the time of submission?
Correct.
Okay. And during that period of time, you worked with a number of counterparts on the city side. How many individuals have you worked with from the city heritage preservation staff?
Well, worked with and spoke to, again, Sherry Peterson, Ragini Dayal, Mary McDonald, most recently Paul Macca, who had to sign off the report, In terms of my direct conversation, that's probably all.
Okay. And during that period of time, I guess during the 2.5-year process, while the application's moving through the city planning process, was planning staff consistent in their approach as they review this application from beginning to end?
You mean heritage planning staff?
Yes, heritage staff, sorry.
Yeah, for the 2 years that I referenced, they were consistent. It was not a question of the replacement of the 3 buildings. It was a question of how to get the new building design right within the guidelines of the HCD.
And when did the position around demolishing these 3 properties change?
It's around March of this year.
Is that not the same time that the applicant, sorry, the local residents had produced a report, an independent report, but it's still nevertheless a heritage report signed off by a reputable heritage consultant that said that number 7 Dale was more worthy than the C designation?
Yeah, the report from the neighbors was a little earlier than that, a couple months perhaps.
Well, would it be not fair for the city staff to then be able to change their mind, recognizing that there was new information put before them that they had not seen themselves during the 2-year review?
That's an interesting question, because I did a heritage impact assessment that, from about early 2016, I suppose, when it was submitted, identified the building as having been designed by Gordon Adamson. I added a lot more depth to that a little later as an appendix, which went into great detail about why I didn't think it was worthy of a Part 5 designation. So it's not like that information was a secret early on, and still, especially the Gordon Adamson part, that didn't come up as an issue.
So is your position that you had also alerted staff in the heritage impacts assessment that you provided as a part of this application that that number 7 Dale was designed
By Gordon Adamson.
by Gordon Adamson?
Yes.
That information was provided to staff in 2016. Staff continued to proceed with you and I guess the applicant plus the local community on reviewing design changes to the application with that information already in mind.
That's correct, yeah, up until the point they got the report from the local community, yeah.
So then I'm trying to understand what changed. Because now today we have a negative staff report.
I agree.
That seems to hang a lot of its merits on the fact that this number 7 Dale was designed by a very reputable Canadian architect of noted importance. Is there new materials? Like I'm really struggling with the process.
Well,
Is there new
it has not
materials?
been a secret since the beginning that it was designed by Gordon Adamson, and that Gordon Adamson had a certain profile then, and his firm has gone on to do major things in the many years since. So that was not a secret. No, I think it was 2 things primarily. Sherry retired, of course, and then other staff got involved and reassessed the project based probably through the opinions of the consultants for the Residents Association.
So finally, regardless of who the staff is, whether it's Sherry or Ragini Dial or any of the 5 to 6 names that have now come forward through this Q&A between myself and the committee members, as well as the applicants' proponents, it shouldn't really matter who is the staff person. The answer should be consistent as long as the information before them is consistent. Would that not make sense?
I would think so, yeah.
Your experience is that it has not been consistent. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, there was a complete change of position around March this year. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak who have not spoken already? You don't get a second round. Okay, so then are there any members with questions of staff? Okay, Councillor Cressy?
So I just have a couple of questions, having gone through all this for HPS, if that's all right. When did so the conversations with HPS regarding this file began in a pre-application phase, is that right?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, although I hesitate because I don't know which questions are best for which report, and I'm not sure that matters. I'll answer the questions as asked, but they are different reports.
I recognize that. I think because the speakers who've appeared before us have spoken to both items.
I'm happy to.
I think as long as you're able to answer the questions of the councillor, answer the question of the councillors, just proceed.
Absolutely. So through you, Madam Chair, yes, city staff was involved with discussions from the early stages, as they would be in any HCD.
And so that will have begun in 2016? I mean, this has been a 2.5-year long process, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And so in the initial meetings then with HPS, was it communicated to the applicant initially that the decision to recategorize from C to B, was that communicated initially, or was that a decision that came later in the process?
That was a decision that came later in the process. At the time, city staff was on the understanding that they were all C-rated properties, kind of properly. And so they are, it is possible to demolish a C-rated property so long as what replaces it is of equal or greater contribution to the heritage character of the area. So as an early plan, it is much different than the plans we write now. It basically balances design against demolition, which is a complicated thing to do when it comes to heritage conservation.
So do we have a sense of I guess, two questions related to the decision in the recategorization from C to B. Do we have a sense of the time period between when meeting conversations began with HPS to the point when that decision to recategorize happened? Do we have a sense of either how many meetings took place or points of contact occurred, or the time period between those 2 points?
Yeah, I'm going to have to back up a little bit if you don't mind.
Please, thank you.
Forgive me for a longer narration. So with the C-rated properties, my understanding from my staff, and it's been acknowledged at several meetings, was that heritage staff said this report would always be a refusal. That city staff, heritage staff, would not support the demolition of these 3 C-rated buildings. It had become a practice for some time within our group to try to recalibrate something of the earlier district plan, which gave a rating system that said there's a whole category and a very large percentage of properties in the Rosedale Heritage Conservation Districts that are C-rated and capable of demolition. Yes, they all have character, but if you design something that fits in some determined way, all of those can be demolished. As you know, now we go contributing, non-contributing. It's a binary. It's a yes, no on the demolition. So in recent years, it's become clear to us that it's very complicated to argue for a new building against something that is existing within the landscape as currently designed at the time it was built. I will acknowledge for absolute certain, and I have had discussions with Ms. Peterson, and just to say, despite the fact that there are a number of heritage staff members on the file, we do represent a sort of hierarchical bureaucracy. So you have the planner on the file, you have the planner's manager, and you have the planner's manager's manager, who's me, which is where the buck needs to stop. So as conversations continue, these things are, you're always in a 3-way conversation with staff members. So the soft refusal that was most definitely discussed by Ms. Peterson, it became clear to me when I had to read and sign the report, and this had nothing to do with the Neighborhood Residents Association or any submissions that had come. And in fact, our report for 45 is not based on a refusal based on any re-rating. We add that in as important narrative, should that be of some consideration in the future. It is based on when I asked staff, and I'll be perfectly candid because I think transparency and candidness is really important here. I asked staff what the basis of that refusal was, because when I reviewed the report, I didn't see it from the narrative. So we worked through the district plan to understand the basis of the refusal, and the report had a little bit more clarity when it finally hit the agenda about why it was demolishing a C-rated property was less desirable than a new development of this type, no matter how well designed and no matter all the other things that merit it. And I acknowledge the efforts of the applicant in every way to have worked on this. But it was always understood we were going to refuse it. What has upset the applicant team, from what I can see, is that the refusal actually rooted itself in policy rather than just in an interpretation of the district plan, and not just a kind of throwaway statement. It doesn't meet the zoning, and so we refuse it. But otherwise, it's great. I didn't think that was an appropriate response. So the question of the rating came into play when the nomination happened with the designation. I was not personally aware that Gordon Adamson designed this building until that time. I accept that it was in Mr. Goldsmith's HIA, and there should have been conversation about what that meant, because in the district plan, the only thing that changes you from a C to a B is you were designed by a known architect. It's not an evaluation of the quality of their work, it's the fact that they existed and designed it that got you a B. So when we were asked to consider what to do in this case based on a nomination for individual designation, we believe that the most appropriate thing to do was to bring it back, and the words "in principle" actually weren't used. Our recommendation was, we felt, based on our review, it should be a B. We thought we should keep it within the district plan envelope, to discuss it within the plan itself. You're an Adamson, you're a B. It's kind of as simple as that.
Thank you,
So
staff.
it did not change as a result, I'm sorry, but it is so important, these details, to me. I'll answer more, I'm
No,
sorry.
absolutely, I appreciate that, but I think Councillor Cressley had 5 minutes to ask some
Oh my
questions.
God, I'm so sorry.
You answered one question with almost 4 minutes. I'd like to give him one final minute to ask his last question. And if you can just keep your answers a little bit shorter.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Oh, no, I find it extremely helpful. I guess, so just going through that, is it then fair to say that the position of HPS changed from that of, as I heard you describe it, a soft refusal to a hard refusal over the course of it?
Well, I don't know how to answer that question. A refusal is a refusal in my book. If you're going to refuse it, you have to have a reason, and we didn't make up a reason. We actually have what we believe is a reason in policy to not support this application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Fragedakis to question.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. To staff in Heritage, I just wondered, I heard your explanation about why you've reclassified from a C to a B, and I'm just wondering, is it normal for you to have a somber second thought about some of your classifications, and have you done so before?
Well, we don't classify, through you, Madam Chair, we don't classify properties in this way anymore in the existing plans. Because we believe, we take a look at the district plans and we say, you contribute to the character or you don't. If you don't, something new can be built and that new thing has to fit in. The older plans use a rating system. So it's an out-of-date approach, it's an old-school way of doing conservation, and we don't support it. I have not seen it done. We have not considered doing this. We did receive legal advice about it. We felt that it was more responsible to keep it within the district plan rather than move on a Part 4, but we make it clear in our report, we believe it is worthy of Part 4 designation.
So it's not common because this is not how you do things anymore in HBS?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much for clearing that up.
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor. Councillor Davis to question.
You said it was always understood we were going to refuse it. And today, we had several people who spoke to us who were certainly given the impression or who were convinced that that was not the case. So I'm just wondering if you can explain how, do you have any explanation for how they felt that they were being led to believe that an approval was coming?
Absolutely.
They were down to the details of, you know, the stones and the statues.
Yes, the
and they thought everything was going to be approved. How, do you have an explanation for why there's such a gap in understanding?
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Chair, in this district plan, you're looking at two things. One is the issue of, is it okay to demolish? And the second is the question of what is going to be built. And so when I say it was understood we were always going to refuse, and the applicant has acknowledged that, and even in deputation today, the applicant acknowledged that, the idea of the soft refusal, which is a no nonetheless, it's a refusal, was based on staff's belief that it was not correct to approve the demolition of these 3 C-rated buildings. However, because the plan requires you to understand something of the character of the area and the character of the new building, you are required to work with people to get the best building possible in order that it take a run at whether or not it has better or equal heritage character as a contribution. It's really hard to explain that dance on a head of a pin, but that is what's going on. So in the Rosedale plans, if you can get a building that can meet the standard of contribution to heritage character, you are then allowed to demolish a C. We did not believe from a staff perspective that a new building does that to any rated property. And so the soft refusal was intended to recognize we were always going to say no to the demolition. But the applicant had every reason to believe that heritage staff felt like the building was doing good things for its location. And to discuss the details of the landscaping gives you an indication of how important the remaining parts of the Dunnington Grove landscape are. But I'm not sure they understood that's what they were negotiating at the time. Their instincts were to try to save those pieces, but it turns out they were important heritage features for the property. So in some ways, it's all true.
They are going down two parallel, through this, they're traveling down 2 parallel paths.
In a sense, yes.
But
the Yorkville plan is like that too. The early plans do that. Because they weren't necessarily intended to have every single property that had character be conserved. We don't look at that. We don't look at it this way. Now, we write our plans differently. So it is a complication, and it does create conflict like this. But in many ways, it's still a very good plan. But there are Cs likely there that need to be reevaluated.
So on one hand, you say it's likely to be refused, but on the other hand, you can go ahead and do your best to try and achieve it, and at the end of the day, we will decide. Is that kind of the understanding?
Were clear, as I understand it, that it would be refused. I think what is taking the applicant aback is the discussion of the new building, not the principle of demolishing the 3 C buildings.
But is it always held out that there still is a possibility that a demolition would come if the new building achieved the heritage character that you might approve?
Within the logic of the plan, yes.
Okay.
That was your last question, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, to question.
I just want you to go over that last point. Within the logic of the plan, what could have been interpreted?
Within the logic of the plan, it is possible to design something for a property within the Rosedale, within the South and North Rosedale ACDs that would allow you to get approval to demolish a C-rated building.
So that's this plan. How old is this plan?
2002.
So it's 16 years that it's been in effect.
Yes.
And now there are changes to HCDs.
Yes.
And when they came in what year?
The Heritage Act changed in 2005, and our more recent HCDs, I think we only have 4 of over 20 that have a rating system like this.
So the rating system set the building as a C in 2002?
Yes, research was done by the local community, where now we ensure that research is done by heritage planners.
So I just want to be clear, in 2002,
Yes,
there was a Heritage Conservation District study that was approved, well, before any of us got here,
yes,
that had this building set out as a C.
yes.
After that, there have been changes to the Heritage Act, which allows you to now interpret that as a B.
That isn't strictly speaking. The Heritage Act changed so that we as a city now organize our plans differently. We believed that the best response here was to take a look at the plan itself. Within the 2002 plan, there is a section that says, new information may come forward about C-rated properties, and those properties may be re-rated. There's a recommendation in there that happen. So that's what we did.
And was that part of obviously this is the final planning report, was that reflected in the original application, which would have been circulated for public consultation to this committee?
I'm sorry, was what submitted?
Pardon me?
I'm not clear on what you're asking.
Well,
Was
today
what
we have a
submitted?
number of initial applications that are in front of us that city staff have said, okay, this is good enough, send it out for community consultation and further work with the applicant, and then bring it in as a final submission. So in the original application, was that referenced as one of the issues list in the circulation of that original application?
I can't speak to that. It might be a
I'll ask
question
the
for the
planners then.
planners.
I will ask the
Because we do
planner.
have
I
two
will ask
different
the planner-
applications, yeah.
I'll ask the planner where that was in the issues list at the beginning, as far as highlighting the Heritage Conservation Plan for 2002 and how it would be applied, and any issues that may have been brought to their attention at that time, a year and a half ago or 2.5 years ago. So is the same planner on the file?
It isn't. I mean, it's always been understood as a Heritage Conservation District file.
I do understand.
Yeah.
I think planners know what question I'm asking. In your issues list for this application, sorry, thank you. In your issues list for this application originally, where and when did you point out the Heritage Conservation District, that there may be changes to the properties, et cetera, et cetera?
Through the chair, in the preliminary report
That's what it's
from
called, preliminary report.
October 2016, appropriateness of demolishing the heritage buildings was identified as an issue, a potential issue to be resolved.
Does it not say that the South Rosedale Conservation District categorizes buildings within South Rosedale as A, B, or C rated or unrated, and the buildings are C, which define the buildings of contextual significance. However, you have the guidelines for definition, et cetera. Did it? Well, this is not, I'm asking about the preliminary report, which we don't have here, but if you wrote it, I think I'd like to have a look at that one, just to see at what point that was focused on the C buildings, B buildings, and A buildings, or these being C buildings.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you to staff. Anyone else for questions of staff? Seeing none, I just have a couple of quick questions. I want to start with planning, and then I'll move to heritage, and I'll try to do this all within 5 minutes in the interest of time. For our city planners, the application before us, does it constitute good planning?
Through the chair, when you look at the official plan as a whole and take into account the heritage matters, relying on heritage staff to interpret those policies, no, it's not good planning, as my colleagues have determined that it doesn't meet the official plan policies and other provincial policies.
I guess what I'm asking is not the heritage component, because there's 2 reports before us. One that's clearly written by yourselves from city planning. This is a 4-story building. It's, I guess it sits on top of a ravine. 1.3 acres of land is being conveyed. 200 trees are going to be repopulated on that site. 14 so-called working groups, which somebody participated in. A number of design revisions were made. Obviously, I think you were part of, maybe your team was part of some of that. All of that, 2.5 years later, you're saying it does not constitute good planning. Is that correct?
Well, the application does do a lot of positive things. The fact that it's in the HCD cannot be ignored.
And would that not have just been conveyed to the applicant at the very beginning? This is in an HCD. You're proposing to demolish 3 buildings. Please go away. Do not engage with us. We will not ever support this application. We'll fight it all the way to the board. Would it not have made sense for us to do that 2.5 years ago?
I mean, heritage was always
I'm not asking about heritage. I'm asking about planning, please.
consideration of the HCD guidelines was brought up.
I guess I want to, let's fall back on the heritage merits, and I recognize that there are 2 parallel streams, but I think based on what we have heard today is that there's a lot of weight given to heritage, and I just want to ask a very simple question with respect to the planning context here. You're saying regardless of all those changes, it still doesn't constitute good planning. Should we be saying to all applicants that may be coming before the city, don't bother going through a 2-year working group process, we're still going to refuse it based on the fact that heritage doesn't want it? Is that what you're telling us at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the question before heritage then, with respect to asking the applicant to go through design revisions and working with 5 to 6 staff persons, at what point in time did you definitively put your foot on the ground and say, all the material changes that have been made through the working group process, we don't care anymore, we're just going to bump up the rating from a C to a B on Sevendale?
We reviewed a nomination for Part 4 designation that was submitted to us. We believed it was important to not ignore information that was before us and to consider it. We were directed by this community council to go back and look at all the issues. We came back with a response, which was to reevaluate the property as a B. That was a very recent decision.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
But your proposal to reevaluate the property, Heritage Preservation Board, as well as this committee, as well as City Council, said, please go and evaluate the property. Let us know whether it needs a further, stronger designation. You came back and said in your report is that we would like City Council to consider this application and Sevendale with a B rating in principle. Because it's not technically a B rating. We're not opening up the HCD. We're actually not physically, technically changing anything about this Sevendale designation. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay.
Toronto and East York Community Council referred the item back to staff to allow for further consideration of the property at Sevendale Avenue and complete a review by staff of the design and zoning issues. That was our direction. There was no direction, you forgive me, for asking us to review under Part 4. We were asked to review the design and zoning issues, which staff did.
Just to clarify, Sevendale.
Yes.
What is the designation right now?
Currently, Sevendale is designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act with a rating of C.
And you are proposing that City Council redesignate it as a B.
We are proposing that it be, that its evaluation within the criteria, within the plan, be elevated to a B, yes.
And do you, but you have the power, you have the ability to tell us to designate it as a B, not to consider designating as a B. I think there's a different, I'm trying to understand.
Council has the power, Madam Chair. We are making recommendations to council.
To open the HCD and redesignate this property as
No,
a B.
our recommendation to council is that the property get a different evaluation. It's a complex legal matter, which you may wish to ask for confidential advice on.
Can you break it down for me more simply than that? Because I have been advised since I got here at City Hall in the role of Councillor in Ward 27 that the HCD designations cannot be changed. And you are now telling me something I've not heard before, that it can be changed.
Again, this is a matter of legal advice to do with the difference between a pre-2005 plan and a post-2005 plan. There are different bylaws, there are different regulations, there are different ways that things can be done. And so it is not something that I'm willing to explain at this point right now, but I would love the opportunity to explain it to council if given the opportunity confidentially.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Anyone to speak? Yes, to speak. Okay, I will kick it off first. I was hoping to, sorry, I will be moving a motion, and the motion is to simply send this matter and the subsequent report to City Council without recommendations as of yet, and to have the city planner review the deputations and have further discussions perhaps with the applicant, and then come to City Council with some final recommendations. And to be quite honest, folks, I have wanted nothing but clarity, and I was hoping very much today to get more clarity, and this was not my intention to do so 2 weeks ago. I do think that there was a meeting at the Toronto Preservation Board that seems to have befogged most members of the Preservation Board. I recognize that members here were not privy to that meeting, and even I myself was not at that meeting, because Councillor Davis and Councillor Layton will know that we had a schedule conflict. We were all sitting at the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee, which I chair, and I could not be in two places at once. What I did hear from the members of that committee was that when the report hit the table, there was a lot of confusion. And to be quite honest, I was hoping some of that confusion would distill itself today. And I want to be crystal clear is that I don't need another condominium application anywhere. We've got lots and lots of condos. And I've said this repeatedly before, is like, unless you're bringing us something spectacular, we're just not too interested. And I'm certainly not interested in opening up any HCD. What I find extremely challenging about the past almost 2 hours of hearing the deputations and the questions and answers from staff is that I'm slightly more confused than I was when we first started. And I know that this motion was provided to me by city planning staff in consultation with the city planner. So he actually knows this is coming, and I wasn't sure if I was going to move it, if I was going to get the clarity I needed based on the deputations before us today, but I did not. And I think that there is something to be said about being clear in our response. And I think that we don't want to cause harm to the planning process. And we know that it is very complicated. But what I am actually really troubled by is that as this process moved further along the way, it started to get murkier and murkier as opposed to clearer and clearer. And my challenge is that we have an application that needed to meet the tests of heritage. Then we had ongoing conversations, not myself, but there's ongoing conversations with the applicant, plus the heritage staff, plus the community, that seemed to be heading to a resolution that you had to meet the certain threshold in this test. And all along the way, I was being advised that it might meet the test. And I think the applicant was working very hard, and I certainly think that the local community was all working in good faith. I don't believe that there are necessarily any villains here, but I do think that what we want to do is protect the integrity of this process. I think that is absolutely clear that we do so. Otherwise, the next applicant coming through the door is going to be given confusing information. And I think it'll be also very confusing to the local community on why are they working in these 14 working groups, only to then have an application turned upside down on its head. So we would have saved everybody 2 years if we had just said no from the get-go. We're actually not going to work with you. The application is not good. We are too far apart. We just cannot meet the tests. Instead, everybody participated. They worked through this process, and now we're saying no. And I just think that having the chief planner, perhaps, who has not been actively involved with the details of the application, sit down with the planning staff and the heritage staff to unpack what has transpired, what did we do well, what didn't we do well, and then provide us one final report, a supplementary report going to City Council, and I will adopt those recommendations based on what comes out of that discussion. And all the deputations and submissions today will be part of your consideration. Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, anyone else to speak?
I can speak, please.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be supportive of the local councillor's motion, and I'm not going to spend my time talking about the warrants of the planning application, density in this particular region, or what's been brought forward by heritage preservation staff, with whom I have a deep respect for their qualifications, take issue when one of the deputants questions that. And I think that should be acknowledged, that we have the utmost respect and support for our staff. Instead, what I'd like to focus on is something much more damaging to the process than this one application, and that's the conduct of the applicant in this instant. There were 2 deputants that spoke in favor of the project that did not identify themselves as working for the applicant. I find that deliberately deceptive and actually eat away at the integrity of the process that we have here. I'm just going to say that if that developer tries that again or has a public meeting in my ward for a project, I will be checking ID at the door. We should not stand for that. After this item, we're going to hear from 2 developers I have a deep respect for, and that I wouldn't expect that type of conduct from. And I think this applicant should take note that they shouldn't try to masquerade members of their staff as members of the public in support of their application. The one positive thing that I take from this is I have finally found a useful use for LinkedIn.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Layton, followed by Councillor Davis. Sorry, Councillor Cressy, followed by Councillor Davis.
I will go ahead. I will be supporting the motion, and I concur that this process is a confusing one. However, it sounded to me as though they're actually, an applicant and staff are actually required to go through a process of attempting to, if they wish to meet that standard, of both working with the community and coming forward with an application that meets whatever that preservation standard is that is in the HDC. So there really is like a parallel process going on. At what point, though, is it reasonable for an applicant to be told you're not close or you're not going to get it? And so the test of reasonableness has to be in here somewhere, and I don't know where. but I look forward to seeing and hearing the supplementary report. The one other thing that I've noticed, TRCA will often give, you know, an early ruling on where top of bank is long before any other reviews are undertaken by the planning division, and that often forms the basis of, well, it does form the basis of how much top of bank there is to work with, and would give an early indication of the kind of development that would be acceptable. So where they fit into all of this, leading someone down the ravine path, I don't understand either. So any kind of information about where TRCA fit into this would be helpful too.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Cressy?
And I'll be brief, and I think after this item, we should all commit to moving quickly through the rest of them. I will be supporting Councillor Wong-Tam's motion. I think in the course of listening through the deputations and the questions of staff and reading the reports, I think it would be a mistake for us to consider that this is somehow a YIMBY, yes in my backyard versus not in my backyard argument. It is not. I don't believe. Rather, I think there are three core principles that as I'm looking this, has to guide in part our review of development matters in this city. One is, of course, good planning principles. A second, which is part of good planning principles, is to respect heritage. And the third, which I believe, is that for those who are seeking to develop in our city, they also deserve a degree of certainty. And while this is a contentious file, and I don't believe we'll ever see a consensus, it does appear to me that while it's in the city's purview to change its mind on files and heritage matters, it seems that the applicant was actively engaged in a process for multiple years and were led down a path to believe that demolition could take place. And I don't believe it is fair at this stage in the game to say that it can't. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I like to think I'm capable of understanding the planning process. I like to, maybe I'm flattering myself. But I can only think maybe of one or two instances where I've sat through an entire day and come out unsure. And I actually am unsure at this point. I heard that from the beginning, Heritage was of the opinion you will never get a demolition permit for this. I've also heard Heritage describe that if you can build a building that better contributes than the existing one, then you can get a demolition permit. And I've also heard that because the category is changing, that changes, but that the category is based on who the architect was, and everyone knew from the beginning who the architect was. So I find myself at a complete loss. And if I'm at a loss, and I do this every month, and I've been doing it every month for almost 12 years now, then the process somehow, and I don't want to, say it was some individual, but somehow, maybe it's badly written, maybe it's hotly contested, I don't know, but somehow the process failed. And the risk there is every time a group of people comes into this room and sees that you get to the end of the process and everyone's confused, they lose faith in the process. And it also means that when an applicant comes into my office and says, I'd like to do this, and I said, well, you're never getting that out of me, they won't believe me. They won't believe me, and they'll keep spending money and spending time and fighting with the city, and we'll never get to yes on any file. So I think, Councillor Wong-Tam, you picked absolutely the correct path here, which is to get it all laid out so that even a lowly city councillor can understand what happened here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Fragedakis, then Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to be supporting your motion because I got to say, throughout the deputations, I was confused, but then when we were going to questions of staff, it was there that I picked up on two things. One, from Heritage, preservation staff, Ms. McDonald, who said that basically a refusal by HPS is not actually based on the re-rating of Seven Dale. It's actually that they were never going to get the demolition permit. I picked up that in the questions of staff. And the other question that I had answered, was on the questions to the city solicitor, that actually this application does not present good planning. So those are the two things that I take away. I mean, I'm going to be very interested to read the supplementary report on its way to council in the next couple of weeks, but it's been a confusing few hours.
Thank you very much, Councillor, for your comments. Councillor Fletcher.
Chair, and I will be supporting the move without recommendation because, like Councillor Perks, it's the more we talk about it, the more unclear I am as to what the right way to go is here. And looking at the fact this is a 2002 HCD, and we all have HCDs where everybody understood the rules, and now apparently there's new rules. And I'm very interested to look at the preliminary report because that's actually what lays everything out for an application. Was that captured in the preliminary report? How was that captured in the preliminary report? Because now we're being asked to move the building from a C building to a B building at the end of a 2.5-year process. I believe that, I'm not sure, and within that, Chair, because I know you'll be speaking to the chief planner, were there changes within the last 2.5 years that would have required that? Or were those changes previous to that? That is something that is important to understand. At what juncture that had to be flagged in a report? And if at that point, because we have spent a long time studying this. So, and then I think the chief planner has to say at what point we're going to have heritage issues intervene in an application in this type of way. So they have to go together even at the preliminary stage and be woven together much earlier than at the very end because they're not really woven together at the end. And I didn't hear that it was bad planning. I heard that it was bad planning because of the heritage issue, not that the development itself was a bad piece of bad planning, but it was the axis of the bad planning is this heritage issue that we're grappling with, which is very, very uncomfortable and difficult to deal with.
Thank you very much, Councillor, for your remarks. Anyone else? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor moving this forward to City Council without recommendations? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Yes, actually, let's deal with the other matter. It's actually entirely tied together. I think, if I may, folks, I'm just going to take the liberty to take the opportunity to let you know I intend to move the same recommendation on the second item, which is actually the heritage report. We spent a lot of time on this item dealing with heritage, but and so just by that disclosure, I just want to know if it's okay if we do that, and if everybody else can just perhaps not speak. Unless you really feel compelled to speak, we will take you if you really need to speak. So I'm planning to move this report forward without recommendations. Okay? Okay. So with that, do you still need to speak then? You still need to speak. Okay. Okay. I don't want to take away your opportunity to speak, so come on up. You'll have 5 minutes. And then and I think I'm going to close the speakers list because you all know what the result will be at this point in time. Thank you.
This matter?
Yes, to the report, sir. You have to speak to so we're now on TE 34.45, demolition of the 3 heritage properties in South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District, 5, 7, and 9 Dale Avenue. You speak directly to that report.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak again. I would like to echo my previous statements that the South Rosedale Ratepayers Association does not support the demolition of those 3 individual properties. And I would like to apologize for any confusion on any community members, any planners, any other individuals' part about our position on this very important matter. To be frank, we had a director send a letter out that wasn't sanctioned by the board that indicated that individual's support for the proposal. That letter did not reflect the SRA's position at that time, nor does it now. So I am speaking specifically to this part of the application because I want to be clear about the perspective of our association, and again, to apologize for any confusion on anyone's part.
Thank you very much for your remarks. I'm just going, I mean, we won't be asking questions of staff. I think we all know where the conclusions, but by way of process, just to make sure we're clear, are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, then I would just move my motion. It's exactly the same motion I just moved earlier, and to refer this entire package, both reports, to the city planner for further evaluation. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. That's unanimous. I'm going to suggest, and thank you very much everyone who's been in the audience and so patient, I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break, 15-minute break. At that point in time, please go get yourself something to eat and do your...
Could we do any quick releases? Because I'm sorry, that side got to do quick releases, and this side did not. I just don't think it's fair for city staff.
I think, so Councillor, they're here anyway, so we're breaking it for 15 minutes. Everyone come back at 8:25. We're reconvening at 8:25. Thank you. So, Councillor Matlow, we're going to encourage you to take a seat. We're going to start the meeting again. Thank you very much. We do have quorum. We're going to proceed to TE 34.46, 5 Scrivener Square, 4-10 and 10R Price Street, and 1095 1107 Yonge Street, official plan and zoning amendment application, request for directions report. We do have speakers. Our first speaker is Stephen Diamond. Welcome, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your patience, and I've been here all day, and the patience that you'll provide us as well for this matter. So I am president of Diamond Corp, and by way of background, together with our partners Tricon, we purchased the lands that are known as Scrivener Square in 2016, which is outlined in yellow. And hopefully this is a little simpler than the last matter that was before you, because I do believe that we are closer to reaching a settlement with the city staff, as well as many of the ratepayer associations, residents, and interested parties in the area. So to understand the area, we did put up the location, if you could put that back up for a second, of the lands. And I just wanted to point out the 2 condominium buildings that are located immediately east of the site, the subway platform, and there's not an entrance to the station at that point. But in addition, it's important to note that there is what is outlined in blue is city-owned laneways that have dissected the site for many years. And it's important because part of the settlement will call for the closing of those lanes, which has resulted in a change of built form. I also want to indicate that in terms of the process, that once we acquired the site, it was interested parties that we form a working committee in the area. And we did establish a working committee which comprised residents of the 2 condominium buildings, the South Rosedale Residents Association, the Summerhill Residents Association, the Tennis and Lawn Club, as well as the ABC residents and some residents at large. At the same time, we began our discussions with city staff. The first meeting of our working committee was held in September of 2016. And before we even retained an architect or put pen to paper, we had that meeting. And having heard from the community, we incorporated their objectives and staff's objectives in an international design competition that we held for the site, and we then retained Kobe Architects from Denmark to design the first approach, which resulted in a 26-story building, which is before you today. But it was clear, having presented that application, both the city staff and the community, that concerns were raised. And so we went back to the drawing board and worked again for a long period of time with everyone to come up with a revised settlement proposal. And the recommendation before you is to complete that settlement as we move towards council. Looking at the site plan before you, first of all, the pillars of the settlement are to provide for a new entrance to the Summerhill subway station on our lands, to provide for additional public open space at the north end of the site, and to continue to provide for pedestrian access that still would go throughout the site, both in the north-south and east-west direction as indicated on that plan. This settlement proposal was presented at a public meeting in March, moving forward. And again, if we just show the next slide, this again just shows looking south, the public open space and the architectural integrity of the building with the brick base moving forward. And moving again, this is basically, again, a shot. It doesn't come as clear on the screen, but again, is the final proposed settlement at a 26-story building. And I'd like to point out that, in fact, this building really should be considered an 18-story building, rising to 21 stories, because the top floor is only 250 square meters tall. Having said that, this project and settlement proposal respects the heritage buildings on Yonge Street and provides views to the clock tower. It was also considered in March at the Urban Design Committee, and the Urban Design Committee of the city unanimously adopted it. And in fact, one of the comments was, with this project, you will be changing the face of what makes a successful residential building in Toronto and establish a new direction. So once again, we have a settlement that's before you, and we are very proud of the project. We believe it will bring a positive change by replacing a suburban-style beer store and parking lot that forms the basis of this site today, and we're replacing it with a quality mixed-use project which will enhance the pedestrian experience and the public realm, including a new TTC entrance. The first recommendation in the report says to reject our 26-story building. The second recommendation suggests that staff continue to be directed to report on a settlement directly to City Council, and we believe that that would be in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions? Okay, and that was perfectly on time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to call our next speaker, Sandy Perlman. Sandy Perlman is not here. Following Sandy Perlman was Alana Richmond. Is Alana Richmond here? Hi, Alana, come on up.
Unfortunately, Sandy had to head home a while ago.
Alana, welcome. You have 5 minutes. The clock is on your left-hand side.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this matter. My name is Alana Richmond. As mentioned, I own a home on Marlborough Avenue on the west side of Yonge Street. Our street is directly opposite Price Street and the proposed Scrivener Square Price Street development. In response to the report delivered as of the June 25th report, I want to support the conclusions reached and applaud the preliminary recommendation and urge the council to follow the recommendation of the report to oppose the developer's proposal at the OMB. I strongly object to the proposal in its current form, as well as to the alternative proposal that is now submitted without prejudice, which was presented to the community at a meeting on March 20th of this year, which did not adequately reflect the concerns of myself and many of those that I've been speaking with in our neighborhood and specifically on Marlborough. My foremost concern, and that's shared by the residents who have been speaking with me and asked me to be here today, relates to the building height. We also share concerns on density, tower setbacks, traffic, congestion, lack of parkland, and other impacts on the immediate and surrounding areas, and importantly, the lack of respect for the historic setting of this proposed development. However, my strong primary objection to the development is on the grounds that the height of the original proposed 26-story building, which was completely out of character and context with the surrounding area and was not consistent with the official plan or conform with the growth plan and urban design guidelines as has been reported. However, the alternate proposal as presented, even with the reduction to the staggered height reaching a total of 21 stories, still completely out of context for this area and still causes undue impact on the surrounding low-rise neighborhoods and raises the same concerns. The proposal doesn't respect the nature of the district, and the proposed towers in either the original or amended height would overshadow the North Toronto train station and the clock tower. I urge you to take that into consideration and place importance on the preservation of the historic character of this area. A tower of this height is not only unprecedented in this corridor, it is unacceptable to us as residents. If such a tower is permitted, the negative impacts to the streetscape would be devastating and irrevocable. A building of this height and density will mar the streetscape, the view, the landscape, and the very character of this very special neighborhood. It will negate the prominence of the clock tower and the North Toronto train station, where this is supposed to be assured. So I urge the members of this committee and the City Council to follow the recommendations of planning staff to oppose the proposal in its current plan. And beyond that, I urge you to oppose the amended plan with regards to principally the height of the current proposed tower. And I would ask that you demand that developers in all future amendments and discussions take into consideration the historic character of the property, the scale of the corridor and the surrounding communities, and that you're mindful of the intense opposition and strong feelings of your constituents living in these areas and the impact this will have going forward. The outstanding issues in the proposal are numerous and still require careful shepherding through the development process. And in your role as representatives, I ask that you oversee this process with a careful eye to safeguard the integrity of our neighborhood. There's a moment when the course of development reaches a critical point, and I believe that allowing such an uncharacteristic development to be introduced to this area will mark such a juncture and will prove a point from which there's no return. Allowing a tower of this height in this location would be an aberration and set a dangerous precedent. I thank you for your time, and I'll be carefully monitoring the process and your voting on this issue with concern for the future of our area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alana, for your comments. Are there any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call George Braudakis. Hi, George. Welcome. Following George is Rob Peach. Are there any other members of the public here to speak to this matter? Okay, and Debbie. Okay, George, you have 5 minutes. Please proceed when you're ready.
Where's the time?
Oh, the clock is on your left-hand side. There.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, height on this particular site has always been and remains a major issue. It will have a profoundly negative impact on the visual and physical prominence of the North Toronto Station, a very significant Toronto landmark. Completely incongruous with the surrounding compatibility-scaled architecture of Scrivener Square. Not in keeping with the character of the surrounding residential neighborhood and the existing mid-rise Main Street Avenue policy that has been successfully established and maintained along this portion of Yonge Street. Inconsistent with the central theme of the site-specific policies that any development on remaining parcels in the Yonge Summerhill area must recognize and contribute to the primacy of the North Toronto Station, Clock Tower, and associated urban square as a focal point for the area. Simply stated, the currently and originally proposed towers are just too high. Even the reduced 85 meters, 280 feet tower in the revised proposal from 97 meters, 320 feet in the original proposal represents a reduction of only 12 meters. Maintaining the dominance of the purported reduced new tower at a height that is twice the height of the clock tower. This inconsequential reduction will overshadow the visual and physical primacy of the North Toronto Station and its 43-meter clock tower as a historic and heritage landmark feature of the area. It is clear the tower proposed in each of the developers' proposals is the elephant, or rather the giraffe in the room. In considering any proposed development involving Scrivener Square, height should be a deal breaker. It matters because this is a heritage architectural landmark that should be embraced and cherished rather than scorned and diminished. Of historical note, as a departure point for our soldiers during World War I, in addition, it should be noted and must be considered that a cemetery was located in that part of Scrivener Square. Interestingly, does a cemetery ever cease to be a cemetery? Can it simply be rezoned? More to the point, in an old graveyard, the remains remain. In any event, over the course of the past year, I have become confident that the Planning Committee will undertake their usual thorough consideration of all the legal and regulatory issues, which is one of the reasons I have not continued to write to them as I did at the beginning, I am sure to their relief. Moreover, I am especially heartened by the results on building heights in this area. Specifically, between Balmoral Street and Belmont Street, there are no existing structures higher than 8 stories, a remarkable achievement on the part of the city planners and council. The Jack, currently being constructed, is designed at only 11 floors, and significantly, its height on Yonge Street is 8 floors. The upper 3 floors are stepped back from Yonge Street. So I'm very happy to see that appropriate height obviously does matter. I support and urge that this vigilance is maintained. Just say no. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Are there any questions of the speaker? Starting with Councillor Matlow and then Councillor Fragedakis.
I imagine we might have been asking the same question.
You asked a question that was floating around my head, so please go ahead.
I know the question.
Thank you very much for your deputation, sir. I was just curious about what you said with regard to a cemetery on the site. I'm not familiar with one, and I just wonder if you could just elaborate for a moment on what cemetery that might be.
I can't give you detail details, but for a fact, there is a picture of 4 graves with significantly sized tombstones on, this is not an exact GPS or location of it, but it is facing the station. It is a bit west of the door, but very close to the door, which would put it at the top end being the easternmost end and northernmost end of the green area, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the site.
Okay, so that green area that stretches from Scrivener to the 5 Thieves, if you like, or whatever, it is in that area, and it is at the top, again, most eastern, most northern corner, so adjacent to the train station.
Thank you.
This picture is in a very interesting and arguably indisputable location, and no, not a museum or the archives. It's actually a picture, a folio or a collage of pictures, but a formally made collage of pictures, like by a professionally made, that is on display at the LCBO in Summerhill.
Okay.
So that's where I saw it.
I'll make a point of checking it out.
Yeah, it's very, you may have to call me again. They're very hard to see.
Okay.
But they're there.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if they're there, there may be more there, or there should be. It's a sliver. The picture stops at that point. You don't see the whole green area. So you only see that sliver, and there are 4 graves on that sliver.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Fragedakis? Okay, she's withdrawn. Anyone else? No? Okay, thank you very much for your remarks. We're moving to hear from Rob Peach.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rob, welcome back.
Thank you.
We have to stop meeting like this, right? You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you again for hearing my comments. I will be very brief. The South Rosedale Ratepayers Association has been in close negotiations with the developer on this proposal over the last number of days. Unfortunately, due to some logistical issues, I'm not able to offer you a position right now. What I would like to say is that we are confident and we are hopeful that we will be able to reach a point with the developer where what they're proposing is something that we're not prepared to object to. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Debbie Briggs. Is there anyone else who is here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, Debbie, you're our last speaker.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
I'm Debbie Briggs, the president of the Summerhill Residents Association, and we have worked with the developer for the last, almost a year and a half in developing the proposal since September of 2016. Our board unanimously voted in favor of the revised proposal. We found the developer very easy to work with, listened to us, made some changes along the way, and our resolution was done back in October of 2017. However, I understand, and keeping in touch, that he's worked very hard with the other residents associations to make some big changes. As a past federal civil servant for 37 years, I work closely with other levels of government and the private sector, and I have to say that I know what cooperation is, and this was cooperation. And so I would just like to say that we're in favor of this proposal, the revised proposal. That's it.
Debbie, thank you very much for your remarks. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. And I don't believe there's any more speakers. Are there any questions of staff? Okay, Councillor Fragedakis, go ahead, please.
So I'll start with asking staff if they're aware of a cemetery at Scrivener Square. I mean, this meeting's gotten a little weird today, but I'm hoping we're not going to find any dead bodies.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I don't know specifically the answer to that question. However, in speaking with a former colleague of mine in Heritage Preservation Services years ago, we talked about that photo that the gentleman referred to when my colleague was working on the LCBO site at the time. And they saw that photo and they saw the monuments and immediately were worried. But what he informed me at the time was it was a gentleman selling monuments out of his shop. And that's what the monuments were outside of the shop. That's what I have been told over time, not specifically regarding this application, but previously that was a story that was explained to me.
Okay. My next question is with respect to the tennis club. Mr. Diamond mentioned in his deputation that there were discussions with the tennis club, and I'm just wondering, is there any shadowing on the tennis club with the revised proposal?
So the shadow for the tennis club on June 21st is at 6:18 p.m. on the southern portion of the tennis courts.
6:18, you said?
6:18 on June 21st. There's a shadow on some of the courts on the south side, because there's 2 levels of courts. And the March and September 21st, there's shadow at 5:18 and 6:18, and some of that shadow is existing shadow from the tennis club itself.
Okay, I'm just wondering, and the tennis club's been like part of the ongoing conversations and have seen
As far as we've been told, and as we know, they've been updated and they've been involved in the conversations through the whole process.
Okay, thanks. My last question is, so just procedure, I was trying to understand. So today we have a proposal before us that's about the without prejudice plan. So is that now before us and going to the LPAT, or is the previous application going to the LPAT?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. You only have one application in front of you, and that's what we'll call the original application for a 26-story building. That is the only thing that's formally in front of you, and staff are recommending that we go in opposition to that. There's been some discussion, and there was a committee meeting where an alternative proposal was presented, which requires the use of building on the city lane, and also introduced a secondary subway entrance. None of that is formally in front of you. It's not before city staff formally either. So my expectation is that a formal settlement offer, a complete settlement offer, will be presented to City Council at some point, but that is not in front of us today, and we have not received the formal complete package at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions to staff? Okay, seeing none, councillors to speak? Okay, I'll kick it off. Thank you very much, staff, for your report. I will like to move a motion. The motion is, do you have it? It's a motion directing staff to review the intersection of Price Street and Yonge Street for potential signalization. Okay, it is the right motion. Okay, it's just getting on the screen. Great, thank you very much. So essentially just to ask staff to report back to the future TYCC Community Council meeting on the potential of putting in a signalized intersection at Price and Marlborough Street. And I want to thank staff for the report and also the applicant and those from the community who came out to speak, and all the conversations that have taken place leading up to today. I recognize that a lot of that work is oftentimes unrecognized, whether it's from the community side and the individual relationship building that's taken place. It's not necessarily straightforward. In this application, to be quite honest, when I first became councillor back in 2010, and this is even before Diamond and Altair, Diamond and Tricon became the proponent, I was advised very clearly from planning staff that they had the worst community consultation meeting in the history of community consultation meetings across the city, the old city of Toronto, I guess, at this particular site, when at that particular point in time, Woodcliff president and in particular the late Paul Oberman tried to propose a tower at that site. I was advised by city staff that, oh boy, if anybody else comes along who is attempting to build anything on this site, it is going to be very, very difficult. And so with that in mind, I was very nervous to see any application coming forward, just because I knew that we were probably going to see a lot of community resistance. And I wouldn't say that the community resistance has gone away, but I do want to acknowledge that a lot of work has transpired since the very first community meeting to where we are today. City staff have clearly noted that what is before them is still the existing original 26-story application, which is not supportable at this point in time. City staff have also noted that they're very keen to continue dialoguing and working through the issues and hopefully getting to an outcome that perhaps will be more favorable. So I want to thank everyone for that work, because I know that given the history of this site, the complexities of the site, the public laneway, the subway entrance that needs to go in there, it certainly was not easy, especially when you have all sorts of opinions out in the community about what is appropriate and what is not appropriate. And I just want to acknowledge that that takes time, energy, and effort for good people to come together to find a resolution. So I will be moving this motion, but also the recommendations in the staff report, and encourage everyone to keep on dialoguing and get us to an outcome that is clear, that we don't have to debate too much at when we get to City Council, and to recognize that this is probably one of the more contentious applications that have come forward in the neighborhood, and the fact that we don't have too many deputants who are here before us today probably speaks quite well to the fact that everyone has worked through the process, and it wasn't as confusing as our prior application, which left us all befogged. So thank you. Anyone else to speak? Okay, then all those in favor of the motion before us? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. TE 34.47, 100 Wellesley Street West, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition and conversion application. Request for direction report. We have a registered speaker, Grant Reynolds. Grant, welcome. You've been incredibly patient. Thank you so much for that. You'll have 5 minutes. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Grant Reynolds, and I live in apartment. My name is Grant Reynolds. I live in apartment 205 at 100 Wellesley Street East. I will describe my living space now versus what it would be like if this proposal went through. My apartment faces south and has 3 windows, all looking out south onto Wellesley. I am in the east corner unit. From the farthest east window, I get light and a view of one of the 3 beautiful linden trees on Jarvis, as well as a view east on Wellesley. From the other 2 windows, I get light and a view of the grounds and of Wellesley Street. If the proposal went through, my newly configured apartment would have the light from the east and the view east blocked completely by an extension of the building south on Jarvis towards Wellesley. This extension would then run west right over to the main entrance and would block light and the view south. All I would see is the windows of a 10-story building. That is, I'm in the corner at Wellesley and Jarvis. I would be completely surrounded by a 10-story building. I'm on the 2nd floor. I suspect that many people are not aware of this 10-story extension across parallel to Wellesley because it doesn't show on the 3 posters that they've put up around the property. I believe there are about 40 units that would be similarly affected if the project is approved. In addition, many of the other units on the north side of the building would have similar blockage of light and view. The 3 linden trees on Jarvis would have to be cut down, and the open space suitable for a 28-story building with 427 units, which is what exists now, would be crammed with so many new structures, it would be the worst urban nightmare imaginable. And of course, the dislocation of tenants and the racket and dust of construction are another horror story. I won't even get into. Thank you.
Grant, thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the speaker? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, and thank you for waiting today. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak? I will just kick it off again. I would like to move the recommendations in the staff report. The proposed development does not have regard for matters of provincial interest under the Planning Act. For a number of reasons, we had originally said to the applicant, what you're proposing is not agreeable. It actually eliminates the surrounding green space that, number one, was part of the original application, what the original built. They would dramatically change everything about that building. Obviously, there will be some significant impact to the existing tenants, but overall, the plan here, the application here does not conform to the growth plan. It does not conform to the city's official plan, and in particular, the apartment neighborhoods, healthy neighborhoods, built form, as well as the natural environment policies. And further, the development would not adequately address the city's tall building guidelines. You're literally ripping off a side of a building and attaching another tower right beside it. For a whole host of reasons, I would encourage that we adopt the staff recommendations and very enthusiastically and vigorously defend our position at the board. Any questions of the mover? All those in favor adopting the staff recommendation? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Our next item is TE 34.48, 114 to 120 Church Street and 59 Richmond Street East zoning amendment application and the request for directions report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this particular item? Seeing none. Councillors, are there any questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Troisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to move approval of staff recommendations. I move the staff recommendations to approve the application. This development has come a long way from its starting point, and I'd like to thank planning staff and the applicant for their work to make changes and working with the community on their feedback. In particular, I'd like to highlight the on-site parkland dedication that will provide much-needed green space for this heavily intensifying area. The park also helps address an issue with the existing condominium at the Indigo, which was built out close to its lot line. The park will give space for residents to be set back from the new building. So there were some significant changes to create one tall building with height in line with existing approvals and a lower base building on Richmond Street. So with those changes, I'll move the staff recommendations with thanks to Kate Goslett and the rest of the staff team. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 34.49, 1 to 25 DeFries Street, official plan amendment and zoning amendment application, request for directions. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none. Are there councillors with questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Troisi.
Thank you. I'll move the staff recommendations to approve the application with an amendment to exclude the building from the local permit parking zone. There's an amendment that'll be shown in a second. This site is with the Queen River Secondary Plan in Corktown. Staff started to develop the plan in anticipation of this intensification, and it has helped to guide the numerous applications we have received in recent years. This report achieves some important community goals. An on-site park dedication will provide public green amenity space within the interior of this intensified block. We will also be able to achieve a connection down to Bayview and a pedestrian link that will access Corktown Common Park. So thanks again to planning staff, and I'd like to highlight Tom Reese on that application. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of the motion before us? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 3450, 49 Cranfield Road zoning amendment application, request for directions report. Andrew Forensic. Andrew, you're still here. Good for you. Welcome back.
I missed my earlier deputation on another matter, but
I am still here. Unfortunately, the signs weren't updating downstairs, and I'm speaking to this matter now, but I will say that similar to what I'm going to tell you about this application, we do intend to, we have worked well with staff on this particular four-story industrial application to work through all the issues, and are pleased to say, to see the staff report in support of the proposal. I was going to say that we would also like to work with the annex residents and on the other application as well with respect to that application, so we'd be happy to continue working there as well. So I'm here to answer any questions that you might have on 49 Cranfield or 64 Prince Arthur, if that is still in play in any way, shape, or form. Probably not. I thought I'd ask anyways. And that's what I'm here to tell you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Are there any questions for the speaker? You do have a question from Councillor Davis. Go ahead.
Welcome. If I had seen you there, I would have come and asked you personally this question, but I was curious about trees that would be removed on the site, and we unfortunately don't have information that is clear right now about the trees that will be removed. The application seems to indicate there were no trees to be removed, but there clearly are. So I'd like to move a motion which is going to be very clear that you will have to have a landscaping plan with replacement trees. I presume that that's something you'd be happy to accept.
Absolutely, we would accept that. We'll continue working through the site plan process with staff as we've worked with them so far, and we believe that we'd be able to resolve that. I will tell you that there was a tree declaration that was submitted. I spoke with Mr. Wong just before the meeting, and we kind of pulled that out of the file. I've been back there quite a number of times. It's quite barren and desolate. It's a vacant site right now. So it will be nice to see that redeveloped with new landscaping and new industrial building with quite a bit of employment.
And some buffering.
And some buffering, of course, from the adjacent uses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Andrew. Don't go too far. I think you're up shortly again. Are there any questions for staff? No? Councillors to speak? Councillor Davis.
I'll move the staff recommendations with this amendment. I know it's something that will be dealt with in the site plan, but I want to make it very clear that we need to have some tree replacement and trees on that site. So with that
Thank you.
I'll move the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. All those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Item as amended? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Now, before I proceed to 51, let me just have a quick conversation with the clerk. Okay, thank you very much for your patience. TE 34.51, 507, 509, and 511 Kingston Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, request for interim directions report. We have two registered speakers. Marissa Nelson, you're here. Wonderful. When you're ready, Marissa, you've got 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you so much for this opportunity to discuss this project. My name is Marissa Nelson, and I live at 22 Juniper Avenue, which is on the corner of Wheeler and Juniper. So my backyard and driveway actually open onto Wheeler Avenue, even though my address is Juniper. I'd like to first just note that the community got less than 24 hours notice for this meeting, which is disappointing. So I'm speaking on behalf of a number of neighbors who couldn't get childcare or be here this evening. But I've talked to probably about 15 of them so far. It also appears that by a number of the details in the report from the staff that there's some changes to the proposal from the ones that we've actually seen, and we haven't seen any of those changes, so we would love to see those changes. But I want to take a moment to explain why we oppose the proposal by the developer as it is, but also strongly support the staff recommendation to go to the tribunal and oppose the proposal should it come to that. We all know and expect that Kingston Road is going to be developed. There's lots of development already happening on that strip. What you need to know is that while there are a number of buildings that have recently gone up and are going up on Kingston Road that may seem similar on paper, this development is actually significantly different, and that's why this particular piece of property has a different zoning to it. The other buildings that are on Kingston Road are condo projects directly on Kingston Road. This lot, by its very nature, is in fact part of the community that's down the hill and to the south of the property. And that's why the zoning of this property, there's actually two different zones on this particular piece of land. The building that is proposed actually starts 2 stories above our homes. So when you see that it's 7 stories, to us, that's actually 9 stories because it's up a hill, right? This is the cusp of the hill that comes down from Kingston Road towards the beach. So in fact, when we talk about the number of stories, it's actually much higher to us who are down the hill from it. It will be part of an area that it has 2 to 3 story detached and semi-detached homes. And that's why the zoning on the back half of this property is different. The dead end at the southern side of this development that this development will be part of has 14 houses. There are 19 children in those 14 houses. There are no sidewalks, and there's only 7 parking lots. As it is, garbage trucks and snowplows have to back up the dead end and then go back out. If anybody with a disabled parking permit actually parks on the other side of the road where normal parking doesn't happen, then neither garbage trucks nor snowplows can actually get up the dead-end street. And this is part of what the southern part of this development is. Also, this proposal would add 4 additional homes, the townhomes on the southern side of this proposal, and that's 4 additional homes onto this tiny dead-end street. And it would be a secondary entrance to 30 apartment units, a dead end that can't support the Ubers or the foot traffic or the pizza delivery cars because the street is already tiny and congested. And as I say, city trucks can't actually get up it. So the other thing which we're deeply concerned about is that the building will dramatically increase traffic down Lee Avenue through a school zone. As it is during rush hour, if you're going north on Lee Avenue trying to turn left onto Kingston Road during rush hour, you cannot. You can't turn left there, so there's no way the residents of this building would be able to turn left to go downtown on Kingston Road. So what will happen is they'll turn right on Lee Avenue and go past Williamson Road and Glen Ames schools. None of the traffic studies the developer has done to date on this addresses this or looks at this. They're actually looking at Woodbine and Kingston Road, which, if you know the area, is quite a long way away. So there's been no analysis of that traffic that's going down Lee Avenue through the school district. So obviously we want to support the staff proposal to oppose this should it go to the OMB during the election. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I'm going to call Andrew Forensic back. That's why you didn't go very far. Okay. Is there any other member of the public here to speak to this matter? Okay. Andrew, you're the last speaker on this.
Good evening again. I'll just give a brief presentation on the proposal. There was a revised proposal that was submitted in March. I believe it was March. And since then, we've had the pleasure of working with staff on refinements to the proposal. Essentially, the proposal fronts onto Kingston Road. It is a through lot that does have a back portion that extends down the hill to the cul-de-sac of Wheeler Avenue. So this being Kingston Road, is proposed to be set back with landscaping and a parking garage entrance, a lobby entrance, and then there are 4 grade-related units which would provide eyes on the street onto the cul-de-sac of Wheeler Avenue. And that would be generally in line with the apartment building that's adjacent to it to the west. And as was said, Kingston Road is a corridor that has current apartment buildings on it, and it's an area that's been deemed appropriate, even in the staff report, for mid-rise development, notwithstanding that the recommendation is to refuse the current form of the proposal. So the next slide shows the mid-rise form of the building and the terracing that occurs at the rear. And what's shown in red, it's hard to see on the screen, are the avenue angular plane lines. And those are actually met very well. On the front angular plane, there's a significant compliance. On the rear, there's a compliance. And we've worked hard with staff to reduce the overall bulk and mass of the building from the original proposal and to refine where the measurement, it's a tricky site because of the grade difference, where to measure the rear angular plane. So that's been worked on with staff to great degree of detail. And what has resulted is a mid-rise building with a sculpted form. Will provide 50 units along Kingston Road. This is the view along Kingston Road. This is the new streetscape along Kingston Road with some landscaping. And at the rear, it shows the 4 townhouse units, which really aren't townhouses. They're just grade-related units that would have access from inside the building. What's important is that the application has not been appealed to the OMB or tribunal. There is significant desire on the part of my client to see the application approved. It would be a strong recommendation on my part to suggest that the application be approved by or endorsed by this committee today, notwithstanding the recommendation that's before you. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have about the application or the process.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you, Andrew. Any questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak? Councillor McMahon?
Thank you very much, and thank you to Marissa for coming and going and going and coming and making the trip back to give a deputation. I appreciate that, and we will endeavor to find out what happened with the notice, that it didn't seem to get out in a timely fashion. So we had a community consultation, I don't know. Yeah, 18 months ago, and then I didn't hear from the applicants till just the other week. So that's, I think, more communication and dialogue is important if you're moving forward with the application. I thought it was off the radar and off the table. So just, I think that's important to note in the future, to let the council know that it's still going on, so that everyone knows and the community knows. And with that, I would ask you to support staff recommendations.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is TE 34.52, 1285 Queen Street East, zoning amendment application, request for directions report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff? Councillors to speak. Councillor McMahon.
I'm moving staff recommendations.
Thank you very much, Councillor. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. We're doing great. TE 34.53, 1245 DuPont Street, part lot control exemption application, final report. Are there any members of the public who are here to speak to this matter? Seeing none. Any questions for staff? None. Councillors to speak. Councillor McMahon, acting as Councillor Bailao.
Okay, as Councillor Bailao, I'm going to move an amendment. There you have it. And with that, I move the amendment and then staff recommendations as amended, the report as amended.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion before you? Any opposed? Item is amended. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 34.54, 281 to 289 Avenue Road, Site Plan Control Application, final report. Are there members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, are there questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Chair, I have a motion. So I'm going to move the recommendation to support the site plan because I honestly can't find fault in the site plan, although I wish I could. But I would be disingenuous to suggest that I have. That being said, though, I do find fault in the suggestion that they're going to take over a lane on Avenue Road to build their development. So they can go figure out how they're going to stage it, but their site plan is fine.
All those in favor of the motion before us? Any opposed? Item as amended? Any opposed? That carries. Everyone would like a copy of this motion? Please make sure you circulate that. We just have a Matlow.
If I may, on a quick point of privilege, I'd just like to acknowledge that we're hitting our 12-hour mark of the meeting, so congratulations, staff, for making it this, or clerks for making it this far. We are at our 12th hour.
And please don't file any labor grievances. We appreciate your good sportsmanship.
I will make sure you have your 11 hours before shifts, don't you worry.
Okay. I've been advised by Ellen that everyone is okay so far. TE 34.55, 37 and 39 Hemlock Avenue Part Lot Control Exemption Application. Final report. Are there members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none. Are there councillors who have questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor McMahon.
So I'm going to move staff recommendation and ask for your support. And then I would like to do one quick release, if I could. This is my 4th time asking, and I have been good at not speaking on anything, and I would like to let city staff go so they don't have to wait till after all the parking pads and the fence exemptions, because those planners over there, George and the Wolf, I call them, Daniel Wolfson and George, have done the Danforth planning study, and they need to go home.
Councillor McMahon, why don't we vote on your item first?
Okay.
And then we're going to...
Thank you.
Hey, hang on, folks.
So I'm
hang
moving
on.
staff recommendations on TE 34.55, please.
Okay,
And then
all
I'm
those in-
asking for a release.
All
The
those in favor?
34.55.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay, Councillor McMahon,
This
just
is
because...
5-5.
Councillor McMahon, because you've been so... Councillor McMahon, because you've been...
No, my release
Yes, we
was
did.
91. I would like to
Councillor
release.
Councillor McMahon, I'm trying to give you what you want, so if you can just all just settle down. Councillor McMahon has been asking very nicely to release some items so that staff can go. I will, I don't even know where my agenda is. Councillor McMahon, just to clarify, you're asking for an item
I'm
90.
just releasing one that will release some prisoners over there, TE 34.91, Main Street.
You cannot, Councillor McMahon, there's 2 registered speakers on the...
But I don't think they're here. Hamish is not here.
That is not true. There is another speaker named Mark Richardson who is here. So you're going to have to hang on.
Are you kidding me? Oh.
Sorry, folks, everybody who's a member of the public.
I will speak to the speaker.
Moving along, TE 34.54, 21 and 23 and 25 Price Street Site Plan Control Amendment Application. This is a refusal report. We do have a member of the public here to speak. You must be Michael Cook.
I am not a member of the public. I am counsel to the applicant.
Then hang on tight. Is your name Michael Cook?
It is Michael Cook.
Okay. Yes.
Well,
So
you won't think of me that way, though.
I'll start your...
I am a planning lawyer, so I am one of the bad guys.
I've started your clock, so please be mindful of your time.
Okay.
56, sorry.
So, good evening, Madam Chair, members of Community Council, my name is Michael Cook. I'm a planning lawyer at Divine Park, and I'm counsel to the applicant with respect to the subject application. A refusal report was issued citing reasons provided by Heritage Preservation Services, and you have on record from me a letter dated June 29th. While I am frankly surprised that this matter has been bumped up to Community Council, I am thankful for the opportunity to explain our situation before a final decision is made. I'd like to draw your attention to the image I've placed on the screen. This building is located less than 100 meters from Yonge Street, just east of Yonge Street, about halfway between the Rosedale and Summerhill subway stations. It's in the north end of the South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District, and it was constructed a couple years ago. It's home to an asset management company with a large workforce. So you will note around the rooftop of the building there's a glass screen. Along the south wall, which I've circled in red, it is visible here, that wall was supposed to be set back 3 meters from its current location, 3 meters north from the edge of the building. It was not, and due to various constraints, the application before you seeks to maintain the screen in its existing location. That's the entirety of this application. I'll briefly touch on some important history respecting the development of this building. It was approved by the city in a settlement before the OMB. It had been proposed at 5 stories, but through the settlement, it was reduced to 4 stories. And this is key. In addition to the reduction in height, the rooftop design was an important consideration during the settlement. The rooftop contains an amenity space, which prompted overlook and privacy concerns of residents of Rosedale to the south who live directly behind the building. That settlement resulted in the amenity space being moved forward from the front of the building and away from the residential properties behind, with a no-access buffer zone made up of a mechanical penthouse between the amenity space and the south wall that I've circled there in red. The settlement also included the addition of the opaque glass screening around the rooftop that was, as I mentioned, supposed to be set back 3 meters. Unfortunately, during construction, certain ductwork connecting to the mechanical equipment was built too far to the south, and this resulted in the glass screen being pushed south to the edge of the building. So my client has considered a couple options to avoid the need for the subject application. Option 1 was to move the mechanical equipment and the ductwork, and an engineer was retained about a year ago to consider that option. However, the conclusion was that relocation of the ductwork would require major structural modifications since the ductwork runs through the building's concrete floors. It would also require shutting down the heating and cooling system, which would have an unacceptable impact on the existing workforce and the operation of the business. These findings are set out in the engineer's letter attached to my communication. Option 2 was removing the screen and therefore not having it in the wrong place. This option was rejected by residents who live in proximity and behind the building because it would expose the unsightly ductwork. And I have attached letters of support from those residents to my June 29th communication. And you'll note that they actually mentioned or noted that they find the glass screen quite attractive. So my client acknowledges that there was a mistake on its part. However, I respectfully submit that contrary to the conclusions of the refusal report, A, the visual impacts of the glass screen from the south are acceptable and minor, just as they are from all other directions, because there's no concern about the location of the glass screen from any other direction. So I'm not sure why from the south it creates an unacceptable visual impact. And number 2, the location of the glass screen is substantially in accordance with the existing council approval. Furthermore, I would emphasize that the location of the glass screen does not create any overlook, nor does it impact privacy to the residents to the south, the majority of whom have provided letters of support. And I would note that this application was initially approved, not officially, but we received indications from Heritage Urban Design and Planning that the application would be approved. It was originally intended not to be bumped up. For whatever reason, that changed. And so for the reasons I've expressed, I respectfully request that you approve the site plan control amendment application. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Are there any other members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, thank you. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, actually, I will just ask very quickly of staff. During the original application, was the roof line and the impact on the adjacent neighbors, was that a contentious issue? And was a lot of time or consideration invested in creating an ultimate build form that would have satisfied the area neighbor concerns?
Yes, there was a great deal of time and effort went into the planning of the original proposal.
And with respect to the original proposal, what were the biggest concerns of the area residents of this application?
I can only really speak to the heritage matters.
Perhaps planning staff can speak to that?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I don't have the history on that file.
Okay. With respect to an application that's approved, and ultimately what was approved, granted permission to be built, was not built, and now we have an applicant that's coming before us to request relief. You gave us permission to build something after negotiations at the Ontario Municipal Board. We went ahead and built something different. This site plan is before us largely because what was agreed upon was not built. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it the opinion of planning staff that that we should, I mean, clearly the report says that it's not to go ahead, but considering it's a 3-meter setback, if this community council gives relief to this applicant, does it set a dangerous precedent? Does it, you know, is there any reason why we should not give this applicant the relief that they're looking for, even though they basically did not build what they were given approvals for? Do we run the risk of having other applicants just arbitrarily moving mechanical penthouses 3 meters, 5 meters at their discretion and then coming back saying, oops, we made a mistake?
I think the risk is that we went through a very long process on it. I understand. I again, wasn't part of the process, but generally, when an applicant does not build in accordance with plans, unless staff determines that that change doesn't have any impact or is acceptable, generally staff doesn't support it because it does set a very dangerous precedent that if people want to do something different and they just build it, and it is always approved, then why would people comply with the plans as approved? So in this case, we've looked at it. We don't feel that the change is appropriate in the circumstance and are not supporting it.
The applicant, the lawyer on behalf of the applicant has basically advised major changes will have to take place, including possibly structural changes, if we were to ask them to, and we are asking them to push that ridge line back 3 meters. Is that our responsibility? Do we compensate them for this?
I think it's the applicant's responsibility. I mean, it was their error. It's not the city's responsibility to correct it. I'm not aware that the applicant has had conversations with us about whether there are other ways that they can address the city's concerns and whether, we were not aware that there was a structural issue related to the relocation of the screening.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else with questions? Okay, Councillor Fragedakis.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is illegal, actually. Was this secured through like minutes of settlement at the OMB, or does anyone know that? I mean, just wondering what this, because it says this was a decision at the OMB in some.
Maybe I could answer that through you, Madam Chair. Apparently, there is a reference to a site plan agreement, so it was secured in the site plan agreement, the normal course of events, and that would essentially entail the agreement as well as the appended or referenced plans and drawings that would have showed the location of the railing or the screening, and the agreement says you shall construct and maintain the development substantially in accordance with the approved plans and drawings. So it would have been secured through the site plan agreement.
Which they agreed to.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Davis?
Well, if, you've just heard information from the applicant that says they can't do this structurally. So then what happens here? If that's the case?
I think the applicant has told us that it would be very complicated and costly to make the change for it to comply with the plans.
Okay. Anyone else with questions of staff? Okay. Seeing none, councillors to speak? I'll just move the staff recommendations. I recognize that the applicant's solicitor is here before us, asking us for relief from what I have heard, and based on what is in the contents of the report. It's not just the fact that we have one division that has raised concerns and raised this objection to to permitting the as-built condition, but rather it's Heritage Preservation Services, Urban Design, as well as Toronto Building have all raised a flag saying this is not acceptable. If there is a way for you to come up with a different resolution, I'm going to encourage you to continue to dialogue with staff, but as it stands right now, I think we need to adopt the staff recommendation. I would say that you have a few weeks left before this matter hits the desk of City Council. Thank you. All those, the staff recommendations are before you. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. And I hear you, Councillor McMahon. I'm going to recognize you right now. I know you've worked really hard to get this done. Councillor McMahon, item number 91. And this is, sorry.
Fifth time is a charm.
It is, and it's Main Street's
I would just like
study.
to adopt staff recommendations and let these guys go. Yes.
This is 91. Hey, this is item number 91.
Oh,
Main
actually,
Street Planning Study.
sorry, I do have two motions. I have two motions to go with it.
Okay, hang on tight. We have no more speakers. Councillor, can you please move your motions? You're doing great. Keep going. You're doing great.
Two motions to go with that, and then these lovely, hardworking planners can go. There they are, all in favor. I love your support on these.
I don't believe
More
that's
green
the right
space
motion.
and public realm.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Councillor, that's not the right motion. It's Oriole Parkway and duplex. I know a little bit of my geography. That does not belong to you.
The ward boundaries have changed.
Some of my things in my word.
Do we have? They were off by several kilometers. Just hang on tight. This is number 91, Main Street Planning Study. Hang tight. It's coming back.
George was telling me he wanted to stay with us right to the end.
Do we have a motion for the councillor?
Yeah,
Councillor, I'm going to let the clerk sort this out. I'm going to give you,
it's right here.
I will give you this. I'm trying. Okay, so we're gonna hold that down. Councillor, you just keep trying. TE 34.57, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register 2 Carlton Street. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none. Councillors, do you have any questions of staff? I am on item number 57. Okay. Everyone's doing great. Keep your cool. There's no questions of staff, councillors to speak? No councillors to speak. I'd like to get the attention of the clerk. Sorry. Are you ready? Okay. I would like to move the alternative recommendations.
On 57?
Yep. There's a supplementary report that's been tabled that recommends that Toronto City Council, that this community council defer the item to allow city staff to consider the new research on the cultural value of the property in the context of the ongoing review of 2 Carlton. So there is a supplementary report that contains that recommendation.
Okay, that defer in consideration?
Yeah, we're going to defer, defer the consideration.
I don't think we knew, so.
Okay.
So you want to adopt the recommendation?
In the supplementary report, correct.
Marie, can you throw that in the system? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Supplementary rec. Okay, that's fine, we can take it.
Okay. And that's also a recommendation that's coming directly from city staff. I won't speak any more to it, but this is the second matter pertaining to heritage that has caused quite a bit of confusion in the local community, largely because of timing and messaging. Enough said. Everybody gets more time to sort it out. All those in favor of the staff recommendations in the supplementary report? Any opposed? Carried. TE 34.58, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, 116, 118, 120, and 122 Shaftesbury Avenue. We have a speaker, Susan Stock. Are you still here, Susan? Susan is not here. Are there any other members of the public here to speak to the matter? Debbie, come forward, please. Welcome back.
My gosh. So thank you very much. Again, I'm Debbie Briggs. I'm the president of the Summerhill Residents Association. And I have sent a letter in, and I'm sure most of you have it. I just want to reiterate our concerns about the process. The process should have involved the affected homeowners directly and the community at large. It seems to be done in silence of the affected homeowners. This process was not a Heritage Preservation Service initiative, but an intervention in a committee of adjustment proposal process at the request of the neighbors fighting a minor variation application. We request that this proposal either be refused or sent back to, so that all the affected parties can be involved in the assessment of these properties.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the speaker? Okay. Seeing none, Debbie, thank you. Are there any questions of staff? There are none. Councillors to speak? I will take the lead on this. I will ask staff to move my motion. We are on item number 58. And the motion is to defer and allow for further consultation. And this is, and Susan Stock, who was here earlier, I've already advised her that this was something I was going to do. I recognize that there were a number of people from the local community who wanted to speak to this matter. I recognize that it's very late and they were not able to stay. This gives everybody a chance to take another look at it, have more dialogue, and at the earliest convenience, have staff report back on the results of those conversations. The Summerhill Residents Association is explicitly named in this motion. Okay? Okay. All those in favor of the recommendation? Any opposed? Item as amended? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T 34.59, residential demolition application, 14 Indian Grove. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none, are there questions of staff? There are none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Perks.
I'm sorry.
We're on 59. Are you ready?
Yeah, move to refuse.
Okay.
First option.
Motion to refuse. Do we need to show that on the screen? It's option number 1.
Do you want me
We are on 59.
59 refuse.
Okay. If we don't need to show it, we can just vote.
It's okay.
need to show it? Okay. Sorry, the clerks need to show the motion. There you go. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item is amended. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Before we move on to item number 60, I know, Councillor McMahon, you've been wanting to do this, so
Because they're typing something for 60.
okay, so we're slow it down. Are you folks ready to deal with number 91? Okay, so Councillor McMahon, go ahead, please. 91.
So I have two motions. One is about looking for more green space in the Danforth Village area, and the other is about public realm improvements. And this is part of the Main Street planning study, and I would love your support, and then we can let staff go home. Thank you very much in advance.
Any questions?
Extra thank yous in advance.
Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Item is amended. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you.
Thank you again,
Okay,
always.
6 times the charm. Good for you. TE 34.60, residential demolition application, 422 and 424.
So staff are still typing? Because there was a miscommunication between my office and the clerk's office.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
Nope, not a problem. So we are going to proceed to 61. We'll come back to 60. TE 34.61, residential demolition application, 903 Palmerston Avenue. We have a registered speaker, Armando Barbini. Are you still here, Armando? Oh, yes, you are. Welcome back.
I'm not Armando Barbini, but Mr. Barbini could not stay. He's our client's planner. And my name is Mark Flowers. I'm a lawyer with Davies Howe, and I represent the owner of 903 Palmerston together with 524 DuPont Street. The 903 Palmerston is the subject of the matter before you, but in fact, it is part of one property that has 2 municipal addresses, the other being 524 DuPont. I don't have a paper copy of an air photo, but I do have it on my screen, and I don't know if this would work if I were to put this up here in some way, if that could be projected.
It's on the screen. It's looking good.
So this is DuPont Street here. This is the building at 903 Palmerston. This is 524 DuPont. And this is the public laneway, city laneway right here, and then beer store, and then Bathurst Street to the east. Although the staff report refers to 903 Palmerston as a residential building, I can advise that my client purchased the property in 1999, and it has not been used for residential purposes since that time. So no residential use has been made of the property for at least 18 or 19 years minimum. Our client also has development approvals to build a 3-story building consisting of ground floor retail to replace the existing, and well, it's now ceased, but previously the property was used for a cleaning supply business. So they're going to replace that in the ground floor and then 4 residential units above. Again, that's been approved by the city for a number of years. They now want to move forward with development. And one of the conditions that the city imposed as a pre-approval condition for site plan approval is to convey a portion of the land on the east side to the city as part of a lane widening. In order to do that, our client is required, first of all, to do environmental remediation of the site, particularly as it relates to the 524 portion, those 2 buildings on the east side that you see. And so we're kind of caught in a bit of a catch-22 there. We have to do the demolition of 524 in order to do the environmental remediation to finalize site plan approval. And in fact, because it's not a residential building, we have applied separately for a demolition permit. I'm told by Mr. Barbini, who's been in contact with building staff, that a demolition permit is imminent for the portion of the site known as 524. And so we expect demolition will be occurring on this site this summer. So this is not a question before the Community Council tonight of whether or not there will be demolition. This site is going to be a demolition site very soon. The only question really before you is whether we're going to demolish all the buildings on the site at one time or whether we actually have to do it twice. And in my view, it should all be done at once. That will create some efficiencies for our client, but it's also to minimize disruption for the community. Anecdotally, I can tell you that I spoke with the occupant of the building immediately to the north that you can see on the air photo. She was obviously asking questions about the demolition, wanted to know how long it would take. obviously concerned if it drags on. So the hope here is that we will get a demolition permit from Community Council for 903 Palmerston, could therefore do all the demolition at one time. The staff report, I would note, also indicates that there are no objections. This has been circulated from different departments. There's no objections, and building staff is indicating that if it is to be approved, they would recommend 2 conditions be imposed. One, that all debris be removed immediately following demolition. That seems eminently reasonable. And as well, any holes that are created from the demolition on site, as well as the environmental remediation that, as I say, our environmental consultant is ready to start that process, that those will be backfilled with clean fill. Again, that seems like an eminently reasonable condition as well. So therefore, we are requesting then that Community Council grant the application for the demolition at 903 Palmerston, again, so that it can be done in conjunction with the demolition that's anticipated for 524, rather than having it drag out and, as I say, cause disruption, more disruption potentially for the community. And given that you've seen it's directly on DuPont Street, there could also be some impacts on the public realm. We want to minimize that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Cressy?
Yeah, and my office made attempts to reach out to the owner of this property unsuccessfully in the last week. So this is a surprise hearing this. So I guess my question is, how can we permit the demolition without a building permit? Why would we do that? I've seen many sites where without a building permit demolition has been granted and it sat vacant.
Right, so in this case, obviously that is one option, and I can, just to respond to the first comment you made, Councillor Cressy, I know Mr. Barbini has been in contact with your office this week, and in fact as recently as this morning. So in terms of not allowing the demolition of 903, as I say, we're going to be moving forward with demolition of 524, the building that you can see in the photo, in any event. So it's simply an issue of timing. Our preference is do all the demolition at once. And if you don't grant this, the result may be we have to demolish 524, do the environmental remediation. Once that's done, we can then move, get site plan approval, get our building permit, and then we're coming in to demolish 903. The other thing is it only applies to, the application we're making only applies to residential buildings. This building, although I guess the city treats it as a residential building because it was last, I guess, used for residential in the 1990s. It has not been used for residential purposes since then. There's no obviously existing tenants in the building. It hasn't been residential for a part of 2 decades.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for staff? No? Questions, councillors to speak? Councillor Cressy?
Yeah, and I'll be moving to defer this indefinitely, which means we can bring it back. There isn't, I see no reason to allow a demolition permit to be granted before we have a building permit. Far too often I see in the city where demolition permits are granted before the building permits and it sits vacant. And so I have not been satisfied that that will be done in a fast manner. So I'll be moving to defer indefinitely.
Thank you very much, Councillor. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. T 34.62, residential demolition application, 620 Avenue Road. Any councillors, any members of the public here to speak? Welcome back.
This time I'll be very brief. Again, Mark Flowers, lawyer with Davies Howe, representing the owner at 620 Avenue Road. Earlier this evening, my client advised Councillor Matlow that he was withdrawing the application. So I believe the matter can be removed from the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions for the speaker? The advice is, Councillor Matlow wants to ask a question of the clerk.
Whether it be the clerk or otherwise, if he wants to withdraw it, he can withdraw it. I just don't know if he's allowed to at this point once it's on the agenda.
You can withdraw it.
Well, the item itself rather than refuse. Well,
You can just, why don't you receive the report?
let's go to the next item.
Okay. So we're jumping ahead, T 34.63, residential, sorry, we're going to come back to that in a few minutes. T 34.63, residential demolition application, 39 Roehampton Avenue. Are there any members of the public here to speak? Not you again, okay, good. Not that I'm not happy to see you. And if there are none, then councillors with questions of staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak. Councillor Matlow.
So I'm going to move the recommendation to approve. Recommendation 2, rather.
Sorry, can you just say that one more time?
39 Roehampton?
Yes,
Yeah. So I'm moving the staff recommendation to approve.
okay, thank you. It's number 63, approving recommendation number 2.
I believe it's 2, am I wrong? To approve. That's right. Yeah.
Approved?
I'll say it again. I'm moving recommendation 2 to approve. I understand there's 2 twos in my sentence
Okay.
with different spellings.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 34.64, request for offense exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 51 Don Valley Drive. We have 2 registered speakers. I'm going to I'd like to call upon
They're
Timothy.
not here.
Both the speakers are gone?
They're gone.
So Timothy Kennard is gone and Dee Vigados is gone?
Yes.
Are there any other members of the public who are persevering and staying to speak? Seeing none, okay. Councillors to ask questions, are there any? No, councillors to speak. Councillor Fragedakis, please go ahead.
The applicant has asked me to defer this again because they could not wait around. They waited till about 8:30, and the elderly mother of the applicant just had to go, so they've asked to bring it back in January. Hopefully, we'll have a smaller agenda. Maybe we'll get to it before 10 o'clock.
All those in favor of the deferral? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Deferred. T 34.65, request for offense exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 24 Cedar Avenue. There is a registered speaker. Thomas Crin, are you still here, Thomas?
No, he was never here.
He was never here. Are there any other members of the public who are here who want to speak to this matter? Seeing none. Councillors, any questions of staff? Councillors to speak. Councillor McMahon.
So I deferred this last month so I could work it out. And thanks to city staff for coming out with me for an hour and a half in the backyard. And took us a while, but we compromised. And I have a little motion that I'd like you to support, and then we can approve the exemption with this motion.
Okay. Motion is before us.
Dropping it down a bit.
Motion is
All
before
in
us.
favor?
We trust you.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Item is amended.
There's no hard surface.
Any opposed? That carries. Congratulations, Councillor, on your hard work and getting a compromise through the neighborhood.
Yep.
TE 34.66, impose operating conditions of a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 269 Dunn Avenue. Are there members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none. Councillors, anybody have questions of staff? None. Councillors to speak. Councillor Perks?
Refuse it. Sorry, I got to get the right language.
66.
Sorry, I'm going to move to refuse it.
All those in favor?
Yep.
Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 34.67, refusal of a Boulevard Cafe permit application located at 1485 DuPont Street, Unit 100, Campo Avenue, Flankage. Adrian Ruzicki, are you still here? I don't believe so. Any questions of staff? Councillors to speak? Councillor Bailao.
Councillor Bailao, who I think owes me a vacation or something for this.
Where is she?
So we have a motion for this, and Mark should have
What
it.
is your motion, Councillor?
Do you have a motion that goes with this?
Clerks, we are on number 67. Councillor McMahon is trying to move a motion. Let's put her motion on the screen.
And, okay. Oh, no, that doesn't look like the one I have here.
Are you approving? I have to pay attention.
So
It's a
that is
little
our-
longer. Okay, we will stand this down.
Okay, we're going to hold that.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to hold that down. Counselor Perks, you have to reopen an item. What item
I'm
is
sorry,
it?
I have to reopen 66.
We do have one we don't have, or, we just don't know which it is you want to do.
Hang on tight.
Yeah. My apologies.
Are we,
Amazing.
okay, so Counselor McMahon, this is your motion on item number 67, correct?
Yep.
And this is the correct one?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item is amended. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. And now we're going back to item 66. Counselor Perks, motion to reopen.
Yes, thank you. I need to reopen number 66.
All those in favor? Any opposed?
Carried.
Go ahead, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm actually going to move the staff recommendations, which are like 10 different conditions on it.
Okay.
Okay?
That
To
sounds
approve
a
with-
little bit
with
more
10
reasonable. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 34.68, refusal of a Boulevard Cafe permit application located at 839 College Street. Any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, are there any counselors who have questions of staff? They've been waiting all day. Please ask them a question. Okay? Counselors to speak. Counselor Layton.
Yes. Thank you very much. I have a motion. It is to approve on condition of a review in 2019,
Good plan.
No fence.
and the possibility of no fence.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. That's living on the edge. T 34.69, refusal of a Boulevard Cafe permit application located at 26 Baldwin Street, Henry Street, flankage. Any members of the public here for this matter? Seeing none. Councilors, any questions of staff? Nope. Councilors to speak. Councilor Cressy.
I'll move to approve with conditions, and they're there. Oh, wait, yeah, no, that's it. That's the one.
No. Their Cafe Le Gaffe does not have a Henry Street flankage.
It's from Momo San.
All those in favor of the recommendation before us? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 34.70, impose operating conditions to a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 668 King Street West, Bathurst Street flankage. Members of the public, anybody here for this item? Seeing none. Councilors, do you have questions of staff? Seeing none. Councilors to speak. Councilor Cressy.
I'll move to adopt the staff recommendations, which are to approve with conditions.
All those in favor? Recommendations in the staff report. Any opposed? Carried. T 34.71, impose operating conditions to a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 1224 Danforth Avenue. Mark Richardson, come on up. Here's your 5 minutes. When you're ready.
Councillors, this will be quick because I know we'd all much rather be on a patio than be talking about one. And now the screen's disappeared. I do. It's like a Bond movie in here all of a sudden. Like, now I have your undivided attention. HDMI. Yeah.
Turn back they come.
Okay. All right, councillors, I'm going to make this super quick for you. We need to be saying yes to patios more. We've said no to a bunch of patios. We've applied a bunch of restrictions on them just tonight. I know you're supportive of open streets, of the John Street pilot, of the King Street pilot, of food trucks. All of those things are dependent on making patios easier. This week, we were talking about the patios on King Street, and Councillor Cressy said that we're trying to turn King Street into the front porch for the city with the intention of creating a new and improved King Street where people don't simply travel through, but rather travel to King Street. We're talking about the section at Coxwell and Danforth right now, a neighborhood that we're trying to invigorate and revitalize and deal with empty storefronts and all that stuff. And meanwhile, we're talking about patio permits. This is the 182nd and final patio permit item of this term of council for you. So congratulations. This is the patio that we're talking about. It's a 5-seat patio on the Danforth. It's a 7.82 square meters. It's really tiny. It's on a really wide street. But we're looking to impose operating conditions on it. Why we're looking to impose operating conditions is hard for us to know. The items or the conditions were submitted to the city on May 17th by the councillor, but none of those details are posted in the online management system. So we have no idea what the conditions are, whether they're good conditions, bad conditions. You used to post the conditions that were a draft or proposed condition in the past. That doesn't seem to happen anymore in TMIS, and I don't know why not. The city's patio permit system is broken, and even the current fixes that have been proposed by MLS don't really fix it. They're not much better. My personal opinion is that councillors should not be imposing these kinds of operating conditions without a high level of transparency. Being able to pick and choose winners and losers on patios in your ward opens the door to potentially a lot of abuse. Not accusing anybody of that, just saying that it gives you the ability to make or break a restaurant or a bar if you give them or don't give them a patio, or apply conditions or don't apply conditions. So all your patio applications, permits, conditions, and history should be open data. I would like you to approve this 5-person patio. I would like you to make the conditions as transparent as possible to the community before you grant it or once you grant it, and make the conditions as permissive as possible when it comes to all of these patios. Give people the ability to get a provisional patio permit while they're working through the frankly god-awful system that we have now. And that's it. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, for your deputation. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Are there any questions of staff from councillors? Councillors to speak, Councillor Fragedakis.
Yeah, I have a motion to approve it with some conditions. Just so colleagues are aware, this applicant, first of all, has never spoken to me. Second of all, has 2 noise violations, one in 2016 and one in 2017. So I think some conditions are certainly warranted. I would thank Mr. Richardson for coming out to depute this late in the evening, but I'm not against patios. You should go onto the Danforth from Coxwell to Broadview. You'll see lots of them, even up Pape Avenue. So anyways, I'm not really going to get into it, but the conditions are the conditions that are before you.
No, sorry, Mark, you don't get to respond. Any other speakers? All those in favor? Any opposed? Item is amended. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 34.72, application to remove a private tree, 6 Argyle Street. Members of the public, anyone here for this matter? Seeing none. Councillors, any questions of staff? Councillors to speak? Councillor Layton.
I'm sorry, I thought we had removed that item. It's been dealt with.
Was it removed?
We voted to withdraw the item.
Okay, sorry about that.
Withdraw another item, though. Item 216 is a duplicate.
Okay, you hang on tight to that thought. We're going to just move on, stay on top of the agenda. T 34.73, application to remove a private tree, 164 Westwood Avenue, Theodore Lampropoulos. Lampropoulos.
He's gone. His wife is 2 weeks from delivering a baby. But this is going to be, I'm deferring this till January 2019 because the applicant is working with forestry staff to provide a supplementary report to their original arborist's report about some problem with the tree.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. T 34.74, front yard parking appeal, 272 Rush Home Road, Lauren Bosnifoff. Lauren, welcome. Nice to see you.
The applicant's here, and if they could go first.
If the applicant is here, no, you're the only registered speaker that's scheduled to speak. Oh, you are here. Okay. I think he's requesting that you speak first. He's registered now. Did you want to speak? To be quite honest, there's only two groups here, so either you speak or they speak, but either one, you're speaking.
Yeah, I'd prefer if they spoke first.
I'm sorry?
I'd prefer if they spoke first.
So then the question for okay, so you're on my list. I don't even have them on the list yet. So why don't you go first, and then we're going to get you onto the speakers list. Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to make a deputation concerning this issue. I've lived at Rush Home Road for 30 years and care very much about our community. I would ask Council to deny this appeal for the following reasons. First, Rush Home Road is an architecturally and historically unique community. The houses were built in the 1900s, and each home is different from the home next to it. Although the interiors of most of the homes have been renovated since they were built, the exterior facade of every single home has been maintained as they were in the 1900s. There is no front yard parking. A walk down Rush Home Road is a walk in history in the west end of the city just after Confederation. The historical nature of our community was documented in the Toronto Region Architectural Conservation Study of Rush Home Road. The introduction of front yard parking to our street would destroy the architectural historical character of the community. I've got, just to give you some pictures of Rush Home Road, neighbors back in the day. Here's what the street looked like in 1908, and it still looks just like this. If you went to Rush Home Road, looked at these houses, they look exactly like this. Second point I'd like to make, a poll of the houses in our community was conducted concerning the front yard parking application, and that a required response rate was 25%, and the community way exceeded that, 49% response rate, so certainly a valid poll, and the vast majority of respondents, 58%, rejected the application. The third thing I'd like to make is granting this appeal will set a precedent in allowing front yard parking in our community and inevitably will lead to additional front yard parking requests. People will say, well, this house has it, so why can't we have it? The fourth thing is the applicant made no attempt to consult with the community either before the poll or now before the appeal. The community has not been advised of any extenuating circumstances. I did ask that they present before me. They have not done so, so I can't comment on whatever extenuating circumstances they're going to suggest. Report from the Transportation Services dated June 8th recommends that Council deny the request and that the owner install barriers to prevent unauthorized parking. Point 6. Report from Transportation Services also noted that there are 41 parking spaces on Rush Home Road and only 39 parking permits currently used, including the one issued to the applicant. Additional on-street parking is still available on Rush Home Road. From personal experience, I know that there is almost always street parking available either in front of one's home or in one or two homes past one's home. And I have a picture. I took this on June 30th. There's tons of parking. Like, you don't see a street like this in the city, so there's tons of parking. Now, that was on a Saturday, so today on the way to work, I took another picture. This is right in front of the applicant's house. There's 3 spots right in front of their house, so I really don't see the need for front yard parking. Finally, the applicant will be able to reapply in a couple of years. I see no reason why the issue cannot be revisited at that time. For these 8 reasons, I would ask council to deny the appeal.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. I would call upon the, I guess, the property owners to come before us. We.
The baby is cooperating, maybe not. It's hard to say. I'd probably take a baby over a parking spot at this point, but so here is a picture of our current property. As you can see, there is an existing parking pad that meets all criteria as laid out by the city. Furthermore, contrary to what Lauren has indicated, if you look at the sample provided here, sorry, it's a bit small, but this is the sample that we needed to get for our poll. And the properties marked with an asterisk are the properties that currently have driveways or parking in the street. So there are currently, on our side of the street, 7 properties that within the polling area that currently have driveways or the ability to park accessible from the street, not from behind. The entire other side of the street has laneway access where they can access their parking. So we are not asking for something that is out of the norm in the neighborhood. I wouldn't be asking for it if we were the exception. We are just trying to use what is there existing and what a number of our other neighbors take advantage of now. Lauren, who owns one of the properties down the street, has a driveway. So he and other members who have gone against it are a bit, I don't know, conflicted as they can go against something that they take advantage of day in, day out. Again, the parking is on the opposite side of the street, so we are not, by cutting the curb, we would not be losing any existing spaces on the street. As Lauren mentioned, there are 39 permits for our area out of 41 total. It is very difficult at times to get parking. Often I'm driving around the block, parking on other streets just because there is nothing close by. And this just brings to the most important reason why I'm applying. I'm soon to have 2 children under 3, and it stresses me out to have to cross the street with toddlers to get in my car. And, at least until they can listen, I'm worried about having a toddler, a carrier, going across the street, the toddler running across Rusholme, which is fairly busy. And so for that reason, that is really the extenuating circumstances that I am presenting that would allow us, even, I don't know if it's an option temporarily, to park on our street until at least my children are 5 or 10 and will actually listen to direction, which my 2-year-old currently is still working on, and soon to have another. Yeah, I could be. Yeah. Yeah, also, just as a point, I do not want to create conflict on our street in any way. I am relatively new there, but I actually am surprised at the resistance, as I did do the polling that was required. I knocked on every single door. It was very difficult to get people to answer, but Lauren was actually one of the ones that supported. You can see his signature was there in support of the poll when I went door to door. So I'm a bit confused. I guess they could have had an opportunity to speak to me at the time when I was standing at the door to tell me no, but so I am quite surprised at the resistance here. And I have spoken to our counselor, and I thought, going door to door was as much consulting as I could do. And our counselor is supportive of it as well. So I know it's a conflicting topic, parking permits, but there's a lot hopefully in our favor. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Any other members here from the public who are here to speak? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Oh, sure, yes. If you want to just state your name?
Hi, I'm Alexandra Bosanoff. I'm the daughter of Lauren Bosanoff, who spoke earlier. I just wanted to address some of the things that the applicant brought up, such as raising children. I lived there my entire life. My parents brought me up in this same house, and they had no trouble finding parking. My whole life never experienced this issue. In addition, the front parking space is different from having a driveway. So a lot of the houses on the street do have a driveway, but as far as I'm aware, none have this front yard parking. So that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Councillors, any questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Cressy?
I'll move the staff recommendations to deny on the basis that there was a negative poll result. It doesn't meet our city's criteria. There was a negative poll result, and there is permit parking on the street, albeit with few spots. There is permits parking, and there was a negative poll, and thus I'll be moving the staff recommendations to deny.
Okay. Councillor McMahon?
So speaking for Councillor Balau, I'm moving staff recommendations. So, yeah.
So we all agree?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes?
So then I don't think we need to hear from Councillor McMahon. Councillor Cressy has already moved the staff recommendations. Is anyone moving approval? Okay. All those in favor of the staff recommendations? It's the only report, that's the only motion before us. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 34.75, front yard parking appeal, 165 Wallace Avenue. Any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Any councillors with questions of staff? Councillors to speak? Councillor McMahon?
And speaking on behalf of Anna, Councillor Balau, I am moving to defer this to January 2019. So the next first cycle of next term.
All those in favor? Any opposed? The deferral to January 2019. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 34.76, front yard parking appeal, 38 Maxwell Avenue. Sanjoy Gupta. Hi, Sanjoy. Thank you for saving me with your name. I appreciate that.
Ours is a lot less contentious than Rushmore. We have the opposite situation. So I live adjacent to...
You want to just turn that image so it's actually facing up, looking at, just as you would look at it.
Side parking.
Perfect.
There we go. Okay. So yeah, ours is kind of the opposite of Rushmore. We had overwhelming poll support, 94% support. It's a little half street, 2 blocks southwest of Yonge and Egg. And there are 35 houses on the street. There are 19 pad parking spots already. There are only 2 that don't have pad parking, ours at number 40 and 38, the subject property. So I'm requesting that the appeal be approved. One, as a point of fact, the measurement that that came back from transportation, the maximum is 2.2 meters, and we're actually less than 2.2 meters at the narrowest point of the laneway. There's a wheel well on either side that channels water down the driveway, and the vehicle can't, the track isn't wide enough for the car to go through forward, let alone reverse. It's also not navigable in reverse. We allow our next door neighbor at the subject property to use our backyard to turn their vehicle around, and if we denied access for any reason, which we could, there's no way they could back out. And the other point is, our houses were built in 1927. They're Chaplin Estate houses. And you can see that concrete walkway there from the 20s. The pad parking would actually add more permeable space there than the concrete, which is non-permeable. Also, the staff noted the tree there. There's no intention to take down the tree. We don't approve of taking down trees just to take trees down. And this certainly would not be taken down or need to be replaced in any way. So it doesn't pose any hazard there. There's also no issue with water runoff, which I know is an issue with pad parking. Also, there's no parking on our side of the street, on the west side, so we wouldn't be taking a parking space away. And there is parking only on the one side of the street. And it's not a through street, it's not a busy street either. Overwhelmingly, the neighbors, there are 35 houses, were in support of this. We know each and every one of them. And so on those points, and also the point of fact that the technical reason for the denial in the first place was flawed, that we actually are less than 2.2 at the narrowest point. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Davis to ask questions.
What did you say about going into the backyard?
So,
Do you have
yes.
parking in the rear?
We do. So they have so 38, the subject property has a single garage, and you can see is at a severe angle from the laneway, so that you have to make quite a bit of a left there going forward to get to their garage. And ours, we have a garage to the right. So if they were to drive straight in, they still have to navigate to the left just to get to their garage area. And then they have to navigate in reverse around that corner. And the laneway is not exactly straight either. It actually curves slightly. So it's a feat for anyone to back up.
So that you do have a parking spot in the rear?
We do, yes. Yeah. But there's no way they'd be able to go forward and back easily if we didn't allow them to turn the car around and have all the space in the back.
Right, you're aware there are lots of conditions like this right across the city.
I am. Actually, the ward next to us, their spacing is 2.4 meters, and they have very similar housing to ours. So that's the Spadina area, just west of us. It's still in St. Paul's. And I went through those homes as well, and they're almost identical in most of these streets there to ours, and they're still at 2.4, and ours was changed to 2.2.
Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Sanjay. Questions of staff? Councillor Davis.
I don't understand the mutual driveway not exceed 2.2 meters in width. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Is that to do with the separation distance between the house? What's the distance between the houses?
Through Madam Chair, the distance between the two houses is 2.43 meters.
And there is a parking spot in the rear?
Yes.
Then that, I don't understand, because if it's 2.4 meters, it meets the minimum distance.
The minimum requirement to allow for a parking pad is 2.2 meters or less, and they exceeded the
Right, so it's wide enough.
Yes.
For a car, and there is a spot in the back.
Yes.
Okay, so that isn't described here in the report. It's usually described as one of the conditions. Anyway, it's helped make up my mind, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else with questions of staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak. Councillor Matlow.
I move the recommendation to approve the front pad parking on this property. I believe that Mr. Gupta makes a completely reasonable argument. He has no intention of harming a tree. He has the support of his neighbors. It is true that, yes, some of the mutuals are, whether it be 2.2 or over 2.2 in the Chaplin Estates area, but it doesn't mean that they're completely linear, and there can be a lot of issues coming out of these really tight lanes. So what he's asking for, I think, is reasonable, and I think that he's caught on a technicality here, and I think that the reasonable response for us is to approve his request.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Perks.
I'm going to move the staff recommendation to deny.
Okay. Anyone else? All those in favor of Councillor Matlow's motion first to approve, please indicate your support. 1, 2, 3. And those to deny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Staff recommendations are adopted to deny. Thank you very much. T 34.77, front yard. His motion. Yes, no, we just voted on your, oh, okay. No, it's okay. Okay.
To adopt.
That's what I did. Adopt to deny. Okay, so all those in favor of the staff recommendations to adopt the staff recommendations to deny the report, counting again, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it's the same vote. Anyone to deny? Okay, that carries again. T 34.77, front yard parking appeal 106 Millwood Avenue. Any members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none. Councillors, any questions of staff? Councillors to speak? Councillor Matlow?
I move the motion to approve this front part of parking, and I hope that you support us. I say that with, great hope, but a large mountain in front of me.
Okay, Councillor Perks?
I'll move the staff recommendation deny, noting that there is less than 90% permit parking allocated.
Okay, we're voting on thank you very much. We're voting on Councillor Matlow's motion first. All those in favor to deny?
No, to approve.
Or to approve,
My
sorry.
motion is to approve.
Yeah, I was doing so well until 10:40.
I understand, you might be a little tired.
Okay, go ahead. 1, 2, 3. And then to deny, which, sorry. All those opposed, which is the 7 hands go up. Great, thank you. That fails. All those in favor of the staff recommendations to deny? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is your hand going up, Councillor McMahon? Nope. 6. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. That carries. Thank you very much.
Councillor?
I think we skipped one. Did we not?
Chair, how many new business items are there to introduce?
So far, I have,
Oh, no.
I believe it's 209 to 222 have not been introduced yet, but they have been circulated. Is there anything else?
No.
No? Do we need a motion to adopt, to introduce?
To introduce those.
Okay.
Have they been introduced?
Not yet. Why don't we do that now?
Let's do that now.
So Councillor Fletcher has a motion to introduce new business, item number 209 to 222. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
I would like to try to let Ms. McDonald go home today if I could. No, she has to stay? Okay.
I think we're all staying. T 34.78, front yard parking appeal, 104 Highland Avenue, starting with Alan Holmes, Gary Holmes, and Diane Holmes. Welcome. Are you Alan?
Yeah, I'll be speaking on behalf of my parents.
Hey.
Application and so on. Just with a brief background of the house of 104 Highland Avenue, it met a very rare set of circumstances where it doesn't have any options for parking whatsoever by way of permit parking on the street, whether it be the north or south side. There's no existing parking of any sort on the property, nor is there any parking around the area really outside of having a private driveway. So because of that set of circumstances, along with meeting Chapter 813, which is in relation to trees on the property, Urban Forestry gave the permission for us to appeal, and Transportation accepted our appeal as well. And along with that, we developed a tree preservation plan and for the property that outlines what exactly permeable paving stones would do in lieu of, or instead of the sidewalk that's on the property now, that runs from the front to the back, from the curb to the front door. So the permeable pavers was actually an idea from urban forestry, so we incorporated those right away. And so we developed a plan, a landscape plan, along with the preservation plan that outlines where new planting will go, for example, and the impact of the new driveway which will have on the surrounding landscape, which is actually more beneficial than what is there now of the sidewalk, allowing infiltration into the ground and so on. So the next step of the process was to have neighborhood polling, which was very difficult in getting hold of some of the neighbors outside of our immediate ones who this driveway or parking pad would affect the most, the property on either side. They were very supportive, but it took upwards of 4 to 5 months to get the point across to everybody of what we were trying to achieve. So we fell short by one single vote for the polling process, but of the people who did respond, everybody was positive. Had we had one more vote, whether it was negative or spoiled or whatever, transportation would have put in their report that they approve our process because we met everything else. By way of the technicality with how the polling works, they had to write it based on that result. However, once word spread of that result, all the neighbors kind of got together and started advocating on our behalf. And what we were able to achieve is basically 100% approval from all our neighbors once we were able to finally get a hold of them. So what we have is the exact form, again, of what was mailed out at the time with the names and addresses and signatures and so on with that. So we actually, in the end, don't have one single person who is opposed to the driveway. In fact, every single person outside of 96 Highland, which we still can't get a hold of, and went to the door even as of recently as today, and the house is still empty. You can look through the glass and there's nothing in the house, and so maybe that was part of the reason why. Yesterday, there were 2 bylaw officers in anticipation of this meeting tonight on the property of 104 Highland. I was able to talk with them briefly about our situation and that they were looking at this in advance. They, based on this information I gave them, they said, race down right now to your counselor's office, let them know your position and where you stand relative to all these signatures that you have, and explain yourself. So I did just that yesterday and spoke to someone named Robin and gave her a brief rundown yesterday. And so basically, just to reiterate again, Highland, where 104 Highland sits, there's no permit parking of any sort, north or south. It's also a bus route, which frequents the street about 4 times per hour from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. daily from Monday to Sunday. So it's, if you can manage to find a spot illegally on the road, it would be illegally because you're not allowed to park. It's quite dangerous opening and closing doors. You cannot have a car parked on the road, a vehicle traveling between when a bus is coming along. It's just a recipe for disaster. So this is more of anything a safety concern, 100%. For my parents who are in their early 70s, and also look after my grandma who's in her mid 90s and so on. So having something like this is everything basically, and yeah.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. I'm assuming that the other homes are not speaking?
No, I've been living and breathing this all together for the better part of over a year. I thought I would just come up and summarize. It's probably easier. They would just reiterate what I was.
Okay, thank you very much. Your deputation was very thorough. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak. I will move the alternative recommendations. I want to just add that we rarely approve these in Ward 27, largely because there is a moratorium on front yard parking, but in the absence of any other option, we have generally approved them, and this is why the appeal is even before us today. And is anyone moving another motion? Councillor Perks? Okay. We're voting on the motion to approve first. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyone opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That loses on a tie. That's not very helpful. Councillor Perks's motion to deny the front yard parking. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, can you put up your hands again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then to, sorry, sir, unfortunately, no, it is too late, sir, I apologize. So, sorry, sir. I did ask if there were any other speakers, and the suggestion was no. So that was to approve, to deny. To oppose the application to approve. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, so the first vote that we held was I had moved the alternative recommendation to approve the front yard parking because there was no other option, and that lost on a tie. Councillor Perks has moved the staff recommendations to deny the front yard parking. The first half of the vote was 5 in favor to deny. Okay? And now those who are opposed to the staff recommendations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That also loses on a tie.
You voted for it.
She voted as well.
She can't vote twice, Paula. I didn't vote twice. Yeah, you did.
Vote on the other one.
I think, why don't we take the vote all over again in light of the time?
So, yeah, in light of the time, I move that we reconsider the item. Didn't come to.
You can just,
So, yeah, we'll just revote.
but maybe
Yeah.
Let's do that. So the suggestion is to record the vote, but we're going to vote on both motions once again. So the first motion was my motion, which is the alternative staff recommendations to approve the front yard parking. All those in favor? Councillor Davis, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Layton, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McMahon. That is 7. Sorry.
were you voting in the affirmative, Councillor?
Couldn't tell, your hand was like this.
Okay, so that's 6. All those opposed to the first vote still? There's only 4 left, okay?
Mary Margaret, your hands.
And the recorded vote is Councillor Cressy, Councillor Perks, Councillor Troisi, Councillor McMahon. That passes 6-4. You have the front yard parking.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's literally 1 per year in Ward 27? Okay, thank you, folks. T 34.79 front yard parking appeal, 34 Ellerbeck Street. Chris Powell. No more deputants? Should I just read the names of the deputants?
You can, but staff have asked me to move a deferral.
Oh, I see. Okay, so go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, sorry. So I just found out on Friday that this matter was repolled incorrectly, and it requires a new poll. And so I'll be deferring this till January of 2019. I've let many people in the community know who've contacted me about speaking to this item that this has happened. And I understand that Rebecca from Transportation Services has notified the applicant that there was a mistake with the second poll and that they're going to be repolling.
Okay, all those in favor of the deferral motion on the screen? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. T 34.80 front yard parking appeal, 68 Glen Manor Road. Any members of the public here to speak to this?
No, because we're withdrawing this.
Oh, withdrawn? Is that correct? So I think, Councillor, you're withdrawing now because I still see it on the public agenda here.
Yeah, I'm withdrawing it now.
Okay. Okay, so all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried, thank you. T 34.81, front yard parking appeal, 266 Waverly Road, Corinne Loeb. Are you still here? You are not.
And
Councillor
I'm
McMahon?
deferring this sine die.
Okay.
You like that Latin, too.
Okay, all those in favor of the deferral motion indefinitely? Any opposed? That carries, thank you. We dealt with 91, we are now at, on my calendar, we still have deputations here. T 34.103, construction staging area 15 to 35 Mercer Street. We have 91 has been done, 81 has been, we just deferred that. Calling Max Allen. Max, I know you're still here. And after Max is Aaron Platt.
Come on, people. Going, Mary.
Take your stuff back to my office, is that okay? I don't ask you what you have to sit here.
We are on item number 104. Max, please go ahead when you're ready.
I'm Max Allen from the Grange Community Association, and I'm sorry I won't be as entertaining as these front yard parking things are.
Just be quick, we'll love you more.
Just be quick, we might listen.
Count it, it's 60 seconds. I've sent you all an email today, and I want to explain why. Almost as contentious as front yard parking is the issue of construction staging and the kind.
Max, I'm gonna ask you to hold on. Apparently, we have to reopen this item. It's not even before us right now. So
Oh, I thought you
hang on
did.
tight.
Okay.
All those in favor of reopening, moved by Councillor Cressy. Any opposed? That carries. Max?
Aye.
Go ahead.
Good morning, almost. The issue of what construction staging does and how it's approved is an issue that is citywide, not just in Ward 20. There's been a lot of work on this particular issue by the councillor and by the two people who are across the street from one another on Mercer Street. And a lot of progress has been made, and there's a little bit more to be made, I think, and you'll hear about it from the next speaker. Construction staging is tough because you hear about it at the wrong part. I can do it too. At the wrong,
Just keep going.
at the wrong part of discussions about development, particularly in downtown. I would urge that in the next council, you ask staff to work on a way to get how a building is going to be built in front of you when you're asked to approve the building itself. It's very difficult to make these decisions at the end of a process instead of the middle. And I would ask you also to ask staff to consider whether the fees that are charged for the kind of disruption that construction staging brings to you, whether those fees are too low and should be raised. So there are two issues. Where is this discussion held and when? And how much does it cost when a construction staging application is made? As for the issue that's directly before you, you'll hear from the both sides of the street here, both of whom I've talked to, that after a lot of work, especially on the councilor's part, an agreement has been reached, and I would approve it. Okay?
Thank you, Max.
It only took 5 seconds.
Somebody else reset the clock, just like somebody else actually moved the screen up. Thank you very much for your succinct
Right, this,
presentation.
you're getting this as an email. This is a list of all of the construction staging issues that you've dealt with this year and in 2016.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, questions of staff? Oh, actually, I cannot go ahead to questions of staff. There's another speaker, Aaron Platt. Aaron, welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening, good morning. I'm going to be extremely brief. My predecessor speaking here, Mr. Allen, is correct. There's been an extensive amount of work. I want to thank staff personally and the councillor and his staff, as well as my client's neighbor I act for. I'm Aaron Platt. I'm with the law firm of Davies Howe LLP, and I represent the owners of the Le Germain Hotel on the north side of Mercer. My client is not opposed to development. They are excited to see more reinvestment in the area. They are concerned with operations, and we understand that through the resolution and I understand there will be an amendment coming from the councillor directly onto the floor to the recommendations of staff, that with that we are hopeful that the construction can be mitigated, or the impacts of construction can be mitigated, and we understand there will be further discussion on the full closure permit that has yet to be applied for a shorter period of time, as that matter is a delegated matter to staff.
Thank you very much, Aaron, for those comments. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Cressy.
In the interest of time, I won't talk long. I have an amendment, if it can be put on the screen. The amendment deals with the timeline monitoring a review within the first month of installation. This has been a long and protracted and extensive process, working closely with Transportation Services, as well as the development, the La Germain Hotel, and the neighborhood. And we've arrived at a resolution that I'm very hopeful will work, but there is a review taking place, and we will be on this. So with that, I'll move it.
Thank you very much, Councillor. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 34.136, encroachment of offense, 31 Maple Avenue. Brian Chin. Brian Chin is not here. Is there a Michael Lebrec? Michael?
From printing them, I have them printed already. I was told it would be helpful.
Sure. If you want to just hand them over to the clerk, and he will make sure they land on our desk.
And I apologize because I had an assistant, my wife, and she left.
She bailed. I won't ask you to clarify whether or not she knows your assistant. Okay, Michael, I'm going to start your clock, so let's stay on the topic, okay?
She brought my son to soccer. That's okay. Should I wait till you get the exhibit, though?
No, don't worry. That's just going to hit our desk as a correspondence, as communications. But please begin.
Okay. Dear Toronto and East York Community Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak on this matter of requested delegated authority of encroachment of pillars and gate on City of Right-of-Way. I request refusal or deferral of this item until the conclusion of our current TLAB application, and also to allow for the necessary staff reports. I would like to first point out that this application and the installations related to the widened driveway before us was issued a City of Toronto forestry order to comply, which is Exhibit E in my pass out. Specifically, the unpermitted construction of the pillar, gate, and widened driveway killed a very large street tree owned by the City of Toronto. A permit for the construction of this two-high pillar, gate, and widened driveway were never requested prior to being built. The fact that the two-high pillar and gate and widened driveway seriously encroached into the street tree protection zone at the time of construction, if proper permit procedures were followed, this two-high pillar or gate or widened driveway as they exist today would never have been allowed. Further, the City of Toronto street tree would not have been killed and would remain today. Trees are actually important, as I have a Google satellite photo showing the trees that were on the property prior to any construction related to the property. And here's the after photo, 2016, which shows, in fact, much more than the one tree that was issued the notice to comply were actually removed and destroyed. It's quite dramatic, actually. Turn them around. Oh, sorry. I'll replace those photos with the driveway. The pillars and gate being requested are in a position that determines and identifies a driveway. As per number 5 of Exhibit B, the City of Toronto has issued 31 Maple a zoning notice to the homeowner that clearly states the bylaw governing this driveway indicates the maximum width of the driveway should only be 2.6 meters. The current width is 4.47 meters. The width of this driveway is clear in Exhibit D, the landscape plan, which shows the width of the driveway from here to here. The existing driveway before any construction was 2.6 meters, which is indicated in the below right-hand photo. And the tree that was killed is actually in that photo as well. When they widened the driveway and installed the pillar, as you could see the pillar there, but there's no more tree. And that was issued a notice to comply order. The width of this driveway is important because it is clear as per my Exhibit C, bylaw 743/42, number B, letter B, is very clear as it says, in no case shall the width of a driveway or walkway exceed the requirements of any applicable bylaw. Obviously, the width of this driveway as it currently exists is not in accord with bylaw 743/42B. To be clear, 31 Maples driveway has and allows parking in the rear, and it should follow that required bylaw. Further on Exhibit C, which I don't know if you have yet, clearly indicates that there's no driveway or walkway that could be constructed if it harms a city tree or damages a tree. The construction, as I mentioned before, was given a notice to comply because it killed the city tree when it widened the driveway and built the pillar. Exhibit H, City of Toronto right-of-way counselor, Councillor Wong Tam's office was actually asked to investigate this matter. You guys have the correspondence in the exhibits I gave you. In 2016, City of Toronto right-of-way staff, I don't have a photo because it's in the exhibit, City of Toronto right-of-way staff were requested by Ms. Wong Tam's office to investigate the widening of this driveway that killed the tree.
Michael, thank you very much for your comments.
Oh, sorry.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much, Michael. Any other speakers on this matter? Seeing none, thank you. I recognize that, Michael, you've been here for most of the day. I did check with staff. Sorry, are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, then councillors to speak.
Sorry.
Oh,
Could
sorry,
I
go
just
ahead.
have a question of staff on
Yes,
the
of
matter
course,
of that tree? Because I'm on Google Street View, and that tree's pretty clearly there during construction before they widened the driveway. Did we do any evaluation on whether or not?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of the tree, if it was evaluated as part of this review.
Do you want to follow up?
So we don't know if, did they have a permit to remove the tree?
It was given a notice to comply, that tree, actually, and it's in my exhibit.
Sorry, Michael, the question is directed to staff.
Yes, sorry, I'm not aware if that was or not, if there was a permit given.
Okay. Okay, that's,
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions of staff? I guess I have perhaps one question. With respect to the claim of the speaker that a tree was harmed and removed, because it's clearly not there anymore, you did not know that, but your recommendations before us is to simply approve the encroachment regardless. If you had known about the tree being injured and removed, with or without a permit, would that have made a difference in your finding?
I don't have the answer to that question, if it would have. It is approved, but I'm not sure if that would have changed the recommendation.
So without that information, the information before us is that there was an applicant who's asking for the approval of this fence exemption and the fence encroachment, and your recommendation as staff who've gone off to investigate this matter is to approve. Would it be helpful if I deferred this matter to give you time to investigate? And
I think that would be appropriate, yes.
Okay, and we would request that you come back and report back to this body in January or February, the first available opportunity.
Yes.
Is that helpful?
That can work.
I apologize to clerks. I'll be moving a motion specifically to defer this matter and have staff further investigate and to report back at the first available opportunity in the first quarter of 2019. Sorry, I didn't write that down earlier. Any others to speak? No. Any others? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to refer this back to staff? Any opposed? That carries.
Sorry, I thought you were deferring the item.
Well, I'm referring the matter back to staff to report back. Yeah, I did say defer first, but I meant to refer this back to staff. Okay, thank you very much. So moving along, TE 34.
Sorry, I didn't know I was excused yet.
Oh, yeah, no, Michael, go home, go home. And appreciate it.
And I didn't get to finish, but heritage comments should also have been mentioned on this report. I'll talk to the staff.
TE 34.44, am I on the right? Traffic control signals, Spadina Avenue, driveway of 371, I feel like we dealt with this.
No, we didn't. It was held down because there was a deputant registered. He's not here.
Hamish Wilson is no longer here. Is there any other member of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, councillors to ask questions of staff, none. Councillors to speak, Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried, thank you. T 34.162, expanding Shoppers Drug Mart Female Hygiene Pilot Project. Lisa Gibbs, Director, Community Investments, Shoppers Drug Mart. You have been incredibly patient. Thank you very much.
So long since I've seen it. There it is.
Thank you, Council, for hearing this tale. It's about menstrual equity. If you are a woman living on the street, having a period isn't a hassle, it's a nightmare. Imagine if you had to choose between tampons and food. Homeless women do it all the time. This is a quick.
So that's $12. What would you spend that $12 on if you didn't have to spend it on this?
Something to eat.
I think the hardest thing about being on the streets is probably being a female. If you're a woman, you like your face clean. You know, you like feeling good, smelling good. Yeah, period times are not good times for us. Hi, how are you? It is very difficult to have your period and very uncomfortable. I try to use tampons as much as I can, but tampons are expensive.
And of course, ladies, you want to wash your hands first.
People tend to, when they do give care packages, it's usually pads. And then you tie them like this. But usually they're a little longer, and then you can tie a knot here, and then you can still have like the string. Basically, that's it.
It produces infections, especially in some cases when women are wearing tampons for longer than they should, toxic shock syndrome. It is a health issue.
I used to be in a shelter, but I haven't been in one in a while because I don't drink and I don't do drugs anymore. And that's where most of the kind of crowd is, in a shelter.
I feel safer out on the streets than I would in a shelter. Won't do it, I can't do it. I choose to be out here on the streets.
You want to feel clean like everybody else, you know what I mean?
I like being out here, but everybody has a story. See, you don't really know people, and everybody has a reason for the things that they do. They do, you know? So that's kind of my story. So, yeah.
True or false? It's easy to get free tampons from homeless shelters. Well, it's true soon and false now. Thanks to Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam's June 28, 2018 motion, free menstrual hygiene products will be available in shelters to homeless women, girls, and trans folk. Consideration now is needed in the short term and in the case of those who do not choose shelters. What are their options 24/7? It's an issue that's gained some awareness over the past few years, but no lasting, reliable solution has come to pass. This issue falls at the intersection of health, economic, and social justice policy. Shoppers Drug Mart has already proven itself to be an advocate for women's health. Shoppers Love You, Putting Women's Health First, is our program that speaks to support of women's health programs across the country. An example with that would be the Shoppers Love You Run for Women in support here in Toronto of Women's College Hospital and the women's mental health programs. But I can assure you this is equal to about $10 million annually of funds that support women's health across the country, which makes it the perfect brand to create real and lasting change for homeless women across Canada. Let's create a way for homeless women to access tampons and pads where and when they need them. A solution, is this it? Conspicuous, it's humiliating, it's degrading, it's expensive, it's hard to scale. However, what about this? It's subtle and inconspicuous. Homeless women don't have to draw attention to themselves as they access tampons and pads. No one will think to destroy this type of a machine because it'll be disguised as a regular newspaper box. And we'll distribute the keypad code widely so only homeless women will be able to open them. Where currently? This is being piloted right now, actually as of April 30th, at Shoppers Drug Mart, Queen and Parliament. There's a parking lot there that we've accessed. We're asking this council today for permission to extend the pilot to 2 new locations, one at Queen and Carleton, the other at Queen and Bathurst. Here's what it looks like. Project details include printed cards with the access code that we'll distribute within the neighborhoods and a web app as well. Here's what we're asking. 1, to provide access to 2 or more Seas newspaper boxes from your Eastern Avenue location rather than crushed Seas boxes we can recycle for this purpose. 2, that you would waive the annual publication box dispensing fee associated with placement of these units. 3, access to key individuals at Shelter Support Housing Administration
for input on unit placement to maximize support for homeless women, girls, and trans folk, and finally, to okay this pilot for placement until September 2019, where we will return and report back on the progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Oh, I realized you went over your time. Are there any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you, and thank you for waiting for as long as you have. Any questions, any other members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, are there questions of staff? Seeing none, then the only thing before us, and I would be the contents of the letter, and in my letter is the request to permit an exemption for those two locations, 465 Yonge Street and 524 Queen Street West, from Municipal Code Chapter 743 to allow for the temporary installation of these free female hygiene product dispensers by Shoppers Drug Mart at those two locations until September 2019. And just to thank Shoppers Drug Mart for your leadership in this particular issue. I do agree that most recently it has caught the attention of the members of the public. Very seldom do we get this much interest on a particular subject matter, especially one that's so natural. It's a bodily function. It happens to 52% of the population, yet it affects all of us very differently, especially for those who are homeless and street involved. And I know that in your presentation there was a request to connect you to key individuals in SSHA. I will do that, not necessarily here today, but the conversation will continue. The one thing I will note is that it's not a sure and guaranteed thing that we will provide free menstrual hygiene products in 2019. We still need to push hard to make sure it's included in the 2019 budget process. So there will be a community of women who I'm sure will rally around the issue to come back to City Hall to advocate for that. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of the mover? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. So that brings us to the end. That brings us to the end of our deputations, and we're just going to hang on tight. I'm going to get a new agenda, and we're going to move through it very quickly. There's no more speakers on any other items. You know it's late when your wife comes to get you from work. Thank you very much. We are now going to proceed to TE. We're going to just do some housekeeping because we've got a number of items still. TE 34.60, residential demolition application 422424 Roncesvalles. Councillor Perks.
Staff have the motion now. And again, my apologies. I think I'm the one who made the mistake. It's 2 in one evening.
I've made my share too.
So I'd like to move this. Basically what it does is just set up a whole bunch of conditions that they have to meet in order to get their demolition permit.
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 34.62, residential demolition application, 620 Avenue Road. Councillor Matlow.
I move to withdraw it. Does the clerk have the motion?
Okay, motion to withdraw.
I'll paraphrase it. It says I'm withdrawing it.
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T 34.127, parking amendments, Arundel Avenue, held by Councillor Fragedakis.
Sorry, so that one goes with item 149, and I'll move the recommendations before us in that report. It's actually going to council, I believe, right, Ellen?
We're on 127. Okay, hang on tight. We're going to get to it.
I'm pretty sure it's going to council.
Oh, yeah, it's going to.
Okay, thanks. So move adoption of that.
Okay, all those in favor of Do we need to show that motion? No, it's a staff recommendation.
You're just adopting. Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
Yes, thank you very much. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carry. T 34.138, Rivertown Proposed Road Safety Improvements. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, there's some amendments. I'd like to thank Mr. McLean and Mr. Clayton.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. All those in favor? Motion on the screen. She is making her community very safe. Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 34.147, Stop Control Sydney Street at Cottingham Street, held by Councillor Mallow.
I move the revised report recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. I'm sorry, Councillor Mallow on one.
I move the recommendations in the revised report.
Item TE 34.149, Traffic Management Plan, Plater Estates Community, Councillor Fajidakis.
I have some amendments to this. Two of them are actually housekeeping, because there were mistakes made in the, well, there were lots of mistakes made in this report, but two of them staff have corrected in recommendations 9 and 13 in Appendix A. And then my other motion, which is to be the new number 2, which strips out any language about curb extensions, because there was no discussion around those that was actually accurate. So this just moves it along. Thanks for 4 years of discussions around this.
Thank you very much, Councillor. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Oh, sorry, item as amended? Any opposed? That carries.
Almost there.
Thank you. TE 34.156, Traffic Calming Speed Humps, Neville Park Boulevard, held by Councillor McMahon.
Me again, thank you. I'd like to move the alternate recommendations, please, to install. Oh, sorry, this is, no. This is, we had to reopen, and we're exempting them from the polling. Yes, thank you. That's what we're doing.
Do we have to reopen?
A long time.
Is that right? Okay. Councillor McMahon is moving to reopen. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item is reopened. Councillor McMahon has moved the motion that's now on the screen before us. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item is amended. That carries. Thank you. TE 34.158, Speed Hump Poll Results, Hanson Street. Councillor McMahon.
This one, actually, this is the poll. So it didn't need to be reopened, right?
No.
Yeah, so I'm moving alternate recommendation.
Okay. Councillor McMahon, is this the staff recommendation?
No, but
Oh, it's the alternate.
apparently, yeah,
Okay, so all those in favor?
thank you. This
Any-
one was in the paper, you remember.
Any opposed? Item is amended?
Yeah.
And,
Further, 155 has to be reopened, and Councillor Troisi has a motion.
yes, okay. Any, item is amended? All those in favor? That carries. Going back to T 155, which is Traffic Calming Speed Humps, Metcalf Street. Councillor Troisi would like to reopen that matter. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried, opened. Go ahead, Councillor Troisi.
Great. I'll release with the addition of deleting the polling requirement, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? Carried. TE 34.162, oh, we just did that. TE 34.1.64, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. I would move the revised attachment 1 and 2. Do we need to put that on the screen?
We did circulate.
Okay, it's been circulated. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 34-200, good work, everyone. Front yard parking appeal, 42 Bellhaven Road, held by Councillor McMahon. We're at item number 200, which is 42 Bellhaven Road.
Oh, yes. Is that the parking pad?
Yes.
So that is, I'm going to defer that till January 2019.
Okay.
Hashtag sucker, sucker.
All those in favor of the
You should see
deferral
what else.
to the new counselor? Any opposed?
I am very sorry, someone's speaking to us. What is?
Counselor McMahon has deferred
Defer
this
to
item.
January 2019.
Thank you, sorry.
Okay, and we're voting. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. TE 34.208, approvals for 1996 to 2000 Bathurst Street development, held by Councillor Fragedakis.
So I've been told that the way to get this to council is without recommendations, so I'll move it to council without recommendations.
Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T 34.209, this is brand-new items. Traffic and parking amendments, Ward 20, delegated Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. TE 34.210, traffic and parking amendments, Ward 20, non-delegated.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. TE 34.211, St. Helens Avenue parking amendment. Councillor McMahon / Bailao.
She's never finished.
No, not with Councillor Bailao's traffic amendments.
Get with the program here.
Which number is this again?
This is
I checked them all off.
211.
Oh, new biz. 211.
I think Anna would probably support the recommendation.
All right, I will move it. It's not even on this list. I will have you know that.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
move whatever it is I'm moving.
All those in favor? Any opposed? TE 34.212, intention to designate the property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 295 Indian Road. Councillor
That's mine.
Parks.
Yeah, I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 34.213, Vision Zero recommendations from ward councillors 29. Ward 29.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter and say that I worked on this with Barbara Gray yesterday, and she asked me to move it.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. T 34.214, parking amendments, Sudbury Street, Ward 19.
I'll move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. T 34.215, installation of always stop control, Clinton Street and Henderson Avenue, Ward 19.
I will move the recommendations in the letter.
Okay. All those in favor?
You're approving right now.
Any opposed? Carried. T 34.216, always stop control, Richmond Street West and Walnut Avenue, Ward 19.
This is item 216. I need to withdraw this item because it's a duplicate. We just got a little eager with submitting it.
Darn. Okay. All those in favor to withdraw? Any opposed? Carried. TE 34.217, amendments to parking regulations for construction staging area, Dalhousie Street, 60 Shooter Street, and 187 to 189 Church Street, Ward 27. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. TE 34.218, visioning for 25 Bellevue Avenue, Toronto Parking Authority parking lot, Ward 20. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. T 34.219, John Street Precinct Plan, Ward 20.
I will move the recommendations in
my
my letter.
Fantastic letter.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. TE 34.220, Toronto Fashion Week Fall Winter 2018, Ward 27. I would like to move the recommendations in my letter and also to invite all of you to Fashion Week in Yorkville. You have to go there to see. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. TE 34.211, school bus loading zone, Dan Lucky Way, Ward 20.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. TE 34222, Gerard Carlaw Planning Study, City Initiated Official Plan Amendment, Preliminary Report, Ward 30.
Thank you. I move the amendments to the report, which are going to be up on the screen.
Coming on the screen.
Any second. There they are.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Item as, is this item as amended?
That's it.
Any opposed? That carries. Congratulations, folks. Oh, wait. Oh,
The bills.
I get to move the last.
yes, you get to do.
Just going to say.
Feel free to distribute them to whoever has been naughty or good. Okay.
Who wants to do the?
Give it to someone who's not going to be here next term, so therefore, they can give them
Give
some
it to
work.
Councillor Bailao or Mihevik.
Okay, we reached that point of the introduction and enactment of general bills and bills to confirm the proceedings of Community Council. Who goes first? Who's got what?
East End girls, up.
Councillor McMahon, please proceed.
That the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declare as in a bylaw Bills 900 to 917, 919 to 921, 923 to 934, 937 to 955, 56, 57 to 960, 962, 967, 984 to 1003, 1008 to 1027, 1028, 1029, 1030, 1031, 1032, 1033, 1034, 1035, 1036, 1037, 1038 to 1046, and 1047 to 1049, prepared for the July 4th, 2018 meeting 34 of the Community Council.
Bravo. Good reading.
Oh, sorry.
They have to add.
Actually, hold on, we may make you, we may make you to read that
You
again.
have made a mistake, you have to read it all over
No,
again.
it's not a mistake. Hold on. I'm sorry.
The doors are locked.
We have to start all over again?
I'm free on,
From the first item?
I'm free on lunch next week.
I have questions for Heritage.
Gord? Can't we debate procedural motions?
Councillor McMahon.
Excuse me, I would like to add Bills 1050, 1051, and 1052 as well.
I'm convinced.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Councillor Davis, you are introducing and enacting the bill to confirm the proceedings of Community Council. Please proceed.
That the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceeding of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting, I couldn't do it, under delegated authority at meeting 34 on July 4th, 2018. Yahoo!
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to our,
Yes,
to our
thank you
amazing
to our chair,
staff
thank you
and
to
our
our
amazing-
staff, to our staff. Yay!
Yes.
Let's do it again next year.
Let's,
222 items and just a little over 14 hours.
and you know what I say? You announced that at council.
Oh, no, I get to do it.
What was the deal?
The deal was that we would not do this in the new term. So we get to do it one more time. One more, no, he knows. Our deal is one more time. I get to brag one more time.
Thanks, Kristen.
Good job. Oh, my God.